All right, it is the stroke of midnight here on the East Coast, and we are just getting started. Welcome back to CNN's breaking news coverage. Election night in America continued. I'm Chris Cuomo, along with my man, D. Lemon.
Can you believe it's still continuing? And Chris, at this hour, we're standing by for a large batch of votes to be posted in Arizona. That's where Joe Biden has a very narrow lead over President Trump. That lead could get narrower tonight as we go on.
Arizona very much in play. That's why we haven't called it. Many other organizations have not. The grand irony at play is the president was upset that somebody called Arizona saying, you got to count all the votes.
Right.
Yet he now has, a pretty flimsy strategy in place to keep votes from being counted. We'll take you through all of that tonight. We're also keeping a very close eye on the changing vote totals in Georgia. If we had to pick a state tonight, that's the state to watch. Why? Trump's initial lead over Biden, which was considerable, keeps slimming every time they give us a new batch. So what are we looking at here? We have key races to go through. We're dealing with the big five. The song reference would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Senses working overtime. You got to look at every one of these very closely because each one is a different story. Arizona, okay? Can Biden hold the flip? 11 electoral votes. 84% of the estimated vote is in. But what does that mean? Where are the votes? What does it mean in terms of red, blue? It has been getting better for the president as the last votes have come in. The margin right now, 79,000. Will it hold? We'll go through it in a second. Next, Nevada, 6 electoral votes, 86% in. Here's the problem with this race. It's stalled. We're not going to get more information until tomorrow, but you do have to keep going in to see how it fits into these different pathways to victory. Very slim margin right now, 7,600 votes. Nothing has changed since we were together early this morning, but its importance may have changed. We'll talk to you about that next. Georgia, okay. This is the one that we're going to really have an eye on, especially early on in the shift tonight. 16 electoral votes, 95% of the estimated vote is in. So how can there be a lot of question marks left? Because these have been big blue areas that were slow to count, especially around Atlanta. And the Democrat is bringing in huge percentages of gain every time there's a new bucket of returns. As a result, you had over a 200-point spread. Now you're down to 30. This could happen on our watch. So we'll keep this very close right now, certainly in recount area, whoever loses. 20 electoral votes, 89% of the vote in Pennsylvania. Now, this is a slowly emerging story, but important. Why? Because this has seemed like, come on, 600 votes he was up. Come on, 600,000, it had to be over. Look where we are now, 164,000 votes. The president's big push on Pennsylvania, look how much we're up. Not now. You know why? Because you count all the votes. Next state, North Carolina. This is the quietest tell of the night. The president is up. He has been up. The margin has contracted a little bit, 76,000 votes there. 95% of the estimated vote is in. Is there some type of secret space for Biden? Not sure. We'll take you through all the different permutations here. So those are the 5 states in play. Okay, let's go over the magic wall. First, the big map here with the Electoral College. I always sleep on this. You know why? Because it never changes. We're at 253 to 213. I should show it to you every time there's a key race alert. It's just nothing's happening here until we get the results from the states. But this is the state of play. Now, let's go and figure out all the different roads to success here. Phil, you're too young, but that song from Ecstasy, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, senses working overtime, is exactly where we are in looking at these states. Because you can look at them different ways and you don't really know how they're going to break. But every piece that changes leads to a new set of potential outcomes.
Yeah, and each of those pieces can come together and give you a sense of where things are going. And I think that's what we're looking for early in the night. I want to start with the state of Arizona. First, actually, let's talk about, you just kind of laid out, what are we watching for this night? Arizona, obviously, in a matter of minutes, we're going to get a new batch of votes for Arizona, and those will be crucial. You mentioned Nevada. We don't expect new results from Nevada, but it is razor thin, and how it fits into the map is very important. Georgia has been moving all night. Could move a little bit more over the course of the night. It is tightened up. We're going to want to watch that. And Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is extremely important as that margin starts to tighten. It's red right now. Will it stay that way? I'll kind of walk through why Pennsylvania is so important in a second. But I want to start with the state of Arizona. We are expecting a new batch of votes from Maricopa County in about 20, 30 minutes. We'll get them from Kyung La, who's on the ground there, our colleague. Why does Maricopa County matter? Maricopa County, about 60% of the state's population. Right now, Joe Biden, 51% to 46%. However, and this is important because over the course of the night, pull it back out, over the course of the day, Joe Biden's lead in this state has gone from about 220,000 votes to where it sits right now, 79,000 votes. And it has narrowed. The last batch that came in from Maricopa County, Donald Trump narrowed the lead again. The way things stand right now, if Donald Trump hits between 55 and 57% of everything that comes in that's outstanding in the state, he can tie or take the lead in the state of Arizona.
Quick question.
Yep.
For folks at home watching, blue obviously usually means Biden does better there. If the president keeps doing proportionately better every time votes come in from Maricopa, why is it blue and not red?
Well,
because he's still ahead.
Because he's still ahead. But here's an important point. You bring up an important contextual point, because over the course, we talked about it relentlessly when we were on this morning. Why this matters, the composition of what's coming in has been crucial, right? If you watch what happened in Pennsylvania when that turned from red to blue, if you watch what happened in Michigan when it turned from red to blue, why? Because the outstanding vote was mail-in ballots. It was absentee ballots, and absentee ballots have skewed so heavily towards Democrats across the country. Here's the wild card with the state of Arizona. In Maricopa, a lot of the outstanding vote right now is late mail-in or late drop-off ballots, Monday, Tuesday drop-off ballots or mail-in. Those have actually leaned more Republican. Those have leaned more Republican. It's a little bit different. Arizona is a much heavier vote-by-mail state. They know how to do it. They've done it for several cycles. So those have leaned more Republican. And that is why the Trump campaign was so furious when other networks were calling the race for Joe Biden, why they have maintained that they have a pathway here. And they are right. If you look at what's outstanding right now, Maricopa County, only 83% reporting. We expect about 100,000 more votes to come in here. That might be a little bit low, a little bit more than that as well. We expect about 17,000, 18,000 more votes to come in here in Pima. This is a Democratic stronghold. You expect this to go a little bit more Biden. But if you're the Trump campaign right now, you have your eyes on Maricopa. It is obviously the most populous part of the entire country, or of the entire state. You know a lot more vote is coming in, and you believe you have a pathway based on that vote if you hit your margins. This margin for Joe Biden, Arizona is over. Even if Donald Trump wins the outstanding vote 51, 52%, Joe Biden wins the state of Arizona. What Donald Trump needs to do with what we see here, when Kyung Law gives us the numbers here in about 20 minutes, is he hitting 56, 57%? That keeps him on track. We'll wait and see. We don't know the entire composition, but that's why we're watching. That's why this is narrowed, and that's why nobody over here has called this state yet. Donald Trump is still very much has a pathway here.
Right. Well, you're making the right point about checking in with Kyung La to find out what's happening. Kyung La is in Maricopa County. Very busy there, not just for the counting, Kyung, but you've had drama. You have protesters outside. Okay. It's obviously going to be something that the people counting have to worry about when they go home. Take it. What do you have?
Okay, so we are just being told that this building is now going to close. So we are the last news organization allowed to do a live shot here. I want to start here because this is what it's about. This is American democracy. What you are seeing here are the good people of the Maricopa County Elections Department doing the count. This is the tedious at times, long, hard work of counting the ballots, making sure the information is correct. I'm going to swing you over this way. This is my producer, Kim Berryman. She's talking about how we're going to get out of this building. There's an exit plan being formed because what's happening beyond those doors right there, and you can see that that is closed up, that shade has been dropped, is that outside there is a very sizable protest. If you look at the aerial pictures from our affiliate, it's very big. This is a small parking lot. This protest has been going on for some time now. It has fluctuated in time, but it is sizable, as you can see. The other concern
we're showing it to people
here,
at home, Kyung, just so you know. We're showing them what's going on. And that's what I want you to talk about, is how do the people who are doing the job feel about what awaits them outside? And how is it affecting what they're doing?
I mean, okay, so let's start here. I mean, these people parked in that parking lot. How are they going to get the cars out of there? That number one, when they finish this count, because we are expecting a count in about 20 minutes, a look at what's happening to the ballots here, what could help figure out where the 11 electoral votes are going to go. So they're here for a while. We don't know how they're going to leave. We frankly, as we look at some of the officers heading out that way to try to figure out what to do as law enforcement with this large crowd, and I should add, that this is a crowd that is armed. There are a number of people out there who have been seen with long guns, with semi-automatic rifles, because this is an open carry state. So there are a lot of security concerns. Plus,
so Kyung,
trying to
are
keep
they
these people
leaving?
safe inside.
Kyung, are they leaving now because of the risk, or is it closing time? And what does it mean about beginning the count again tomorrow from that location?
From what I can sort of piece together, because this was happening in the very few moments right before I joined you here, this work is going to continue. Again, 20 minutes from now, we are expecting the numbers to be released on time via press release, and everything is running smoothly on that end. The work here isn't stopping. There are no problems inside. The problems are happening outside, and just trying to keep things under control so that this work can continue.
What's the beef for the people outside? What is their message?
You know, there's a lot of chanting, a lot of slogans that we've heard before. They're talking about count the vote, stop the vote, that they want Trump. A lot of flags being waved, Trump flags. We heard people singing YMCA for a little while. So it's just a number of different songs and slogans.
All right.
As this keeps continuing.
All right, last thing, and then you got to find your way out of there, and I'll talk to you from some other location if you want, or you just call in and give us the information. But how do we get the information from the Arizona state officials tonight if it's not going to come from you in that building?
We are told that they will get it to us somehow via press release.
Okay.
And so that'll probably happen electronically. As soon as we get it,
Okay.
We're going to bring it to you.
All right, good. Safety first. I hate that that's an issue right now, to be honest. It's not like you're at a situation where it's supposed to be high tension. This is supposed to be democracy in action. Take care of yourself and the team. Send our best. I'll talk to you when you get out. Kyung, thank you very much. I got to tell you, Mr. President, I can't believe that you'd be happy with that on your behalf. Literally chilling a democracy that is fundamental to how we pick our next president. Is that the atmosphere you want for what makes America great again? What a question for you to answer. It'd be great to hear it. So let's go back to the wall. That's going to be a problem, right? Because now you got people doing their job under stress. Now they're leaving. Now they come back. Maybe it's going to be delayed. And we really have to know, because how Arizona goes will make a difference.
Well, and I think the president would like Arizona to continue to count their ballots. Because right now, if
the guy has a chance to win, and his chance to win when it's trending the right way is being compromised by his own people chilling and scaring the people who are doing the counting that might make a difference for the president himself. I mean, that is why very often anger is irrational. It's not even productive for your own aims here. And just to circle back before we move on, every time we've gotten a dump from Maricopa today, it has been good for President Trump in terms of the ratio of balloting, and we have to keep going and watch. Other than Maricopa, how many other areas to watch?
Pima is kind of the big outstanding one that we're looking for. I think we've seen somewhere between 17,000 and 19,000 votes we expect to come in here. We expect it to come in Democrat. We expect a lot of that to be actual in-person, is my understanding, which should also lean more heavily Democrat. So Joe Biden, if you're looking at what's outstanding right now, the vast majority of it's coming from Maricopa, but Pima is a Democratic stronghold. And I think there's some thought right now that what comes in from Pima will lean towards Biden. I think the bottom line here in Arizona is we just don't know.
Right.
We don't know what's coming in. We don't know the total composition of it, when it was dropped off, how it was actually cast entirely. We know the majority of it's coming from Maricopa. We know Maricopa right now is leaning Biden, but we also know that Maricopa, just go back to 2016, used to be a Republican stronghold in this state. Obviously, we talked about it a lot. It shifted demographically. It shifted on education side of things, and Democrats have taken advantage of that. But there's a Republican vote in the county of Maricopa, and we, as you noted, over the course of the last couple of batches, it has leaned towards President Trump.
So, Phil, how do you want to game it going forward? Do we want to look at the big board in terms of what happens depending on who wins this state?
I want to go to a couple states that are still outstanding, and then we can kind of we can start showing pathways. And what I first want to go to is Georgia. Because when we were talking last night into this morning, Georgia was a significant lead for President Trump, somewhere between 250 and 300,000 votes. Look where it is right now. It is at 31,748 votes. There's 95% reporting. And what we have seen over the course of this day, as this lead has narrowed and narrowed and narrowed, is the vast majority of the vote is coming from Democratic strongholds. The vast majority of the vote was coming from Fulton County. The vast majority of the vote is coming from DeKalb County. The outstanding vote right now is coming from a place like DeKalb County. Look at the margin in DeKalb right now. Look at the margin in DeKalb. A lot of it is coming from vote by mail. That is skewed heavily Democratic
83-16.
in a very, very Democratic county. So, for example, right now, there's about 95,000 votes that we believe are outstanding in the state of Georgia. So you look at this, you look at all the red, you say, okay, well, how does Joe Biden end up getting 65, 66% of that?
Right.
Well, I'll give you an example. Fulton County just dropped a batch of votes, about 25,000 votes just a short while ago. It went 80-20 Biden. It went 80-20 Biden. If those types of margins hold, 65% of the remaining outstanding vote isn't out of the question. So what that means right now, let's take this down and show where this outstanding vote, 95% left. You have a couple of the suburbs around Atlanta. You talked about DeKalb. Go down here. Go down here as well, 89% Rockdale, pretty heavily Democratic. Go over here, Clayton County, hugely Democratic, still about 16% outstanding. So the bulk of the vote, we've been talking about this over the course of the last 15, 16 hours, the bulk of the outstanding vote is coming from Democratic strongholds. The bulk of the outstanding vote is coming vote by mail, and it is leaning heavily towards Joe Biden right now. And so what we don't know is if what's remaining will break 65, 66% to Biden. What we do know is based on the batches that we've seen over the course of the last several hours, that is not out of the realm of possibility at all.
Right. And a question that keeps coming up is, well, if there's 95% in, why are there so many boxes? Because there are a lot of counties in Georgia. There are, what, 160? How many? There's like 160 counties in Georgia. If you hit one of the counties, we'll know exactly how many there are. 159 counties. So you have a lot of places that haven't fully reported, but they're very small groups of population. So we have to watch them. But that's why there's so many.
And this is actually a good point, because this proves, what this shows is actually interesting. You pull into Dodge County, not a huge amount of vote here. There's still 71% in right now, which means there's vote outstanding here too. This vote would likely go to President Trump. Right. Depends on composition, of course. There's Democrats here as well. Could be vote by mail, could lean a little bit more heavily. We've seen some of that. However, even if this goes to President Trump for the remaining that's outstanding, it's 2,000 votes. It's not a huge margin. What Democrats have in the state is the outstanding vote. The majority of it is coming from their strongholds. The majority of it is vote by mail. And that's
bigger
why,
population centers.
If you're the Biden campaign, not unlike President Trump in Arizona, you have a pathway in Georgia right now. You might actually feel good about your pathway in Georgia right now, but we're going to have to wait and see. And that brings me to Pennsylvania.
Well, hold on a second. Let's do that. Let's get some context from Georgia, the way we did with Kyung-Hwa in Arizona. And also remember, just for context, this other criticism that, the states are this close, it can't be right. Well, be very clear. The president won in Wisconsin in 2016. He had it was by 20-something thousand votes. In Michigan, he won by 10,000 votes. So it was tight then also. You have more states that are tight. Why? Because we're entrenched in our divisions. This country is divided. There is a lot of energy on opposite sides of the political spectrum. What will that mean for us? We're going to have to pick the man first, and then we'll figure out what message best resonates and gets people moving back into common cause again. So if Atlanta is going to be bringing in votes tonight, how many, what pace, what's the timeline? Nick Valencia is in Atlanta. It's great to see you, my friend. What do we know about what kind of information we may get and when?
Yeah, a real sense of urgency here. We're on the razor's edge in Atlanta with not many votes left to count. I just did speak to Regina Waller, who gave me an update saying that though they had expected to stop here at 3 a.m. Eastern this morning, they've now decided to go until the job is done here tonight. They also gave us an update on how many absentee ballots they remained to be counted. Just about an hour ago, they told us 20,000 votes remained in Fulton. Now that has gone down by 3,000 votes, 17,000 absentee mail-ins. All of those votes, we're not sure, but the big question is, are there enough Democratic votes to push this into favor of Joe Biden? That remains the outstanding question. We know throughout the night, throughout the last 24 hours, that these mail-in ballots that have been counted have tended to favor Joe Biden. It is not clear, though, how that's going to break down as they come in. But an update just a little while ago, Chris, Fulton County going to do it till the job is done. That margin 24 hours ago for President Trump was about 102,000 votes. Right now, it is around 30,000. So you could tell just how important this district, this county is for contender Joe Biden. We're hoping to get some updates tonight. The Secretary of State says they're not going to release any more information or make any other statements, but those counting will continue to go on. I'm going to step out of the way so you can see a little bit of the action behind me here, Chris. We want to be clear, the counting is not happening right here. This is a group of people this is the first stage of counting. They process the ballots, making sure that they're coming in clean, and then they're taken to an off-site location where then they're processed. But these are individuals who have been working all night, so you have to wonder, if human error is taking a factor at all or playing a factor, these are people who have been working well throughout the night. Not many breaks here either. Again, a real sense of urgency here in Fulton County as they are continuing to count the ballots that are still outstanding. Chris?
Hey, Nick, give me that take one more time in terms of how the procedure works. So the people who are behind you seem to be taking things out, unfolding them, and putting them into stacks. What is the process here? What are they doing? Then what happens? So she's not counting the vote? She's basically correlating them?
That's right.
Collating them?
Essentially, yeah, they are adjudicated at an off-site location. If there's a question about whether or not one of these ballots has a discrepancy, you have one Republican monitor, one Democratic monitor. If they agree that it's unanimous between them, the ballot moves on, it's counted. If there's a discrepancy, they bring in a third party who decides to make the decision on whether that ballot is accepted or not. So to be clear, Chris, they are not counting the ballots here. This is just the first stage in the process. To get the ballot counted is adjudicated then at an off-site location.
All right, so that ballot is seen as okay. She takes the stack of them, just looking at the one woman behind you, and then where they go somewhere else and somebody actually counts the vote.
That's right. It goes to a third party site, an off-site location where they are counted, and they're going through a lot. I mentioned about an hour ago, they said there was 20,000 absentee ballots remaining. At this point, 17,000, not very many left to count here. Across the state, according to the Secretary of State, an update an hour ago, they said 90,000 absentee votes across the state. We're waiting to get an update on that as well, Chris.
I appreciate it, Nick. Thank you very much. If you hear anything about what's happening or any change in the timeline or the volume, let us know, and I'll come right back to you. Appreciate you. I have to tell you, how do you feel about them burning the... So what's the big headline? In Georgia, in this main county that matters in terms of population density for Democrats, Fulton County, which is the seat obviously has Atlanta in it, they're going to work throughout the night. 3 in the morning Eastern, they'll keep counting. They have 17,000 votes to go through just there. Obviously, if it was only 17,000 votes left, the race would be over. But that's tedious work, what they're doing there. You know, just because it's simple doesn't mean that it doesn't get tedious and exhausting. We have to balance how fast we want to get the result with how accurate that result is. And when you have a lot of human beings putting their hands on things and putting them in piles and having to put them somewhere else where another human being, you know, you get human error pretty quickly. You know, when we see recounts, you and I have been through them, the numbers change almost every time they recount because of human error.
Human error occurs, but I also think it's important to note that, one, these are people that are volunteering. They're volunteering out of the goodness of their heart and their willingness
civic duty
to do the civic duty, but also that the campaigns are on the ground, right? The campaigns are in these areas. They have a sense of what's going on. They're not blind to what's happening to some degree. Both sides have opportunities to see what's going on here. And I think that underscores that, look, you want people to take the time. You want people to go through the process. You saw how deliberate, and that was just the process of taking everything out and moving the process forward. You know, there's been a lot of loose talk from certain sectors about how this vote count goes, what should be counted, how it should be counted, everything like that. The consistent message, we've talked to a number of secretaries of state over the course of the last couple of days, has been the process has been smooth. The results have been coming in. It might not be as fast as people would want, right? We would all like it by 11 p.m. on election night. But they're coming in, they're consistent, it's smooth. And up to this point, we haven't seen any major mishaps. We haven't seen any major problems. We certainly haven't seen any big reports of fraud or anything like that. It underscores that the system, to this point, as we've seen, despite the fact that it's just real humans, everyday people that are going through this process, the system is working. And it might take some time, particularly with the amount of vote by mail, but the system's working.
Right, and I got to tell you, I'm just bothered by what we saw in Maricopa County. If you don't like what's happening with this process because you're laboring under a misunderstanding of how our democracy works, why mess with the people who are just like you, who are volunteering to do a nice job for the rest of us? Go find the Secretary of State's office. Go find the governor or the lieutenant governor. Go after them if you're unhappy about what's happening in the state. Don't bother these people who are breaking their hump to do something that's good for the rest of us. Somebody else should be giving you that message, but you should know it yourselves. All right, so if there's 17,000 in that one county, what does that tell us about, we'll get that number in. You're going to have to know more from Georgia. They're working until 3 o'clock in the morning. We probably won't know tonight.
It depends on how the other counties report, right? Like Fulton obviously is going to work straight through. Nick just said it in terms of when they report. We'll have to wait and see.
Arizona, we probably won't know tonight, but we'll get more information.
A lot more information.
Georgia, we may not know tonight, but we'll get more information. Where does that take us?
Well, one more thing I just want to contextualize the 17,000 that's left over. That's obviously dropped a little bit. And what does this mean when you're talking about the overall margin right now? Fulton County, obviously a Democratic stronghold. You look at the margin, 72-26. The last batch that came in from Fulton, we just talked about it, went 80-20. 80-20. And if 80-20 sits with the vote that's coming in, this 17,000 and what's in DeKalb and what else is outstanding right now, Joe Biden's got a path. So that's one important thing to look at here. There's still some red counties out there as well. We'll see what happens, but Georgia is
So on the
Look,
17,000, that
this
would
is the
be
Fulton
about...
vote that just came in. The batch that just came in, 3,000 votes less on the lead because it dropped 80-20
All right.
to Vice
So
President
right
Biden.
here on our watch, we just saw the number in Georgia. The spread dropped from 30-something thousand to 28,000. We know that they're counting 17,000 ballots in Fulton County right now, which is where Atlanta is. If it breaks 80-20 the way we've been seeing, as Phil suggests, that'd be about 13,000 votes. Harry, that's your job, by the way, to count what that number would have been. Harry Enton is supposed to be doing the calculations. But it would be about another 13,000 votes for Biden. So 4 or so thousand for the president. So he would net like 9, and this number would go down. We got to keep watching.
Just keep watching. Keep watching. But that brings me to Pennsylvania. It's the other state we're watching right now. And why are we watching this state? What did we do throughout the course of this morning? We looked at Wisconsin. We looked at Michigan. We watched Donald Trump have very large leads. We watched those leads start to whittle away because the vote by mail that was counted after the Election Day vote, which went heavily Democratic, rolled in and ate away at those leads progressively over the course of the night. As that count came in, Wisconsin has been called for Vice President Biden. Michigan has been called for Vice President Biden. This morning, when we were last here, this lead was at 650,000 votes for Donald Trump. Right now, it is at 164,000 votes, 50.7% to 48.1%. There are roughly between 700 and 800,000 ballots outstanding right now. So where are those ballots? What did we see in Wisconsin and Michigan? You went to the biggest counties. Wayne County in Michigan, Milwaukee County in Wisconsin, and you watched them eat away at that margin almost single-handedly in each of those states. Philadelphia County, 70% in right now. That means 30% of this vote is outstanding. This is a 79-19, 79-20, if you want to round up a little bit, margin right here. This is a significant amount of vote that's still outstanding in Philadelphia County. This is a significant amount of vote that is going to lean heavily Democratic. This is a significant amount of vote that's vote by mail. The reality right now, not unlike what we saw in Michigan and like we saw in Wisconsin, is when you go through these kind of stronger counties for Democrats, Montgomery County, most of it's in, got about 5% outstanding. We'll see some more here. Move over here to Chester County, Democratic County, about 5% left over here. Move over even to Pittsburgh, Allegheny County. There's a decent amount outstanding last time I checked. Right now, about 11%. Tighter margin.
Any big pot of Republican votes?
So here's the issue here, and we saw this last night in both Michigan and Wisconsin. I'll take this down and show you what's outstanding. You'll see red counties, and these are red counties of strength for President Trump. This is Western Pennsylvania, and you look at that margin, not a huge state. You say, all right, you got 28% left here. If it stays at this margin, that's going to be a couple thousand votes perhaps the president picks up. Here's the difference, and we saw this repeatedly. Remember in Wisconsin, we were doing Kenosha, we were doing Brown County, those are Republican counties.
The president strings them together.
The vote, well, no, but on the vote by mail, when it came in, even in those Republican counties.
It was disproportionately Democrat.
Disproportionately Democrat.
Right.
Now, we don't know that. The composition is what's up in the air right now, but what I'm saying here is, based on what's outstanding right now, you've got strongholds in southeastern Pennsylvania for Democrats. Allegheny's come in a little bit more here, but in the Pittsburgh area, over here as well. Even where you see red, if it's coming in vote by mail, it is still leaning largely Democratic. Now, we don't know, given how much is left outstanding, how much of it is Democratic, but the reality in Pennsylvania, as they continue to process their votes, as they continue to report the votes as they come in, is this lead has shrunk by about 500,000 votes. And right now, Joe Biden is looking at a similar pathway that he saw in Wisconsin and Michigan. Now, can he close the deal like he did in Wisconsin and Michigan? We will have to wait and see. But when you talk to Democrats in the state, they feel like they have a very real pathway here, a very real pathway.
Right.
But they're Democrats in the state.
Yeah, I know.
The Trump campaign will tell you we're winning every state here as well. So
they have a pathway. It's true. And remember, there's an X factor here. There is litigation here. It's went to the Supreme Court twice. But Pennsylvania put in a rule to allow 3 more days for mail-in ballots to arrive after the election date, as long as they were postmarked by Election Day. The president's legal team is saying it should have never happened. That's the decision that he's been talking about. They want to challenge it again. So there's an X factor. How many ballots like that come in? They're going to be separated but counted. So we won't know Pennsylvania for sure tonight, to be sure. Phil, thank you very much for setting the table. As always, let's take a quick break. The numbers have been changing again. We're looking for new information in Arizona and in Georgia. Those states very well could make the difference. All right, you see the state of play there, 253 to 213. We're looking at pathways to victory. We're just checking in with Georgia. There is some votes that have come in there. We're trying to get the reporting straight on it to figure it out, but the margin is shrinking. The president is still ahead in Georgia. Paths to victory. Where are we in terms of how many and how various?
Look, we can dig into the weeds of counties. We can dig into the weeds of vote by mail, what's outstanding. This is what matters. This and who can get above 270 electoral votes is what matters. As it currently stands, as you noted, 253 for Joe Biden, 214 for Donald Trump. This is what we've called. Everything that's filled in is what has been called. And I will go ahead, for the sake of gaming this out, go ahead and say Alaska is pretty much likely going to go to President Trump.
Okay.
So here's where things stand. We can actually, I'm going to go ahead and give North Carolina. You noted earlier, it's pretty static. The lead has not changed. It has been sizable. Give North Carolina to President Trump, too. That puts it 253, 232. Here's the question. If you are the Trump campaign, what is your pathway? The Trump campaign says, we believe we have a shot in Arizona. The Trump campaign says, we're trailing in Nevada by 7,000 votes. We closed that up over the course of yesterday. When the results come in tomorrow, I think 9 a.m. West Coast time is when we're going to start seeing things. We think we're going to close the gap in Nevada. Close the gap in Nevada. What are you doing right now if you're the Trump campaign? You are not happy with what you're seeing in the state of Pennsylvania, and here's why. If you put this map as it is right now, you give President Trump North Carolina, you give President Trump Nevada, you give President Trump Arizona. These two are not certainties at all. Joe Biden still leads in both of these places. Joe Biden can still win in both of these places. And yet, if Joe Biden wins the state of Pennsylvania, Joe Biden has 273 electoral votes. The point being, if Joe Biden matches what he did in Wisconsin and matches what he did in Michigan and makes up all of that outstanding vote in the state of Pennsylvania, that's all he needs. That's all he needs. Now, if President Trump holds him off in the state of Pennsylvania, President Trump holds him off in the state of Pennsylvania, then he would have to win Nevada, he would have to win Arizona, and he would have to hold off Joe Biden in the state of Georgia. So let's be very clear. President Trump still has a pathway. President Trump still has a pathway to 270 electoral votes. There's been a lot of the talk throughout the day.
So he has to win one or both of these.
He has to win pretty much the entire map from here on out.
But I'm saying why we are watching Arizona. If the president were to lose Arizona, does he still have a pathway?
It's very, very borderline no. Let's walk. So if the president loses Arizona, he has a pathway. Right? This is the pathway.
Yeah, okay,
he has to win Pennsylvania.
He
has to win Georgia.
And North Carolina.
He has to win
and Nevada.
Expect North Carolina and Nevada. So Arizona is not, if he loses Arizona, there's still a pathway. The problem when you look at the map, if you're the Trump campaign, is you're trailing in Arizona, you're trailing in Nevada.
Only 7,000 votes.
Only 7,000 votes. That's the point. This is the other combination for the Biden campaign. The two states you're leading in right now, Arizona and Nevada, if you win them.
Oh, so you win those two,
look,
and then you win.
You're at 270.
Even
if you lose Georgia, which is tightening, even if you lose Pennsylvania, which is tightening. The point being, if you're the Biden campaign, you have multiple pathways. If you're the Trump campaign, you are on a high wire act right now, and you cannot afford to take one false step off.
Now, let me ask you something. When we're looking at these other states, there's something happens when we do this every time where you start to get locked into different biases, not meaning who you want, but how you see things. We keep focusing on Pennsylvania as a place that Biden may win. And I think a lot of people are confused. Why, when it is the biggest spread that he has been facing, even though it's contracting, why isn't Georgia the best bet? You know, why is Pennsylvania a better bet for Biden than Georgia?
So to be clear, I'm not ranking what I think. What I think here. I'm going off what numbers are right now, and I'm going off the experience that we had this morning. You know, it was quite an acute experience when you watched how Wisconsin shifted and how Michigan shifted. Pennsylvania, very similar in how they count votes, very similar in what's outstanding. They count vote by mail after they counted. The vote by mail went heavily Democratic, and the vote by mail was largely from Democratic strongholds. Same type of DNA in terms of the outstanding vote, the composition of the vote, and when it came in as Michigan and Wisconsin, both of which went blue. Same type of kind of progression that we've seen over the course of this day as we saw in Michigan and Wisconsin, where hundreds of thousands of votes that made up a lead for President Trump were slowly throughout the course of time, as votes got counted, whittled away as those properly mailed-in votes were counted properly, started to go Democratic, and eventually flipped for both. So that's why you look at Pennsylvania like that. That doesn't mean Pennsylvania is more likely to go blue than Georgia, or Georgia is more likely to go blue than Pennsylvania. It doesn't mean that President Trump's not going to win Pennsylvania or Georgia right now. President Trump has pathways in both. He has leads in both, not unlike how Biden has leads in Arizona and Nevada. What it does mean, though, is when you look at the outstanding vote in Georgia and where it comes from, and when you look at the outstanding vote in Pennsylvania and where it comes from, there are pathways for the Biden campaign. They might be fairly clear pathways right now, and we'll have to see how the vote comes in. I think the bigger question right now, there's a series of questions of which we don't have answers to right now. Obviously Pennsylvania, obviously Georgia. We're about to find out right now in Arizona, not who's going to win the state, but how this breaks down and whether or not Joe Biden can hold on to his lead. And then Nevada, we'll find out tomorrow.
All right, so let's bootstrap your already cogent case, Counselor, about Pennsylvania and the DNA of how things work there and why it portends a potential change in the state of play there from the president, maybe to Joe Biden. Kristen Powers is at our voting desk and looking at it. Kristen Holmes is looking at it from the desk. Sorry about that. I'm all tired. We're all tired, Kristen. I apologize. So you're looking at it at the voting desk. Take us deeper into Pennsylvania, please, with an analysis of what's outstanding and how the state of play there may play to Biden's favor.
That's right. And I do want to start with this. I have been talking to Pennsylvania officials all day long, and they are feeling very good about the numbers in that state. So when it comes to mail-in ballots, there are still 765,000 outstanding mail-in ballots that need to be counted. Remember this, 2.6 million absentee mail-in ballots were sent in to the state of Pennsylvania. They were not able to start processing, to start counting until 7 a.m. yesterday, and we knew there were going to be huge delays in the state because of that. Now, in particular, we're looking at Philadelphia. This margin right here, 120,000 mail-in ballots left to be counted. As we know, Philadelphia here is a Democratic stronghold. We expect these numbers to come in for Biden, and we do want to go over why we expect that in particular. Does every single mail-in ballot end up going Democratic? No. But in the state of Pennsylvania, it's interesting statistic here. 70% of registered Democrats, the mail-in ballots were from 70% of registered Democrats, whereas only 20% were registered Republicans. And as we've been watching these returns come in, as you and Phil have been talking about this, I mean, we saw a 700,000 vote margin last night. It is getting infinitely smaller as we are seeing more and more of these votes come in. And it's really starting to align with that 70% number that we saw. Again, is every mail-in ballot mean that it is a Democratic vote? Absolutely not. But they are skewing Democratic, particularly in the state of Pennsylvania. So that's what we're watching closely. The other one to watch here is, I'm going to go back to my last map and just show you, we're still waiting for the final results out of Allegheny County. That is another Democratic stronghold. We do not have all of the mail-in ballots that have been counted there. Another one we're watching closely, see if we'll get those results later tonight. And I want to mention one other thing about Philadelphia. I'm sorry, I forgot this when I was on there. We are told that they might have a big update overnight. So as we're waiting for Arizona, potentially Georgia, we also keep our eye on Philadelphia. Chris?
Kristen Holmes, thank you very much. Appreciate it. So Arizona, Georgia, and Pennsylvania, and now we understand better why. Our thanks to Kristen for that. Phil, you put those numbers into the hopper. We'll figure out what it means for the state of play. Let's take a break. We're going to keep our eyes on these states. We're expecting new information, so please stay with us.
All right, so we've been looking at the vote totals come in and all the counties around all the country and all the states. I want to bring in, let's have a conversation and talk about what people are talking about at home as they're sitting here watching us, talking to their friends, texting. Some of my friends are here, Bakari Sellers, Alice Stewart, Ryan Lizza. We have been texting as well. Alice, I got to ask you, as you've been sitting here and we've been watching what's happening in Georgia, we've been watching what's happening in Pennsylvania, and even Nevada and Arizona. What path does the president has one path? How do you feel about that?
I do think it's strong in Georgia, and there's several factors that play here. I grew up in DeKalb County, spent most of my childhood driving into Fulton County to see the Braves games, and I can tell you those counties are certainly critical for any election, and absolutely this one. And it's important to count all the ballots, and it's encouraging to see that. There's also another pocket of votes that are important down in Savannah and Chatham County. And what's happening is we're wanting people to count all the ballots, but we have the Georgia Republican Party. I've got friends at the Secretary of State's office in Georgia, as well as the Republican Party of Georgia. And the Republican Party is keeping a close eye on a lot of these places where they're counting the ballots. There has been some concern about how the ballots are being handled, but the good thing, Dawn, and we can all agree, is reassurance from the Secretary of State, as we're hearing from Secretaries of State across the country, is that every legal ballot will be counted, every legitimate ballot will be counted, and we just need to be patient and wait and let the officials do their job. And as we've said, a lot of these folks we're seeing in this video, these are volunteers. They're doing it out of their civic duty to help in our democracy, which is precious and valuable for all Americans, but we just need to be patient.
That makes what's happening in Arizona, though, all the more disturbing, because these people are volunteering. They're doing their civic duty and doing something that many of us wouldn't do, right? I think these are the ultimate American patriots who are out there trying to make sure that that everyone's right to vote, our constitutional right, is handled properly. It is disturbing to see what's happening, Bakari, in Arizona with these protesters, because they should be out cheering these people on, not trying to stop the vote.
It's a good bit of irony. I'm kind of confused. I want to tell Trump supporters to pick your struggle. Like, you're in Maricopa County, you're at the place where they're counting ballots, you're telling them to count ballots, you're chanting literally, count the ballots, and then in other states you're saying, stop the count. I'm so confused by the struggle that many of these Trump supporters want to choose. But Don, one of the themes of tonight, what all of my friends are talking about, what we're all texting each other about, is the fact that Joe Biden is on the brink of being president of the United States. And again, it's black folk in Milwaukee. It's black folk in Philadelphia. It's black folk in Detroit. It's black folk in Atlanta turning up like it's Freaknik again in the mid-90s. I mean, it is black people who are coming out again, who are about to save a democracy that simply has not loved them back over decades, over years, over centuries. And so I think that while the Democrats, while we have done a lot of bedwetting, while we have a lot of consternation over the past, last night I received so many text messages, I just told people to go to sleep. I think that you're on the verge of having a new day, but it's the same coalition that brought you here. And so while Trump supporters are not picking a struggle, while in certain states they want us to count the ballots, in other states they want us to stop the count, I think that what Alice and I, and Ryan as well, will all agree with is simply this. Every legal ballot should be counted and let the chips fall where they may, if that's Philadelphia or if that's Phoenix.
Yeah. Hey, Ryan, listen, if you look at Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, I'm going to read off some things here, because in Nevada, postmarked ballots can be counted if received by November 10th, right? And then you have Arizona, where the Secretary of State might not get the final results until Friday. And then you know what's happening in Arizona. We've been showing the pictures all night. And then Georgia, a candidate can ask for a recount, and the margin of victory is less than 0.5%. And then you got, Pennsylvania, certain things there, in North Carolina. But then now the Trump folks are saying, legal, legal, legal. We're going to take this to the courts. When I know, Alice just mentioned, well, there's some concern about what's happening in Georgia, but there's no evidence that there is any fraud or anything untoward going on when it comes to counting these ballots.
No, there's not so far. I mean, I think they're pursuing two things. They're pursuing a kind of public campaign that's just throwing out accusations of a rigged election and fraud without backing that up in any way. When they actually file some of these lawsuits, some of the law, you can't go into court with just, a complete BS argument. So they do have some things they're saying.
But also, Ryan, if you believe that you're going to win, right? They're saying, well, we feel strongly about this, we feel strongly about that. Why not just let the ballots be counted if you think you're going to win? It doesn't. It's a counterintuitive.
The whole legal challenge is about preventing the mail-in balloting that was expanded in all of these states because of the pandemic, is preventing, in various states, in various ways, trying to prevent those ballots from being counted because they are likely to be more democratic. That's what's going on in Pennsylvania. That's what the case that went up to the Supreme Court and came back down because the state is allowing 3 days after Election Day to get those ballots in if they're postmarked. Kayleigh McEnany was on another network saying they should all just be thrown out. So you have the Trump campaign on the record now saying that legitimate ballots that are where local law says they are legitimate should be thrown out. And as Bakari said, you have them pursuing two different strategies: count them here, don't count them there. I remember covering the 2000 recount when the Bush campaign, they would not pursue legal arguments where they contradicted each other in one place and another. That was a sort of quainter time, I guess.
Yeah. Well, they wanted Florida because they wanted one single argument that could stand up rather than contradicting each other in different states. I want you guys to stand by because we want to talk about some of the legal ramifications and what's going on. I mean, Chris, I saw an email come over today where Trump surrogates were holding impromptu press conferences and talking about reasons why all these ballots should be thrown out and why they're going to court. There should be legal action. And it was one of the most absurd things that I'd ever read in an email, their rationale for lawsuits in these states.
Legally, they are unimpressive. What they are playing on is fear.
Well, they do have the right to ask for recounts. I'm not right.
Absolutely. If they have a vote spread that is within a certain margin, you have a right to ask for a recount. But that's not what they're arguing.
Right.
They may argue that in states, and that would be completely consistent with the democracy. But what they're saying is basically, we don't like the system, and because we don't like it, we're going to say not just that we don't like it, but that makes it illegal that we don't like it. Now, what does that sound like?
You can't say I'm going to abide by the Constitution and the laws and, everyone should be given their right to vote and then tell people, but we need to stop certain votes from being counted. It does not make sense.
It doesn't make sense, and there's no reason to even analyze it in that high-minded way. It's just, I'll tell you who says something like that. Donald Trump.
Right.
Donald Trump says, I don't like what Don Lemon reported. I'm going to sue him, sue CNN, and sue everybody else. When I investigated his net worth a decade or so ago with Chris Vlasto, the head of investigations at ABC News, and the whole team there, Donald Trump threatened to sue not just us for the reporting, because he didn't like what we were reporting about his net worth. I smile because I still can't believe this happened. He threatened to sue me, Vlasto, my parents, in the letter saying he wants to sue my mother, damning me back to the womb for doing the reporting.
Chris, I'm not
surprised.
surprised.
That's how he thinks.
He's very litigious, and that is, he's also encouraged people around him to be the same way, and even his supporters. And it's just absolutely ridiculous. As you know, you and I both know, he gets into these lawsuits. He waits it out for people to spend a lot of money hoping that they're going to settle, and that's really how he gets through them, doesn't pay them, what have you. That is the reporting. And you have witnessed that through your reporting. So I'm not surprised that you're saying that. It is ridiculous, but I'm not surprised.
So let's do this. The instruction from both of us has been, you got to ignore the noise, all right? So we're going to pot down the noise. We're going to pot up the boys, as in David Boies. Oh, we remember him, a brilliant litigator. He represented Al Gore in the famous/infamous, based on your perspective, case in 2000, Bush v. Gore. Counselor, thank you for joining us to go through the permutations of thought of any potential litigation here.
Good to be with you.
Their main one is, hey, this is the same as Bush v. Gore, so Democrats should be fine with this. You have these states all doing different crazy things with these ballots, and they're early votes, and they're rife with fraud, and they're all doing it different ways. It's horrible. It's unconstitutional. You, sir.
Well, remember, first of all, every state can do it differently. The Constitution provides that. The argument in Bush v. Gore was that within a state, you had to do it consistently. And there's not any argument here that any state is doing something inconsistently within that state. But the Constitution enables states to make up whatever rules they want within reason, as long as they don't discriminate, in terms of how to select the electors. States, for example, can have mail-in ballots or not mail-in ballots.
Right.
They can have the mail-in ballots due on election day, or they can give them, like Nevada does, an extra week. That's entirely up to the individual states. So the argument that different states are doing it differently is legally irrelevant here.
So the next poll in the tent of their potential litigation is, oh yeah, look at Pennsylvania. The legislature didn't come up with that rule. Some court did. And that's not fair. And now they just created this safe harbor for early votes to come in days after the election, rife with opportunities for fraud when you do this. The more time you give, the more chance for fraud.
They've made this argument twice to the United States Supreme Court, and both times the United States Supreme Court has rejected it. And it's rejected it for a very simple reason, and that is that courts all the time in elections adapt the rules that legislatures have enacted. For example, it's routine when something happens that makes it useful to do so. Courts extend the voting deadline. Polls are supposed to close at 7. They keep it open to 8, 9, 10 o'clock at night in order to allow people to vote. For example, in this election, the Trump campaign went into Clark County, Nevada, to get the court to keep the polls open an extra hour. Analytically, there's no difference between having a court say we're going to modify the legislatively enacted poll closing hour and say we're going to allow people an extra time to get their ballots in because there's a problem with the post office or a problem with COVID-19.
Well, it's interesting you mentioned the post office. There is some potential legitimate litigation shaping up if the Postal Service really doesn't get its job done, and it could be construed as misfeasance or malfeasance. Let's put that to the side. The other leg on the Pennsylvania litigation is, okay, I hear you on when. If you want to extend it because of some exigency or fine, but you're also changing how. And you don't even have to match the signatures. And that's where the fraud comes in, Counselor. You don't even want to match the signatures. So anybody could turn in the ballot. You won't even know if it's the right person. You can harvest ballots. Terrible. Pennsylvania is setting us up for cheating.
Well, remember, the so-called harvesting of ballots is not anything that is illegal, depending on how you define it. Sometimes what they mean harvesting of ballots is how they're collected. The state is determining how they're collected, and the state has the entire power in the Constitution to do that. With respect to the matching of the signatures, if they have an objection to a particular signature, they have the opportunity to make that objection. You saw, for example, earlier today, how they were setting out, I think this was in Georgia, how they were going through the process, and if there was a issue, it was presented to the Republican and the Democratic observer. If they agreed, it went forward. If they disagreed, it went to a neutral arbitrator to make a decision. These processes are set up and they're working. I mean, I think the headline here is how well the system is working. If you compare how badly the system worked in Florida in 2000 with how well the system is working this time, and that's true whether the Secretary of State is Republican or Democrat. The Secretary of States across the country are doing a great job of getting these votes counted and getting these votes counted fairly. I mean, you may quibble. I mean, personally, I would prefer if the Secretary of State of Nevada would release the votes that have already been counted, as opposed to waiting until everything's been counted. But in general, the Secretaries of States, Republican and Democrat, have done a phenomenal job in this election.
So far, so
helping
good.
Everybody get counted.
So far, so good, Counselor. The only caveat is that you did have Justices Kavanaugh and Alito suggest that there could be something reviewable about what happened in Pennsylvania. But as a time exigency, another issue that was germane in Bush v. Gore, obviously, this isn't the right time. There's not enough time to consider it, maybe after the election. That's why they have separated any ballots that come in after the election day during the judicial appointed period of 3 days. They'll count them, but they'll keep them separate just in case. We'll see how it goes. Counselor David Boies, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Top of the hour, time for a reset.
Thank you.
All right. Mosey on over here to key race alert land. Let's take a look at the state of play here up on the wall. Arizona, 11 electoral votes, okay? 84% of the vote is in. Now, again, that is a lot of the vote in, but that's 16%. Depending on where it is and who it's breaking for can make a difference when your margin is under 80,000 votes. Biden's lead has been slipping. The Trump campaign is pinning a lot of hope on this state. Next, Georgia. Okay, Georgia's getting a lot of discussion tonight, and with good reason. Will we know the outcome here? Probably not. But will we know if there's been a substantial change of play? Maybe. Right now, 16 electoral votes. The spread is 28,000. It keeps going down. 95% of the estimated vote is in. But again, the amount of vote we're waiting for is in a big population center that breaks blue in a big way. Okay, next. Nevada, 6 electoral votes. Okay, this is the quiet shop. We're waiting on tomorrow. The Secretary of State put out some information at some time this morning saying the 5th of November is when you will know more from us. You're hearing a lot of chirping from inside the Trump campaign that they feel they're going to do better here. Well, all right, what's the big X factor? The major population center there, Clark County, is where Las Vegas is. That has been more traditionally blue. We'll see where the votes come in. It's hard to speculate on this until we get more data. Next. Pennsylvania. Okay. Now, this one is really the big question mark. 20 electoral votes, 89% of the estimated vote is in, but still a ton of votes, enough to meet and beat the sizable lead of Donald Trump, which has been getting whittled down. It was over 600,000. Now it's at 160 plus. If they go in big ratio for Biden, we'll be watching. We're waiting for information. We were just discussing that's a sophisticated state there. The president has been very negative on the process. We'll see how it goes. Last, North Carolina, 15 electoral votes, 95% of the vote is in. This has been a quiet contest. That lead has been 76,000. It's still there. We don't have a lot of intrigue in the state of play there. 50.1% to 48.6. I like dealing with the margins more than the percentages. Now, where are we on the big map? The Electoral College, 253 to 213. But what's the asterisk on that? The white. The white are states that haven't been given to anybody yet, and that makes all the difference except for Alaska and maybe North Carolina. The other ones are all in play. Okay, so that is our key race alert. Let's go to Phil Mattingly over here. You know what? Let's flip it from how we did it the last time and go right to paths, and then we'll go into information dumps, because I think most people at home now are like, how does this end already? When does it end? Of course, but how? Like, how does one guy win? How does the other guy win? Take us through it.
I'll simplify this for you if you're the Biden team right now and you're looking at this map, and with the caveats that right now you're still leading in Arizona, you're still leading in Nevada, you're trailing in Georgia, you're trailing in Pennsylvania, but closing a little bit there. Look, everything you see on this map that's filled in has been called. If it's red, it went for President Trump. If it's blue, it went for Vice President Biden. We will go, based on what you were talking about with North Carolina, go ahead and give that to President Trump. Go ahead and give Alaska to President Trump as well. Where does that leave things? 253, 231. If you're the Biden campaign, you're leading here, you're leading here, you're closing here. But if you win here, it's over. It's over. There is a simple path for the Biden campaign right now. If they make up the 100+ thousand votes that are still outstanding, I'm not saying Pennsylvania is done, but I'm saying if you want the cleanest, easiest pathway, not easiest from a vote perspective, but not having to put combinations of states together, Pennsylvania is the ball game if Biden wins Pennsylvania. So that is why the Trump campaign is very keen on watching what's coming in there. Say Donald Trump wins the state of Pennsylvania. That's 20 electoral votes. That brings things pretty close in tight right now. Well, Biden campaign hangs on to Arizona and wins Nevada, 2 places they're leading right now. That is why the Trump campaign is so keen on what's happening in Arizona. That is why they have been watching as that lead has been whittled down from 200,000 to 100,000 to 70,000, and why they believe there is a pathway here. Because if the pathway to Arizona is maintained, if Maricopa, the biggest county in the state where we're still waiting for vote to come in, comes in at the level they need it to, and all of a sudden Arizona flips, Donald Trump has life. Then all of a sudden what you're looking at is the state of Georgia. The state of Georgia right now is down to, as you noted, under 100,000 votes, way under 100,000 votes, 30,000, 27,000 votes. Sorry, it took me a while to get there. 27,000 votes with Georgia right now. A lot of numbers flying through the head. As we wait for the vote to come in here, then it would be Georgia as the ball game. That's if the Trump campaign can hang on to Pennsylvania. That's if they can flip the state of Arizona. We obviously have to wait and see what happens with Nevada as well. The Biden campaign right now, if you were the Biden campaign, you are looking right here. You are obviously paying attention to what happens in Maricopa in the next 20 minutes or so when we get results. You want to see what happens in Nevada tomorrow morning, and you are looking at Georgia right now and saying we have a very real chance to turn that blue. But this, given the outstanding vote, given the fact it's 20 electoral votes, and given the fact you win this and it's over, is what Democrats are keen on right now.
All right, so that's the how. And now we go to the when. That takes us back to Arizona because we do believe in terms of why to watch. We are expecting information from Arizona and from Georgia. Arizona may be a little bit more helpful in terms of understanding how much more picture there is left to paint. So we're waiting on how much and where. Take us through just the permutations. And then we do have a reporter on site in Maricopa where they had this bizarre situation. The president could win this state. He won it last time. He won Maricopa County, which is blue right now because the former VP is leading it. So he needs this count. He needs the integrity of it. He wants the people who are volunteers, who are working so late, to get through and do it well. And what's happening there? A group of his supporters show up with weapons, chanting a lot of things, maybe also singing YMCA, but obviously they're not creating a comforting mood for the people inside. Why? When you need the count. A reporter is there. They have to find a way out. We'll go there in a second. Let's go through the permutations of how much is left there to tell the story.
So I think what everybody's watching right now is Maricopa County. There's still outstanding vote in a couple of other counties right here, but the bulk of what's outstanding comes from Maricopa, largest county in the state. Right now, Joe Biden with a lead, 887,457 votes, so just over 800,000 votes for President Trump. But that has narrowed. I want to show you something real quick. There's this great tool that our amazing team put together here. Let's take this back. Let's take this back to midnight on November 4th and look at Joe Biden's lead in the state of Arizona. Lead, 207,794. Now let's follow the map and watch the progression as this goes through. Move on to 1 a.m., all of a sudden down to 185,000. Move on to 2 a.m., all of a sudden down to 155,000. Move on to 3 a.m., now all of a sudden down to 130,000. Move on to 4 a.m., still there. And now you'll see as it's come down over the course of the day into where we are right now.
It was too damn early. You got to go when everybody came back and started counting again.
Yeah, well, I think what's been most interesting about it is it's been the inversion. It's the inverse of what we've seen in some of the Midwestern states in the sense that Donald Trump has closed the gap here. He's done the same thing in Nevada. And I think that's what we're waiting for here. So the biggest question in terms of what's outstanding in Maricopa is the composition of what's outstanding. Is it drop-off mail? How did it come in? And does it lean Republican or lean Democrat? What President Trump needs to do from a numbers perspective with the remaining outstanding vote is hit about 56 or 57% of that vote. Now, this margin right here, if Joe Biden hits this or anywhere near this, anywhere between 44, 45%, he will win the state of Arizona. President Trump, however, with the last couple of batches that have come in, as I showed you, as you narrow it down, he has hit the margins he needs to hit. So the biggest question right now for Arizona, as we wait for Maricopa, wait for Pima as well, which should go a little bit more Democratic, is can he hit those margins? Can he close that gap? Can he keep Arizona in play? Because as we went through on the maps to 270, the road to 270, got to have this if you're the Trump campaign.
I mean, that's the thing that does it, that makes this so bizarre. The president's doing well here. He could win this thing, okay? This is going to be count by count by count, and that favors the president, especially in this state. That's the odd irony of him attacking the process. But to have his people come and freak out the same people you need to do their job well doesn't make any sense. Kyung La is in Maricopa County. She was introducing us to the scene of that unfriendly environment. Now you have moved. Did the people who were doing their job get out and get home without incident? What happened?
We don't quite know that yet, Chris. What we can tell you is that the building was closed to the public, closed to the press. And the reason why they did that is they're trying to shrink the footprint inside. But the people who are counting the vote, as we were, rapidly getting our equipment and trying to get out of the building, they were still counting. They were barely looking up because they're working on a deadline. And they want to also make sure that it's done accurately. I'm not saying anyone rushing. They're just carefully doing the work. And that's something that we've seen. We've been there almost nonstop for the last 2 days. We've been dipping in and out for the better part of a week. And that's the diligence we've seen when it comes to counting the vote here in the largest county in Arizona. That includes Phoenix. So this is what we are waiting for. This is what they want to talk about, is the vote. And we are expecting a large number of ballots, or a certain number of ballots. I shouldn't characterize it, excuse me. A certain number of ballots to come out at the bottom of the hour. The delay was about an hour, 30 minutes, and part of that reason is because of simply the process of uploading the data. We specifically asked, was it related to the protests that we saw outside? This protest that was so large that the elections department had to make sure that the sheriff's department was called because there were chants that they wanted to come inside the building. There was a small group that did make it inside. They were escorted out, and so there was safety concerns, security concerns. Is it related to this delay of these results? No. The elections department tweeted that the good work inside, that the hard work that they are doing, as you read it there, is continuing, that there will not be a stoppage of the work, that will continue, essentially saying, Chris, in that tweet, that democracy will not be stopped, even if there is some security concern. And so I'm happy to report to you that we were able to exit working with the Maricopa County Elections Department to keep their workers safe. We were exited out very safely, and now we're just down the street to, make sure that we can continue to do the work of keeping you informed. We are waiting for these next ballot results coming in just about 15 to 20 minutes.
Great.
Chris?
When you get them, let me know. Get in my ear. We're connected, and we'll come right back to you. Thank you very much. And again, the issue isn't whether or not Trump supporters have the right to go outside and do that. Of course they do. It's about whether or not what they're doing is right. We need these people to do their job the right way. They're citizens like the rest of us. They're volunteering. They're not the problem. They're the solution, okay? Now, while we were talking, we got new information about what's happening in Georgia. What do we see there?
Well, you remember when we were waiting, Donald Trump had about 28,000 vote lead in this state. What we knew amongst the outstanding vote was about 17,000 ballots from Fulton County. Fulton County is a Democratic stronghold. Fulton County, largest county in the state, about 10% of the state's population is here. This is a Democratic county. This is a county that is going pretty heavily towards Joe Biden right now. And when the bulk of the vote came in, we don't know the entirety of the composition of it, but we do know that Donald Trump's lead has now narrowed again, narrowed by a couple thousand here. And what this underscores is what we've been talking about. The outstanding vote is leading heavily.
But we don't know if it was all 17,000.
We don't know if it was all 17,000. We know that it is narrowed. I'm not going to make any guesses right now. What we know is what has come in from Fulton over the course of the last day or so has largely been somewhere between 70 and 80% Biden. So I would expect there's still a little bit more in Fulton out there if there was 17,000 and he gained about 5. But this is where things stand in Fulton County right now. You look at the margin, it's big. There's still some vote here. It looks like that's coming in out of that 17,000. But what this underscores is it just seems like every hour or so, another 5, 10, 15, 20,000 votes are getting whittled away.
It's gone
from Donald
down.
Trump's lead.
The lead has changed just under 10,000 votes, like 8,700 votes just since we came on air. So, look, it's a trickle thing. One thing to remind of, though, kind of a frequently asked question. I don't know, though, Phil. There's just something weird about this process. Everybody voted, and then all of a sudden we started hearing about all these other ballots. Now, that is a key deception that has been going on down there. That's not true. All of the ballots that are being counted were in by Election Day. All of them. The states had different rules about when they could start. Many of them didn't start until the morning. I'm actually shocked at how far along we are. In 2016, we had big problems in Michigan in terms of counting right now. We had problems in Arizona counting at this time in 2016, and we didn't even have this flood of early ballots. I mean, just give us some perspective on the kind of efficiency.
I think we saw last hour, Nick Valencia was on the ground in Atlanta, in Fulton County, and showing the process, not of counting the ballots, but just of getting them out of their envelopes, how the entire process works. And I think, again, it's taken a while, but they're counting, and we want them to count. And however long it takes, so long as the count is accurate and it's thorough, and that's what we've heard up to this point, Secretaries of State, a number of them throughout the course of the last day or two, made clear they don't believe they found any significant issues. They believe the process is working smoothly. It might take a little bit longer than people would like. You probably want this called a little bit earlier. However, the process is moving along. When they count, how they count, as you note, is dictated in large part by state rules, by how they're working through each of the ballots. And we've seen it throughout the course of the last 24 hours, whether it was Ohio starting very blue and then shifting hard red because of what was counted when, and the same throughout the Midwest. You go look at the blue states up here, whether it's Wisconsin or Michigan. We're seeing it in Pennsylvania now. Shifts based on the rules, based on how things were counted, what was counted, and when it was counted.
All right, let's go to Nick Valencia. We have him in Fulton County there. He is monitoring what's going on, bringing us the latest. Nick, how's it going?
Chris, it's moving along here, and it's moving along pretty smoothly. I wanted to introduce you to Rick Barron here. He's been really tirelessly working here along with some of the volunteers behind us, and you have an update here in Fulton County. What's going on, Rick?
We've scanned 127,948 ballots. So, and then we've adjudicated 123,716 of those.
So the last update we got from Regina Waller with the county was that you had made a 3,000 vote dent, 20,000 absentee ballots about an hour ago. Now that's down to 17,000. Where does it stand right now?
So we probably have somewhere in the neighborhood of 14,000 to go.
So you're moving at a rate of about 3,000 per hour. Is that safe to say?
That's close to that.
And I know there's a lot going on here. We want to step out of the way here. Rick, why don't you move with me on this side so we could show our viewers at home what's going on here, and you can sort of narrate what we're seeing here specifically.
Well, these over here, you've got the cutter openers. These cut open the ballots, extract the ballot.
And to be clear, these are all absentee mail-in ballots. These are not, okay.
They're all mail-in and from our drop boxes. We had 38 around the county. Then they move over to the flatteners, and then they'll go over to the scanners on the far side.
Does this include any of the mail-in ballots that were sent day of the election?
Well, these include, some of these are the ballots that were put in the drop box or that we received.
Because there was a deadline to receive mail-ins by, what is it, 7 p.m. on election day?
Receive everything by 7 p.m. on Tuesday.
A lot of spotlight, of course, on Fulton County right now. Atlanta, I mean, we've been talking about Georgia as being a battleground state, really a lot closer than a lot of people suspected. What sort of pressure are you guys under right now?
Well, Georgia's one of the last few states that hasn't been called. So it's our responsibility to get these things counted tonight if we can, to at least help the process along so that people have peace of mind that all the votes are counted in Georgia and that we can move on to the provisional ballots that will be counted on Friday.
We know a lot of these individuals, they are volunteers. All of them are volunteers. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, there's a few of our staff here, but yeah, a lot of them are contract staff and there are others that we hired as late as this evening.
As late as this evening?
Yeah.
Well, so were they trained to be able to handle this kind of pressure?
Yeah, we swore them an oath when they sat down and then ran them through a simple training.
One of the things Regina told us, I asked her, how late have these people been working? She said some people have been here since 8:30 this morning.
Yes. Yeah, we have a few. We brought in a pretty fresh crew, though, in the 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. Time frame, and those people are still here, and most of them are going to stay through the night with us.
Okay, so just really quick here, they're not counting the ballots; they're just taking them out of the envelopes, getting them ready to be scanned. Is that right?
Yeah, the scanner's over there. After that, what we do is we take them over vote review panel. The ballots are adjudicated, and then they're tabulated.
Rick Barron, Elections Director of Fulton County, thank you so much for taking the time with CNN. We know you're really busy, a lot of pressure, a lot of spotlight on Fulton County right now. Georgia, Chris, could end up being the deciding factor in this presidential election. Fulton County elections officials, they feel it, they understand the pressure they're under. They're working fast to count the remaining ballots here. 17,000, or actually 14,000 ballots, absentee mail-in ballots still remaining here in Fulton County. Chris?
Boy, I'll tell you. 8:30 in the morning, some of them have been there, volunteering to work through the night, doing this tedious work. God bless them, and what a beautiful demonstration of our democracy, especially during a moment of such toxicity and division. It's not sanctimony, it's just pride. It's amazing how people came out, Phil, in the worst of times, in the middle of a pandemic, to vote, to have a hand in their future from all over the country, and these people are killing themselves just to make sure the democracy works for the rest of us. What a beautiful moment in America, even with all the trappings of animus. You can ignore that noise and see what matters most, and it's those people in that room. What a beautiful thing. All right, we're going to keep crunching the numbers. Results keep coming in. We'll get them right. We'll get it in context, and then we'll go through it together. Stay with CNN.
So we're here and we're counting for you. We have everything that you need to know when it comes to this election. So why don't we talk about where the voting is going? The person who knows that better than anyone is Kristen Holmes. Kristen is at our voting desk. Kristen, hello to you. We have seen a flurry of lawsuits from the Trump campaign, including one in Pennsylvania that we are watching very closely. Tell us more about that one.
Yeah, I think the one in Pennsylvania is the one that we're watching probably the most closely because there was a little bit of an indication that the Supreme Court might take it up. And here's what that is about. According to local officials, during the pandemic, they put an extension on ballots to allow mail-in ballots to come in for 3 days after Election Day, as long as they were postmarked on or before Election Day, or if their postmark was illegible. They said they could still be counted. They had to be counted as part of the process. Again, this was a huge year where we saw record numbers in terms of absentee ballots, all of that. So they were trying to make the rules a little bit more relaxed to allow for more counting and problems with the postal system. Republicans challenged this. They brought it to the Supreme Court. And while the Supreme Court did not weigh in, they wanted them to expedite the process so that they could get it done before the election. It was just days before the election. The Supreme Court said they didn't weigh in only because it was so close to the election. However, they left the door open, and this was conservative justices who did that, to possibly hearing this again after the election. Now we know the Trump campaign is trying to bring this back in front of the court. Now, the real thing to pay attention to here is how small that margin is going to end up being in Pennsylvania, and if these votes will even matter. We have seen a flurry of lawsuits, as you said, across the country, and from speaking to legal experts, it's really unclear what the game plan is and whether or not this will even have any kind of real impact. And that's what we're watching in Pennsylvania. Look, there are going to be X amount of ballots that come in through the mail, absentee ballots, after Election Day. Is that margin, is that amount of ballots going to actually impact the race? And right now, it doesn't seem clear. Now, I'll tell you from experts in the state, political experts on both sides that are tracking this, they don't think that it's going to play any role here. They think whatever the margin is, it's going to be large enough to have these ballots just not even be considered, not even be an issue. However, we know that the Trump campaign is trying to sow chaos around this. They are trying to challenge every possible thing they can. They are trying to shave off votes from certain areas when they can through lawsuits. So something we're watching very closely.
They want to sow doubt. And listen, they've threatened lawsuits in a number of different places. They filed a lawsuit in Georgia, trying to stop the vote there. They filed one in Michigan, demanding vote counts be halted. And of course, we're talking about what's happening in Pennsylvania. Christian, thank you very much. We'll get back to you on that. Christian mentioned experts and what they have to say about this and how they're going to handle this, how this may proceed or may not proceed in a court of law. So let's talk to Ben Ginsberg. Ben Ginsberg is a longtime Republican election lawyer, so he knows about all of this. Ben, it's good to see you again. Thank you for joining us here.
Good to see you. Thanks.
So I just want to get your reaction to what Christian just said, especially about Pennsylvania. Is she right? This may not matter in the whole scheme of what's going to happen and how Pennsylvania may turn out?
That is right. I mean, what you need, the legal definition, is enough votes to change the outcome of the election. And it's far from clear what the margin's going to be, let alone how many votes will come in. Worth noting that the Trump campaign's filed a couple other lawsuits in Pennsylvania, one about a cure provision in Montgomery County and another about not having enough observers in polling locations. So there clearly is some foot in Trump world.
Yeah. You were calling these lawsuits Hail Mary lawsuits. Why is that, Ben?
Well, because this is the stage where, and I've been in this stage before, when a campaign is sort of faced with the grim reality of not winning an election. And so they look for any little way that they can fight and try and salvage a victory, even if it involves Hail Marys. And these are long shot lawsuits. They don't really go to the heart of the matter. As Kristen points out, there's only a small number of ballots involved. They filed them in the states that you mentioned. They filed a recount in Wisconsin. Rumors tonight they're looking to file actions in Arizona and Nevada. So delay and messing up the elections themselves, the results, seems to be what they want to be doing.
So I was going to say, what's the purpose? Is it to sow doubt? Is it just to extend the process? Because ultimately, this is going to be decided, and if they just continue to file, as you say, Hail Marys or frivolous lawsuits, I don't understand how that helps them, Ben.
Well, I'll give you the outside sort of game theory behind that, Don, and that is if they can slow up a process enough, as close as this election looks to be, so that a state can't certify its results in time to get a slate of electors for the Electoral College, which is December 14th is when they meet, then all of a sudden, nobody gets to 270 votes in the Electoral College. That can cause all sorts of havoc and maybe toss the election to Congress, where Republicans did maintain a majority in the number of delegations from states in the House.
And then this could
So
ultimately...
there's your conspiracy theory for the night.
Well, you would know, but listen, and that would ultimately end up with the Congress deciding. What are the chances of that happening, though, Ben? What do you think? I mean, because everybody at home is on edge, and they're all watching, and they're all concerned, and they're thinking, well, this person, you know, the Trump folks think the Biden people are going to steal it. The Biden people think that President Trump is going to try to steal it through some sort of legal action.
Well, the chances of that succeeding are really, 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 really small. But that doesn't mean that at this point, there's not a Hail Mary strategy at work.
Yeah. All right, Ben Ginsberg. Ben, great information from you, but unfortunately your shot is breaking up. If we can fix it, we'll get back to you. But we'll need to spend more time, as much time as we can with Ben, with folks like Ben Ginsberg who know about this. He's been through this a number of times, so he knows the ropes here. But again, we have legal challenges happening in a bunch of different states. The vote count is coming in. Is that Ben? Is he better? Is that what you're saying? Somebody's talking to me. All right, we're going to get to the vote count. We'll be right back, right after the quick break.
All right, welcome back to our continuing coverage of the election in America for president and Senate, and a lot of down-ballot races as well. You see we have Georgia and Arizona up on the big board. Here with Phil Mattingly, I'm Chris Cuomo, and we are waiting for Arizona and Georgia to give us more information about the state of play there, take us through what's happening and why we are anxious for the data.
So let's pull up Arizona first, because this is where we expect to get data soon. We expect it probably in the next 15 or 20 minutes, according to Kyung La, our correspondent who's on the ground, who's doing some amazing work. And here's what you're looking for here. Right now, Joe Biden up by 1.4 million votes, up by about 79,000 votes in the state. And where we are expecting vote to come in from is from right here. It's Maricopa County. It's 60% of the population lives here, largest county in the entire state. Right now, you look at this margin, you say, it's blue. Joe Biden's up by about 4-ish points. So this should be good for Joe Biden, right? Wrong, we think. But we have to wait and see the data. Here's what's happened over the course of the last several hours. Joe Biden's margin, in large part because of what has come into Maricopa County, has started to dwindle. Not entirely, still up by 79,000 votes, but went from 200,000, 150,000, 100,000. Now it's 79,000. What we're waiting for is to try and figure out the composition of what's coming in next. Unlike some of the other states that we've been talking about over the course of the last 24 hours, Arizona's late mail ballots have actually leaned Republican. And we expect that some of this batch that's coming in will be leaning Republican as well. The big question, and just kind of top line the state right now, Donald Trump needs to do probably between 56 and 57% of whatever comes in. That's the margin he's going to have. Hit 56%, hit 57% on his top line for everything that comes in for the rest of the state right now.
So he'll have to overperform.
He'll have to overperform. That's what we're going to be keying on. If Joe Biden even sits at this, even if he's at 45 or 46%, Joe Biden's going to win the state of Arizona.
And the reason it's not just a possibility, it goes into the realm of probability, is that Joe Biden's been overperforming. Now, he's got a built-in advantage in this type of balloting that we've been seeing. In mail-in ballots, they have been oversampling Democrat because we knew this for weeks before the election. More Democrats had been requesting absentee ballots than Republicans. Why? 100 reasons. One of them that may haunt is the president kept telling Republicans and everyone else not to do it. And that will be part of the legacy and the autopsy of this election. All right, so we're waiting. The latest time check is somewhere within a half an hour, they'll give us the information. As soon as we get it and we can make sure it's right, we'll bring it to you. What else?
Well, one point I want to make here, and I think this is important, is the Trump campaign has made very clear that they believe Arizona is still in play. This margin and what's left outstanding shows Arizona is still in play.
Absolutely.
And that's why we're talking about Arizona right now, because the Trump campaign absolutely has to win the state of Arizona. So we're watching it very closely. The Trump campaign feels like they have a shot at it. The Biden campaign says everything should end up okay. When they look at what's still outstanding right now, We will wait and see, but Arizona is a must-win. Here's another must-win for the Trump campaign, where the Biden campaign has started to narrow, and boy, have they started to narrow. Right now, Donald Trump's margin in the state of Georgia down to 23,000 votes. We've
dropped almost 10,000, the spread, just since we came on air at midnight.
We've seen over the course of the last hour or so, Fulton County come in 5, 6, 7,000 votes of their batch come in, and it's been coming in 80 to 85, 20 to 25, Biden to Trump. And the reason why that's important is margins here are everything given what's outstanding. And this is a little bit different than what the batch that's coming in from Maricopa is, because the vote by mail here is largely Democratic. It is coming from Democratic counties. It is coming from urban population centers. It is coming from suburbs. We are still waiting to see what's outstanding. But you go into Fulton, we know there's about 14,000 votes there. You go into DeKalb County, about 5% reporting there as well. There is still vote to come in. A lot of it comes from Democratic strongholds. It's vote by mail, which has leaned heavily Democratic. And so Democrats look at the state of Georgia, and they believe they have a pathway here. 23,000 votes separate the two. 5% we're still waiting to come in. We'll see how that comes in over the course of the night. We talked to Nick Valencia, our correspondent on the ground, who made clear Fulton County, at least, is working through the night. We'll see how the other counties come in as well. Georgia is tight. It is a live ball. And, Chris, we are going to be paying close attention to it over the next couple of hours.
All right, Phil, thank you very much. I walked away because I was getting tired. No, I'm here to join the panel. I have CNN's Nia Malika Henderson, Harry Enton, and Mark Preston. As we were going through those numbers, and thank you for waiting. But I guess we're all waiting, right? So here we are now. Let's discuss. As we go through those numbers, highlight some things for me about for the people at home in terms of how to see some of the things we're waiting for.
Yeah, I mean, look, in Maricopa County, we know that those late returns from the mail-in, some of them are drop-offs, will be more Republican-friendly than the earlier votes that we've been getting, right? So we do expect that Biden's margin will shrink. The question, of course, is how much will it shrink? When were those votes delivered? Because some of those that were delivered right before the election or on Election Day may be more or less Republican-friendly than those that were returned, say, on Saturday. And the different batches can differ significantly. So we could see in one update, oh, my God, Joe Biden's lost, say, 15,000 votes off his lead, like we saw earlier this evening. And then in the next one, maybe it only drops by 5,000. We don't really know. But I think, in all honesty, what I'm really looking forward to over the next 24, 48 hours is Pennsylvania, right? Because as Phil and you were talking about last hour, all Joe Biden needs is 20 electoral votes from Pennsylvania. You add it to the 253 that he currently has, and that gets him over the 270 threshold. So why even try to do the complicated math of, say, add Arizona and Nevada or Georgia and Nevada? Just go into Pennsylvania, win there, and you've won.
Right. Nice to say, Nia, but he's getting shellacked in Pennsylvania, though.
Yeah,
you know, it's coming down, but to say all he has to do is win there, yeah, but it's a big haul.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, for Democrats, Georgia would be gravy. It would be something they've been trying to do for decades and decades, turn that state blue. We'll see if it happens. I think if it does happen, you owe a lot of credit to somebody like Stacey Abrams, who ran for governor in 2018, lost by about 32,000 votes. And we're looking now to see how black voters perform for Biden in Georgia. In Pennsylvania, I think black voters are going to be critical, particularly in a place like Philly. In Michigan, they were key. In Detroit, and then in Wisconsin, in Milwaukee, too. So you do see this theme emerging that Biden seems to have reassembled the Obama coalition in many ways, with those African-American voters being very energized, as well as adding some of those white voters, white working-class voters, suburban white voters as well in some of these other states. So Georgia, I think, fascinating to watch, not only because of the presidential race, but also because of those, the Senate race that could go to a runoff. But we're waiting to see.
Right. That's why we're not talking that much about the Senate right now, is because so much of it is in flux, and Georgia in play for the presidential race, but especially so for the Senate race, because they have a special rule there. If they don't get to 50% in the race, then it goes to a runoff. There's no resolution until January 5th. Let me ask you something, Mark. This is a tougher question, and then please weigh in as you see fit about this. On the one hand, this is a who did you think we were election, right? That, this is who the country is. Trump tapped into something that's very real, that he didn't create, that is manifest in millions and millions of people across the country, versus the, oh yeah, then how do you explain the popular vote that looks like it may be the biggest gap between two people ever? Is this a repudiation of Trump? How? When he got such strength all across the country, how should people see what the statement is that's made here?
It's interesting that you asked that, because I've been struggling with that today, thinking about how are we going to quantify what has happened? And how do we look at our fellow American and say that us, who are supposed to be trained journalists, who are supposed to understand data, that are supposed to understand, emotions of people, how do we understand them when we can't even get it right, when we don't understand, what people are thinking, why they're making decisions? We think we understand them. I don't know how this is going to play out, to be perfectly honest with you. I do have concern. I do have a short-term concern. I have short-term concern that right now the pot is boiling, okay, and the lid is on top of it, and things are going fine. We just saw 45 minutes ago, things started getting, a little bit heated, but again, a little bit heated. What I fear is come tomorrow, come in a few hours, President Trump starts to agitate again, and then some of his supporters come out. And then I'm concerned that you're going to see the left, who has been restrained and has been held back, that are going to come out. And then you're going to start seeing civil unrest to the point of violence. And I think long-term is that we are really, 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 really an injured nation right now. And I don't know how we come back and knit ourselves back together unless we actually start showing some kind of respect for one another. And I don't see that anymore, Chris. I just don't. And I'm not Pollyanna.
And look, and this is anxiety, because this is fear projected onto the unknown. So far, it's been fine. You have a group of people went to Maricopa and they're singing songs. They have every right to be there. I don't understand it logically, because you need these people to do their job. You may win Arizona. Why would you want to spook them and fear them? But this is tricky stuff. And understanding where we are, and you have to know where you are to get to a better place.
Yeah, and a lot of the divisions, and we should just be frank about this, are racial divisions, right? Which is sort of America's original sin, not really acknowledging the wounds of racism, the wounds of slavery and segregation, and sort of systemic discrimination against a certain group of people. And that's one of the things that I think Biden realized early on. That was the whole idea of his running for president, renewing America's soul, binding the wounds of America, thinking about Charlottesville and that as a low point in him saying that he could do better. We'll see if he can do that. I think he was certainly eloquent when he spoke earlier about, America needs to get to a place where we hear each other and listen to each other. But listen, I think what we don't know is the kind of force that Trump remains, even if he loses. How does he stay on the scene? I imagine that he wants to, and he will, because he does have millions of followers who believe him and look to him for guidance. Is he going to be able to tamp, some of the rhetoric down, or does he stay engaged with those
Takes
people
two to tango,
in a negative way?
And one of the things that I am certainly doing personally, and I've taken a beating from you guys for a long time, and it's okay, it's part of the job. I am very open to both sides of the controversy. I have them come on Cuomo Primetime all the time. I get into the fights, and I take it from the other side for even having them there, because you guys don't want to hear anybody you don't agree with. Here's my concern. James Baldwin, genius, and he should be re-entered into our cultural awareness and read how he dealt with race during even a more critical time than we're dealing with. The idea of disagreeing with decency is great, and we should exercise it. However, as James Baldwin said, we can disagree with decency unless your disagreement is about my right to exist. And that's the problem here, is when we're dealing with these hard, entrenched realities, you can't just look the other way if the person doesn't agree. If the issue is, does a black life matter the way a white life does? And that's a problem, and it's not going to go away. And the secret has to be in where we see common threads that bridge us past the difficulties. I don't know where we are on that, but I do know this. We'll have to converse our way through it, and someone's going to have to lead. Who will that be? Quick take. I got to go to break.
I was just going to say, look, we had record turnout. There was this whole idea, Democrats, hey, we're going to, break the racial strife in this country. People are going to come out, repudiate President Trump. And while perhaps that happened in the popular vote, obviously that doesn't really matter. It's the Electoral College that matters. And we didn't see that repudiation that I think a lot of Democrats were looking for.
And you saw, the polls showed us very clearly in the exits, people came out for President Trump for two big reasons. One, they were willing to overlook his flaws because of his positions, and those positions dealt with economics. Now, what isn't told in that? That's the culture war. And that's something where we've been making our own trouble for a long time. Let's take a break. Let's deal with the top line, which is, how are we doing in deciding who will lead us next? There's new information coming in right around 10, 12, 15 minutes from now in Arizona. Very important. We'll give it to you as soon as we get it. Stay with CNN. All right, welcome back. One of the states very much in play, Nevada. Joe Biden right now having a very slim lead of 7,647 votes there. The interesting part is, when will we hear? We heard from officials there that nothing will come until tomorrow. We know counting is underway right now. We're showing you Washoe County. That's the Reno, Nevada area. President Trump's campaign is considering taking legal action in Nevada, sources tell CNN. Why? They don't say, but let's bring in the Attorney General of Nevada, Aaron Ford, to discuss what he thinks the state of play is in the state. Thank you, Mr. AG.
Hi there, Chris. Thank you for having me.
All right. So the idea would be constructively, you're taking too long, and that's because these mail-in ballots are filled with fraud, and we're going to come after you for it from the Trump campaign. What is your take on your process?
Well, my take is that all of that's nonsense. And I want to back up, if you will indulge me real quickly. You talked about something in a segment a minute ago about the poll workers there, or the election workers. And I think they should be getting our commendation, not a condemnation. There's a lot of consternation about the time it takes to count, but these are folks working very hard, and I'm very proud of the work that we're doing in Nevada. Now, counting votes takes time, especially in a circumstance like ours, where our registrar sent out to all active voters mail-in ballots, which was something that our legislature in its infinite wisdom did in order to help people exercise their constitutional right during the time of COVID. And I appreciate that, and we are working to ensure that everyone gets their right to vote and that it's going to be counted.
First of all, I agree with you about the workers. In fact, the count is going quicker than usual. We just have a very tight race, and that's why the projections that people are used to from the exit polls didn't happen in this cycle, because this is a very divided race. It's not about the speed of assessment by states, especially with this flood of mail-in ballots. Now, you made a point that will become a critical legal concern. The idea of, we don't like how the email voting works, or the mail-in voting works. You made the key statement there: legislature in the state, reviewed by its own process. How invulnerable to legal attack is it when the way you do it is a function of legislature?
Quite invulnerable if you take a look at the track record that we've already established against Mr. Trump. He's sued us twice, maybe 3 times already, and each time my office has been able to work with our local district attorney, for example, and defeat those lawsuits. As recently as last week, he filed another lawsuit claiming that the observation requirements or observation opportunities were insufficient, and we prevailed on that as well. So we think that at the end of the day, what the legislature has laid out is a great opportunity for people to exercise their right to vote. Counting ballots is going to take time in this instance, because we actually have safeguards to prevent fraud, such as signature verification and unique barcodes that are also part and parcel of the process here. So we think it's pretty impenetrable when it comes to a legal challenge against us.
As they teach us in law school, with all deliberate speed. Mr. Attorney General, thank you very much for joining us. Good luck in getting it right.
Thanks, Chris.
All right, so we'll take a break. Litigation, a lot of it is noise. I say you ignore it. As legitimate issues and litigation comes up, we'll tell you about it. The toxicity surrounding it, I don't know how it serves our purpose right now, so I say we keep it down as much as we can. What we do want to do is get you more vote totals, and we do have information due from Arizona any minute. Let's take a quick break, and we'll be right back. All right, welcome back to CNN's breaking news coverage. Election night in America continued. I'm Chris Cuomo with the OAO, Don Lemon. What a night. We are due information any minute from Arizona.
An exciting night. You never know what is going to happen. And that's what we've been saying the entire time. I hate to say in these overnight hours, Chris, because I feel like everybody's up with us watching, right? We're continuing to count the votes. They're counting the votes. We're bringing you the information. The president's lead over Joe Biden in Georgia, as you have been talking with Phil there at the wall, it's shrinking, Chris, and still more votes to be counted in Georgia.
Look, this has been unique. We have come out this year in this country in ways we've never seen before. That's a blessing and a problem. The blessing is people want a hand in their future. The problem is there are a lot of votes to count, and many of the states that became very vital didn't even start until after polls closed or the morning of Election Day. So
it takes time.
It's going to take time, especially if you want to do it right. And as real issues come up, we'll take them on one at a time, but we're going to ignore the noise. It's not helping us get to a better place, and it's long past time we made that decision. So we are going to stand by for a large batch of votes to come, specifically in Arizona. They should be coming any minute. We're literally told it is imminent. That's not a sell. That's what we're being told. There, the former VP has a narrow lead over Trump, but it is narrow and growing more narrow. Therefore, it is time for a key race alert. All right, let's take a look here. Arizona, 11 electoral votes, 84% of the estimated vote is in, but there is an emerging story here. Maricopa County, where Joe Biden is winning, is also where Donald Trump did well in 2016 when he won Arizona. And in the latest couple of batches of returns, Trump has done better comparatively over Biden, shrinking the lead to under 80,000 votes. Will that continue? If it does, the president could win in Arizona and change the landscape of the race. Next, Georgia, 16 electoral votes, 95% of the estimated vote is in, but that 5% is deceptive. Why? Still, big population centers that break blue in a big way to be counted. This lead has been shrinking hourly. It's gone down almost $10,000 votes on our watch, 49.6 to 49.1. You're getting very close to this being a guarantee of asking for a recount. Next, Nevada. 6 electoral votes, very important and also a little frustrating. Why? We just spoke to the AG there about potential litigation, but we don't know anything, and they told us this morning that we're not going to know anything until tomorrow. The lead had been chewed down to 7,600 votes there. The question is, can the president chew down that lead even more? Hard to put meat on the bones because we don't have the information, but Nevada matters based on what else happens. These could be a key 6 votes, especially for the president. So we'll keep an eye on that. Next, Pennsylvania, okay? This is the one that everybody seems to like to talk about. And why? Well, we'll take you through it. This was a huge lead. The president has used this state a couple of different times, okay? He used it most recently by saying, I was up so many votes in Pennsylvania. We're going to win Pennsylvania. It's over. And I understand why he said it. 1, no respect for facts, but 2, he was up over 600,000 votes. Not anymore. This is why you hashtag keep counting. He's down to 164,000. There are huge population centers at play that could break blue. So we're watching. As that happens, we'll get a better sense. 89% of the estimated vote in. He's also using it as his linchpin for, I don't like the way they handled early mail voting there, mail-in voting. It's been to the Supreme Court twice, but we'll keep an eye on it. Next is North Carolina, okay? This has been a quiet story here. The president is up. He has been up 76,000 votes. Is it worth waiting for this other 5%? Maybe, if it comes disproportionately from the research triangle and that breaks unusually blue, but we have no indication of that at this time. Okay, that is the key race alert. Let's look at the big map here, the electoral map. My favorite thing, 253 to 213. It keeps staying there. Why? Because we're not calling states. There are too many votes. You can't get this kind of stuff wrong. The assuredness is going to translate into how we move forward together. So let's break down the state of play. Phil Mattingly, Magic Wall, my friend. We are waiting on Arizona. We are seeing trickles from Georgia, unannounced.
Yep.
What are you impressed
I want to talk
by?
to you about Pennsylvania.
Please do.
I want to talk to you about Pennsylvania because you've seemed skeptical of some of the things that have been presented that I've attempted to present to you over the course of this night. I'm going to walk you through things right now. You've made a very clear case and a very clear point. This is a significant lead at 164,000 votes. However, let's keep in mind, I'll even take you back. Let's take you back to 12 a.m. midnight, November 4th. The lead was 548,000 votes. We were together.
I'll never forget your eyes.
It was a beautiful time. 548,000 votes. Move up to 2 a.m. 709,000 votes. Again, this is when Donald Trump in Pennsylvania was mostly election day vote, where Donald Trump crushed turnout in western Pennsylvania, hit his margins in a lot of places, or at least appeared to hit his margins in a lot of places in northeastern Pennsylvania. Let's keep going. 10 a.m., all of a sudden starts to go down, 589,000. They start counting absentee ballots. They start counting vote by mail. 3 p.m., now it's down to 435,000. 6 p.m., down to 276,000. 195,000 by 9 p.m. Where do we sit right now? 182,000. Turn this off. The point being, this is shrinking. It's now at 164,000. Now, what's outstanding? What's outstanding? What's the biggest place that's outstanding right now? Philadelphia County. Look at the margin and look at the top line vote for Joe Biden. There's 30% outstanding, and Joe Biden's already at 457,000 votes. You're talking about not 5, 10, 15,000 votes here. You're talking about six-figure votes potentially.
How many
coming
votes?
in.
Harry Enton, how many votes are we waiting on from Philadelphia? Do you know?
There are different estimates, but certainly well more than 100,000 that we're waiting for there. And my guess is those would be even more Democratic than those votes right there, especially given the 2016 results where Clinton carried Philadelphia.
All right, so I'll give you 100, 120,000 votes outstanding.
That is a single county. And so Harry makes a key point here.
But it is the biggest county.
It's the biggest county. Let's go back to 2016. That was the margin in 2016. It was a good margin for Hillary Clinton, 584,000 total votes. Let's flip back to 2020. There was a lot more vote to come in here. There's a lot more vote to come in here, and the margin's going to grow, and Harry makes a key point. This is a Democratic county. It is a very large margin right now. The margins on the mail-in vote in Michigan and Wisconsin, a similar type of pathway that we've been following in Pennsylvania as well, skew even more heavily Democratic. So the expectation is it could come in 79, 80% Biden, 20% Trump.
So you're saying you like the way Biden sits in Pennsylvania better than Trump at this point?
It's not whether I like or dislike something. What I'm telling you is what's outstanding and what numbers are. So that's the biggest county, and that's the most vote that's outstanding and what that means for the state of Pennsylvania. Here is what is also important. Look, you've got a couple counties here. You have Allegheny that's still outstanding here. What I want to do is show you what's outstanding and talk about the red counties here. You see the red counties and you say, look, okay, fine, you've got a couple big Democratic counties out here. Well, these are red counties, so Trump's got to have vote in these red counties, right? That will be, naturally, that would be where that would come in. A couple of things here. One, yes, it's true. Crawford County, it's a red county, 72% reporting. There will be a couple thousand here. That's not going to match up with Philadelphia. Here's the biggest issue right now that Donald Trump is facing. These are Republican counties. What we have seen come in Republican counties across the state over the course of the last 6 or 7 hours has been Democratic vote.
Except
has been
in Arizona.
this 19 points. No. I'm just talking about Pennsylvania.
Right, but I'm just saying, just a point of contrast for people as we wait on Arizona. Arizona's been a different story. But I hear you. Even though it's red, it's been breaking blue because of the types of votes they are.
So here's the best example that, you know what, I could do Westmoreland. I want to do Luzerne instead. Take a look at Luzerne. I want to bring this back up. Look at the margin right now, 56 to 42. Flip back to 2016. A little bit better than Hillary Clinton was doing. So what Joe Biden is doing is in places where Donald Trump did very well in 2016, he's holding down margins with vote that's still outstanding. Now here's the point that I want to make. Look at the margin if you go back. It was a bigger margin at midnight. The margin starts to shrink, even in a Republican county. Why? Because Democratic vote is more heavily mail-in. They're counting mail-in votes. So even in red counties, we look at the blue counties and say, that's got to be big mail-in, that's got to be big Democratic, that's going to go heavily towards Biden. As these margins shrink over the course of the last 7 or 8 hours, what it's telling us is that even the mail-in coming into strong Republican counties is skewing towards Democrat. So my point here is that, yes, 164,000 votes ahead is a wide margin. There is a lot of outstanding vote. There's a lot of outstanding vote in strongholds, whether it's Philadelphia or whether it's Allegheny County, home of Pittsburgh, but also the outstanding vote in Republican counties has been whittled away. The margins towards Donald Trump have been whittled away to where a couple things are apparent. One, a lot of the outstanding vote, even in Republican counties, is leaning Democrat. And two, if you take the overall composition of Pennsylvania and compare it to 2016, even in Trump strongholds, his margin is missing. His margin is missing the mark. It's coming underneath how he performed in 2016. All of that put together tells you that Joe Biden has a clear pathway in Pennsylvania, even if he's down by 164,000 votes. Now, we have made this clear over the course of the last 15 hours we've spent together in the last 2 days. Anything can happen. We wait for the vote to be counted. But I wanted to walk through why Pennsylvania right now, if you're looking at Pennsylvania and you watched what happened in Michigan last night and you watched what happened in Wisconsin last night, as we saw the same type of thing occur, Pennsylvania is now ripe for that to occur as well when votes starts to come in Philadelphia County and Pittsburgh and across the state.
All right, so 3 things. One, the question of why is Pennsylvania taking longer? Well, there is no reason. We don't have any, reason to. The rule about counting mail-in ballots was that they didn't count them right away, And these are big areas where they have their staffing concerns and they're taking their time. There has been no problem. Two, you know, you move around so fast in the state, it makes it very hard to counter any of the points that you're making, just so you know. You're throwing all these numbers. I don't even remember where you were 15 seconds ago. The third thing is, you're right. Our adage is, our only care is that it's fair. The outcome, you know, that's going to be something you'll have to be okay with or not. But it does start to get more of a dicey proposition as you have more and more of the vote in. How much room is there? Is there enough for it to happen? You make a very cogent case. Now, the reason I pointed this out, let's go back to Arizona, because it's an opposite state of play there, as you said, the inverse state of play, where Maricopa County, which Trump won, that's probably the best way to do it. Right now it's blue, but this is a flip situation potentially, where Maricopa County, which is where we're waiting for information, and we'll get it any minute, and we'll bring it to you right away, Biden is winning, but Trump won here the last time, and we're seeing the opposite phenomenon here, where as the later votes come in, here's the question. Are the later votes that are coming in Maricopa County mail-in votes, or were they people who handed them, you know, are they mail-in votes still in Maricopa County, but they're breaking for Trump and not for Biden?
So here, let me turn this off first. Composition is a combination of late mail and late drop-off. Monday, Tuesday, late drop-off is my understanding right now, and Harry can correct me on that if I'm wrong.
So late mail is what it sounds like. It came through the mail. Drop-off is where you put it in the box.
But here's the difference here, and this is, you make a great point about why this is different than what we've seen in Wisconsin and Michigan and Pennsylvania. The late mail, at least in the batches that we've seen come in from Maricopa over the course of the last 6 or 7 hours, has actually leaned Republican. It is in large part why the Trump campaign wanted to ensure that everybody counted every single vote in Arizona. They knew what vote was outstanding. They knew how their voters were coming in, and they believed the late batches coming in Maricopa would go in their favor. The question, and we've been chewing over this all night as we wait for this, hopefully, mercifully, data to finally come in from Maricopa County, is what is the margin there? You know, we know, based on what's outstanding right now, Donald Trump needs to hit somewhere around 57, 58% for everything that comes in from here on out. He
That's
did
high.
it. The last batch,
to overperform, but he's been doing it.
The last batch, he hit it. The last batch, he hit it. This batch, based on the composition of what we think is coming, he may hit it again, and that's going to whittle it even more.
Right.
So we'll see how this happens. But this is why we've been kind of waiting on a pin here.
Absolutely. Sometimes when you do this, it feels like an eventuality. You're just waiting for confirmation. I do not feel like this about this state. I really feel like this could be anybody's state. We have to keep watching. Kyung-La has been preparing us for when the data comes in. And, you know, it's an important guide. Nobody wants to say, hey, rush them. They're taking too long. They're doing God's work. They're doing democracy's work there. They had said around 2 a.m. We're past it now. Any indication of if there is a delay, or it's just taking the time it takes, or is there a problem? Is there a problem with machine? Was it the protest? Anything going on, or we're just waiting? What's the latest word?
We're just waiting. I mean, that's really the bottom line here. And because we're not in the elections department, I can't, you know, talk to people face to face and find out exactly why, although they have been texting us. The spokespeople there have been very forthcoming about why there have been just a few delays. And we want to point out that these aren't hard deadlines. They are reporting as everything comes in. So it was supposed to happen around 2 a.m. Eastern time. There was a delay because of some of the uploading of the data. A reminder that when you're talking about a bunch of SD cards and trying to scan ballots and gathering all of that, that does take time. If you think about how long it takes your computer to upload data. So imagine how much we're talking about here. That was the first delay. Then there was a second delay because there's a review of some of the audit logs. That's just taking time. I'm going to refresh my screen one more time because I'm in a parking lot, and normally what we've been seeing is that they've been running us papers and telling us that, oh, wait, no, sorry, things did not change. I'm sleepy. So, yeah, we still don't have any updated numbers, but I can tell you from after spending almost 2 solid days with the elections department in Maricopa County that as they get it, they are sharing it, and it is on a publicly available site. They've told us to keep refreshing the page. When they have it, they will let us know. What I can tell you about the first bit of data that we got is that it was about 76,000 ballots that were processed and released. So what we're looking for is to see if it is another number like that. There's about 450,000 minus that 76 that we were waiting to see how long it was going to take to process, and they're whittling it down. One other thing, Chris, after this ballot information that we're going to get tonight, it's not going to be until tomorrow night that we get more information, because they're going to be processing so many ballots, and then it's going to get to the point where they're going to have these mail ballots, these mail-in ballots that were delivered in person. The ballots have to be taken out. The signature has to be verified. It's going to slow down. It's going to take some time to get that process done. So it is not unusual here in Arizona for a close race for it to take many days. It is something we saw in 2018 in this state, in the Senate race between Martha McSally and Kyrsten Sinema. It is, depending on how close it is, it could take some time.
Absolutely.
Chris?
We saw it in 2016 also. There was a delay. So you keep refreshing your phone. And I have to say, if this is you when you're tired, I'm even more jealous of your aptitude than I was before this, because you tired as me on a six-pack of Red Bull. Thank you very much for giving us the latest. When you get the numbers in, Kyung, we'll come right to you. All right, let's take this opportunity to take a little bit of a break. And as soon as we get the information, we'll come back after the break. We'll give you the latest data as we start moving towards a point where this country will say, this is who leads us next.
So we're watching the votes come in, when they do come in. Nevada, Arizona, North Carolina, Pennsylvania. But what we're watching closely right now really is Georgia. Georgia really getting close in the count between the former vice president and the current president of the United States. I want to get to State Farm Arena down in Atlanta, Georgia, in the basement. And this is a super site where they're tallying up the early voting. Nick Valencia is there. Nick, when last we saw you, you were speaking with Fulton County Elections Director Richard Barron, and he said, I think there were 14,000 outstanding ballots that needed to be counted. Has he given you an update? What do you know?
Yeah, hey, Don, we just got an update a short time ago. That's now 13,000 absentee ballots remain to be counted here in the county. At one point, they were moving at about 3,000 votes per hour. That has since slowed down. But these workers behind me, Don, I mean, there is a sense of urgency, and you could feel it at the vibe in the room. You feel it here. There's a lot of pressure and a very important job. I wanted to introduce you to one of the poll workers here. Louise Herbert, you are, just so special. We've been talking about you guys, and everyone's, watching the work that you're doing here. What's your experience been like, and did you think that Fulton County would be this close?
Well, in reference to my experience, it's been a long-term experience. I've been doing elections for a while, but this experience is new to me.
But you came here tonight at 8:30 because you saw that they needed help and you got sworn in.
Yes, I did, and it was good. I just got into the flow. I learned what I was supposed to do, and I did the job to the best of my ability until this hour right now.
So you're finished, and you've gone through, I mean, how many would you estimate, how many ballots did you go through tonight?
Let's say about 1,000. Well, a little less than 1,000, maybe anywhere between 500 and 600.
Did you encounter any issues at all, Louise? Were there any problems? I mean, tell us about that.
The only issue that might happen is the machines have, you know how machines are. You push the paper through, they may jam a little.
Just as you're scanning them after you process them?
Yeah, that's about it.
Barron explained to us last hour a little bit about what this center is, just so you can remind our viewers who may be tuning in for the first time. What is going on here right now? Because you're not actually counting them. This is the first step in the process.
Yes, they're going to be somewhat processing through.
You open up the envelope.
Ballots. Yeah, so we open the ballots, we count them, we put them through a machine. Process is done.
So I spoke to you. It seems very simple, but this is a lot of pressure you guys are under. I spoke to you earlier this evening. You seem to be taking things in such stride, considering how much of a spotlight and focus is on Atlanta right now.
I know. It's my personality. I take things in stride my whole life.
We know a lot of people here. You guys have been working tirelessly. You got here last night at 8:30. Some people 8:30 this morning. Describe the atmosphere and the mood for those here at home that aren't here in this room.
Everybody almost seems to have the same vibe like me. Okay, let's just do this. Those who are here long and days, they're a little more tired, a little more fatigued, but they're still pressing on.
Well, we know you have got to be tired. You spent a lot of time here. Thank you so much for your contribution to this country. Democracy in action right here tonight, Don. A lot of pressure and a lot of focus. Things are too close to call. 24 hours ago, Don, when I was reporting, President Trump had a 102,000 margin lead that has considerably shrunk about 23,000 margin lead that he has right now. And I mentioned 13,000 absentee ballots to be counted here. Earlier, we were told by the Secretary of State there were 90,000 absentee ballots across the state. We haven't got an update in these overnight hours. We're expecting hopefully to hear from him later this morning, but still a lot of focus right now here on Atlanta.
Just to be clear, Nick, they're going to continue to update. They're not going to wait until the morning? Clarify?
They are going to continue to update those numbers on the Secretary of State's website, but they're not going to come out to make a statement on camera. We shouldn't expect to hear from any election officials if they're not in this room. So we are going to keep an eye on those numbers. They're going to continue to come in, but no, Secretary of State is not going to address the media until later this morning.
Nick Valencia down in Atlanta for us. Nick, thank you very much. And Nick just spoke with Luis Urbit. I mean, those are the real patriots out there. Here it is almost 2:30 in the morning, and many of those people are volunteering their time. Some of them are paid. They work for the election of the Secretary of State's office, but many of them are volunteers just doing their civic duty, so they deserve to be commended. Let's bring in some other folks who deserve to be commended. Bakari Sellers, Alice Stewart, and Ryan Lizza. Bakari, I understand you are donating your services tonight, and so you will be giving your salary to me. Not happening. But
listen, I still got student loans to pay, so I'm definitely not donating anything.
But they do deserve to be commended, and they're taking part in a process that is unique in many ways, and it's a sacred right and a constitutional right for Americans. Let's, Ryan, I want to start with you because it's incredible to see these people out there getting this processing done in the middle of the night. You must admit that.
Yeah, it's great to see. I thought that was a great interview. And look, it's sad that these are the people who are coming under attack. I mean, these are volunteers, low-paid workers, under an intense national glare. I think a lot of these people probably didn't expect to have cameras in the rooms watching them do this work. And, I'm always impressed with people like that who are not used to being on TV, not used to doing interviews, just, get up there with that kind of poise and grace and explain what's going on. And I think the fact that political operatives have sicked protesters, outside some of these places is really disappointing. And from what I've seen from online, on social media, and some other news networks, I don't think that we've seen the last of that, unfortunately, especially if these remaining states start trending towards Biden, and I think we may see some more of that, unfortunately.
That is unfortunate. I want to ask you, Bakari, and I say this question for you because I really want to hear what you have to say about it. Because we have been hearing, as the results are coming in, right, the president is watching, obviously, very closely. Our Jim Acosta is reporting that sources are saying the president is bleeding GOP support. How do you see this playing out?
That's a loaded question. I see democracy playing out.
Since the current leadership, really, I mean, no checks and balances on the president. They've just sort of he's just run over them, ramshod right over them.
Well, I mean, I see democracy playing out, and Marco Rubio, Mitch McConnell, the Republican Party, they will see that this ship is sinking. They will see that in Arizona it's getting bleaker, in Nevada it's getting bleaker, in Pennsylvania it's getting bleaker, and they will run away from him quickly. I mean, they won't stay with the person who brought them to the dance. I think we will realize that there is absolutely no loyalty in this game. And Donald Trump is used to being a bully, but what he will realize really quick is that he was a cheap 4-year date for a lot of these individuals. And they will move on, and they will attempt to make sure that they ensure their longevity in the Senate or whatever it may be, or their future ambitions. But what we're seeing tonight, though, Don, and you asked me to point this out, is there are two things. One, this is democracy at work. Shout out to Tony Ressler, who is the owner of the Atlanta Hawks, which is why we have State Farm Arena and why we have these amazing people coming on camera tonight and doing God's work, counting these ballots throughout tonight. It's amazing how all of this works. That's number one.
And for a lot of athletes who stood up and really forced their team owners to use the facilities as polling places and such.
it's all, listen, it's all interconnected. Like, you know, you use your voice and things like this happen. Like, usually you don't have State Farm Arena, but this year we do, because democracy works only because we understand it's participatory and we use our voice. That's number one. Number two, quickly, America is what we always thought America to be. And I think that there were a lot of people, myself, who were Pollyannish, and I heard the panel earlier with Mark Preston and others who I agree with, who thought this country was changing faster than it is. I think what we're realizing is Barack Obama was more of an aberration, and Donald Trump is who we thought America was. And that's why you have this tendency of Democrats to be so sad and depressed and upset, even though it looks like Joe Biden may actually get the 270 electoral votes. People wanted a blowout so we could push back on xenophobia, bigotry, and racism. But what we got is a lot of people saying, that racism, it ain't all that bad. You know, we could take a little bit of it. And so I think that people will realize the reason that Donald Trump was as successful as he was is because a lot of us underestimated, and we thought we were further along in this country than we are. But progress takes time. And I'm just happy that the arc of justice is always bending slightly in our direction.
Well, this is a conversation after we got off air this morning that Chris and I had about the two different Americas and about how what has happened. The president obviously getting more support even during a pandemic, even during the racial strife that we have been seeing in the country over really the last 4 years, but really has ramped up within the last couple of months. That even pollsters and people who watch what happens in our society, watchers and newsmakers, thought that the country was in a completely different place, and how black people and white people in this country really have a whole completely different perspective on what's happening in the world. It's like that SNL skit after 2016 with Hillary Clinton, where you had Dave Chappelle and Chris Rock at a party, and all the white people are going, I can't believe our country wouldn't, you know, it's so racist. And they're like, really? What country have you been living in?
Listen, I truly believe that we're going to get there, and that may be my youthful naivete, but I firmly believe. And tonight in Georgia, with C.T. Vivian, with John Lewis, with all of these luminaries that are watching over this process, even John McCain in Arizona, I believe we'll get there. I think that there are people who believe in the better angels of our nature. However, I will tell you that we may get there, but we damn sure ain't there yet. Yeah. And that's what this election showed us.
Well, the thing is that we really can get there. There are people, like-minded people, who have the country's best interest at heart and their citizens' best interest. Alice, I want to get to you, and I want to talk more about this GOP support that Jim is reporting here, that the president is bleeding GOP support. That's what the reporting is. We have not seen that. We have not seen any Republicans come out and say the president, at least publicly, should not be saying that. Folks who are in office, you have people like Chris Christie, right, and you have Rick Santorum saying it on television, but you don't have leaders saying it. These GOP officials see the president's complaints, and this is a quote, ambulance chasing routine. How do you see this?
Look, I think when we have, for the last several weeks, the president questioning the integrity of the elections and the potential outcomes, and then right out of the gate, he says last night that he potentially will get the Supreme Court involved with regard to these election results, that did cause concern for some Republicans, speaking with many of them, and also declaring, without having gotten to 270 electoral college votes, that he is the winner. And that caused some consternation amongst Republicans.
But they won't say it publicly, will they?
Some have, but some certainly have not. Obviously, we're still in the thick of things, and we need to let every vote count. And this is one of my issues. I said it last night. He was rather premature in a lot of what he said last night, talking about the Supreme Court involvement. It was almost as though it was a solution in search of a problem, because we had not seen any evidence of irregularities at the polls. I do think there are some things that need to be looked at now, but coming right out of the gate saying that, I felt was rather premature. Look, and it's really important, if he's going to barnstorm this country, and Joe Biden is barnstorming the country over the last several weeks, and say every vote counts, then let's count every vote. And that's why it's really important to do what we're doing in Georgia, in all of these states, and making sure that we get the numbers right. We just heard there's a sense of urgency in Georgia. There's also a sense amongst Republicans that Joe Biden might actually win Georgia. And I find that really hard to believe, but we will know that when we take our time and patiently,
I'm not sure there's a sense of urgency in Georgia. Maybe there's a sense of urgency among people who are saying, let's get this over with. But the people who are working down, at the State Farm Arena, they just want to get it right. That's the urgency that they feel getting. And they say they don't have to be first. They're not trying to go fast. They just want to get it right. But Ryan, what I want to ask you is, that she said the president jumped the gun, so to speak. I'm paraphrasing what Alice said. It was a bit premature. Okay, I'll give you that. But there's a difference between being premature and then undermining the integrity of the election and saying that people are trying to steal the election from him and then not wanting people's votes to be counted. That's a horse of another color.
Yeah, I like that expression. Look, he said some of the stuff is just absurd and silly and can be ignored. When a candidate says, oh, I won Pennsylvania, I mean, it doesn't matter what the candidate says, it doesn't matter what the campaigns say. They are just observers like we are at this point. The count will go on. So I dismiss that to a certain extent. The legal challenges are more serious. What they've done in Pennsylvania and what they've said publicly is they want ballots thrown out, and they want the U.S. Supreme Court to take another look at this. Now, as was reported before on CNN, it's likely that those votes aren't going to make a difference anyway, but they could. If this whole thing comes down to Pennsylvania and those votes are the deciding factor, that would be kind of a legal nightmare scenario where the Trump campaign would try and take this back to the U.S. Supreme Court. They now have an extra vote on the court from the last time that the court reviewed this issue, and the entire race would be decided by Barrett. Now, we're a long way from that kind of thing. So, and then the final thing is the public incitement against the officials.
Ryan, I have to go because we're getting some votes in. Thank you, guys. Stand by. We'll be back to you. Chris, I just gave away what we were talking about a little bit this morning, but we'll talk about that later. As I understand, you've got some vote totals coming in.
Yes, my friend. We got a lot of time, but we do have some new information. So let's go to Kyung La. Kyung, first of all, thank you so much. We know you had to get moved out of the building, and you guys are set up in the parking lot, and you're working different phones. I mean, you're a professional in every situation, but this is tough duty, and the accuracy matters. So thank you so much for getting us the information. What do you got?
Okay. We have new numbers from Maricopa County. And before we go into these numbers, remember, Maricopa County encompasses the city of Phoenix. It is the most populous county in Arizona. If you win Arizona, you will win if you win Maricopa, you are most likely to win Arizona. So we just got a ballot count of 62,000 ballots that were just counted. That is the count that has come out. And here is the spread now. And I'm going to go through these numbers. Joe Biden has 912,585 votes. He is at 51%. President Trump is at 838,071. 838,071. He is at 47%. That is a 4-point spread. So as we are getting more of these numbers, you can see that that is continuing. The point spread in the data release of ballots that we got earlier this evening showed a point spread of 85,000, approximately 85,000. That has shrunk slightly to 74,514. So when we talk about the race tightening here in Arizona, this is what we're talking about. The race has tightened about 10,000 votes. So it is tighter and tighter with each of these releases. Can we read into this? Do we know what this is? No. What we do know is that the Maricopa County Elections Department says that what they are processing are these ballots that were brought in. They are early votes from Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. So these are the late voters, and that's what's being processed right now. So the race tightening here in Maricopa County, certainly we haven't processed what it looks like across the state. I'm going to leave that to Phil. But here in Maricopa County, it is a tightening race.
All right, this is really helpful. One quick thing, and also start with the thanks. 62,000 just came in this batch. Any indication from them about how many more they have and when they might come?
Okay, so now it gets a little more complicated. We started this process here in Maricopa County with approximately 450,000 votes that had to be counted. And this is just Maricopa County. This is not the entire state of Arizona. The entire state of Arizona is closer to 650,000. So 450,000. So minus the 76,000 plus the 62,000 that have just come in. Somebody pull out a calculator. I didn't do very well in math.
All right, just give me the numbers. We'll get it.
And then you just take that and subtract it. Okay, so 450,000, you subtract out the 76,000 ballots that came in, and then this latest ballot, it's on my producer's phone. She did the math. There's like 62,000 votes that came in. So if you add those two together, then subtract it out from 450, and you're at about 320 or so. So that's what they're working through. And that's still a lot of votes that are out here in Maricopa County.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Let me know what else, if you have any timing information or anything, but appreciate it, Kyung. You advanced the understanding. Let's get to the board and figure out what it means. All right.
This is the last data. This is the last time they're gonna give us data tonight.
Okay,
so this
great.
is it for Maricopa County tonight.
Great. Get some rest. We got a long haul. Thank yourself and the team. Appreciate you both. Take care. All right. So headline, 79 was the spread. Now it's 68,000.
Yeah, about a 10,000 vote gain. The beauty of this is that I don't have to do what Kyung was just trying to do, trying to map it all out in her head. I was trying to write it on the wall, and then it showed up. So you talk about what came in, and we and Harry were trying to talk about what this batch would actually include, what it would lead to, and what it would lead to, what it led to, what came in is about 10,000 vote gain for President Trump in terms of the current margin. Now, we know what's left outstanding.
Almost 11,000.
Almost 11,000. We know what's outstanding is based on what Kyung was reading out, probably about 312,000 votes, 313,000 votes in Maricopa County, biggest county. So margin shrunk a little bit, 51.4 to 47.2%. The big question is he on track? Is that enough? Is he hitting 56, 57% of what he needed to stay at the margin that he was going for to try and make up the ground? Do you have the numbers written down?
I do. Do you have them, Harry?
I believe he won that margin, that batch by about 18 percentage points. So that should
that puts him there.
That puts him there in that batch. If that continued, which we obviously don't know if it would, but if it continued in that pace, he would be on the track.
So if the president continues to perform the way he is right now with each batch, he would meet and beat Biden's lead.
At least meet. At least meet. And so here's the wild card. This is why we've been telling everybody to keep watching this. This is why the Trump campaign has been telling everybody to keep watching this, is the compilation of the last couple of batches. President Trump has been meeting the thresholds he needs to meet to at least pull even with Joe Biden. That is why you've seen the margin come down. It just came down about 11,000, 10,500 votes again. The biggest question is the composition of what's left. And not just in Maricopa, but also we've been waiting for vote to come in from Pima County. My understanding, about 17,000 votes in from Pima County as well, which we expect to be more Democratic. And so Biden campaign says they feel good about the latter batch, the final batch or two batches coming in.
What do they know about the batches that we don't know?
So you actually, both campaigns have a pretty good understanding of what the outstanding vote is and where it is. They can match up voter files. They know when people voted and how people voted. They should have it via their contact program. They should have a good sense of where, if they're good at what they're doing, and frankly, their presidential campaigns, they're good at what they're doing, they should have a pretty good idea of what's outstanding, what hasn't been counted yet, and where things stand. It's why the Trump campaign was saying, do not call Arizona. We think we have outstanding vote in Arizona that's going to get us there. That's been the reason why, and we've started to see that is exactly what's happened. The question is...
Fair point. I get why the president's campaign didn't like that it was called, not just because it's bad news for them, but because they were right. I mean, if you count the votes, things can change. Harry, you want to add to this?
I was just going to say, I would be a little surprised if that rate continued based upon what I am understanding is still out there. I would be surprised. I think these votes tend to be the ones that are not the drop-off votes, but are the vote by mail that came in over the weekend. Those are supposedly more Republican than the drop-off votes that came in, say, on Election Day. Now, we don't know that for sure. Let's wait and see what happens. But I would be surprised if the president continued on this track, at least at this point.
All right. So let's do it this way. I don't understand. Help me understand why you don't think he would continue on this pace and what the difference is between what types of ballots they are.
So we know the party registration of the people who were voting by mail late was much more Republican than those who were dropping off their ballots late. And my belief, and sort of what we think was coming in first and then second, the last batch, I believe, will be less Republican leaning than this particular batch and the first batch that came in. We'll have to wait and see on that, but that is my understanding at this point.
And so from a numbers perspective, what Harry's saying is instead of whittling down 10, 15,000 votes per batch that comes in, all of a sudden President Trump is getting 2 or 3,000 maybe based on party reg. And then you add in Pima as well, which could go Democratic. And so while he might narrow this a little bit more, it won't be enough. Instead of hitting 56 or 57% in the margin of what comes in, he's hitting 51, 52%, and that falls short. But we have to wait and see what the composition is and what it's made up of. And we're talking about Maricopa. There's still outstanding vote in Pima as well and a couple other counties.
So we've had a change of play, a change in the state of play here that benefits the president. And yes, this gets a little complicated, but one, lucky for you, you have much better minds than mine that are chewing on the information and understanding what it means. But here's the simple version, okay? It ain't over in Arizona. You have to count all the votes. Sounds simple, but it takes time. And as we see in Arizona, the state of the race could change there. Joe Biden is holding on. It may be enough. There's a lot more to learn, and we'll take you through it. Quick break, and then we'll get to it.
We're continuing to look at the vote count that's coming in. Chris is in the other studio, and they've got that part of it. I want to get some perspective on where we are, and to do that, I think we should look back in history. Let's bring in our presidential historian, Douglas Brinkley. Douglas, I know it's a rote question, but have you ever seen anything like this? And can you compare it to any moment in our election history, at least?
Well, it brings back the year 2000, where, Al Gore conceded at one point and then called George W. Bush and said, I take it back. And, of course, it went on for 36 days till we finally got a winner declared by the Supreme Court. Florida was what everybody was talking about back in 2000. Right now, it's all Pennsylvania in my mind, and you could see how it does astound me, Don, that Joe Biden's got 71.5 million votes. Nobody running in U.S. presidential history has gotten as many votes as Joe Biden. And right now, momentum in these last states, as you all been covering so well, really does seem to me to be edging Biden's way. I know that's too early to say, but it seems to me right now that we're looking at Donald Trump blowing his fact that he was an incumbent. Since FDR all the way till now, there have only been 3 previous times, 1976 with Gerald Ford, 1980 with Jimmy Carter, 1992 with George Herbert Walker Bush, when an incumbent president lost, and it looks like it may be heading in that direction.
So listen, and you're very rightfully so, you point out the votes are still being counted. We don't know what's going to happen in those states. But I thought about 2000. But 2000, we were keenly focused on Florida, remember? And it was a recount. So we got, we had that night, and then, as you said, one person was the winner, and then the other person conceded, and then they had to do it all over again. But we've got, this is spread all the way across the country. It goes from Nevada west all the way to the east, North Carolina or Philadelphia, or Pennsylvania. So this is the entire country. It's not just one state we're focused on.
Yeah, and it's part of this divided America narrative. I mean, keep in mind in 2004, John Kerry almost won. I mean, if he could have had Ohio, if he put John Glenn on as his vice president, the senator from Ohio, instead of John Edwards in North Carolina, he may have been president in 2004. So we've had close ones before, but this is particularly odd. I mean, it's so razor thin. And Georgia being the talk of the night just tells you that, as Bakari mentioned, with you think about John Lewis, you think about Selma, 1965, this vote, vote, vote. You think about Barack Obama saying, don't boo, vote. And it may make the difference. African-American vote in Atlanta in the Latino or Mexican American vote in Arizona. You know, Yuma, Arizona, Don, is where Cesar Chavez was from. And one of Cesar Chavez's last protested in Arizona about when he was fasting took place there. And he kept thinking someday Arizona was the Latino vote would matter. And this may be the year. We're all, you know, and then Biden being always the third senator from Pennsylvania, the fact that he's been able in his career to make Scranton his headquarters. Imagine if he did not have that side of his persona as a candidate, the Pennsylvania guy. It very well may have been a Trump victory.
Well, let's talk about something that you said really quickly here before we have to get to the break and back to the vote count. When you look at, you said this is Joe Biden is going to receive more votes than anyone in history, in American history, for president. And then you look at our process, because this is all, the reason that we're talking about this is because of the Electoral College. These states that we're talking about, these battleground states, hold the key to whoever wins the presidency. And that means the person who got the most votes, maybe the most votes, or the most votes in American history, may not end up being the president. Do we need to look at the way we elect presidents in this country?
Of course we do, and we always do at election time, and then we never change it. There's just never enough momentum. The good news is that it looks like right now that the person who won the popular vote will become president. I think Democrats would be so disillusioned if they lost two in a row when they had the popular vote. But the Electoral College is antiquated, but I'm afraid it's here for a while.
Yeah. Douglas Brinkley, our historian here at CNN, we appreciate it. Good luck to you. Stay calm.
Thanks, Don.
And that's good
you've
advice.
been doing great, Don.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And that's the same advice for you folks at home. Stay calm. We got you covered here. We'll be right back.
Election night in America continues. I'm Chris Cuomo, along with the one and only Don Lemon. Votes being counted tonight in the remaining states yet to be called. All over the country, there are races that matter. Let's show you the latest results. We have a key race alert. All right, Arizona, 11 electoral votes. We just had a move there. The president is making ground on Joe Biden. Can he continue to overperform, do better than he had been doing in areas, and chop down the lead or even win? There are enough outstanding votes. Will he win enough of them? We'll see. Right now, 50.5% to 48.1%. Another 15% of the vote still to come in. And Georgia, big X factor for this president if he can hold on to it. The lead has been just falling in big, big lumps. 23,000 is still the spread. 49.6, 49.1 for Biden. And now let's look at the state of play on the electoral map. 253, 213. Why? Because the white places have not been decided. And we are going to, not colored in yet, white places, whatever you want to call them. I'm not talking about demographics. All right, so, Phil, when we're looking at the map, well, let's worry about what matters here, which is to look at Arizona, and with that little bit of change in play and what that tells us about how we're looking at what to expect.
Yeah, I think this is a key thing, is what's actually left to come in, right? Because as it currently stands right now, Joe Biden, 68,390 votes ahead. And what you're looking at has been what we've been looking at throughout the course of the night, and that is Maricopa County. 60% of the population is here. This is the county, and we know, based on the great reporting from Kyung Law, they have about 320, somewhere around there, 1,000 votes left right now. So what is coming in from there, and what's the composition of that vote outstanding? As it currently stands in the county, Joe Biden up 51.4%, 47.2%. Why does that matter? Flip back to 2016. Donald Trump won this state, and he won this county. If you want to win the state of Arizona, particularly if you're a Democrat, have to win Maricopa, at least by a couple points. Right now, Joe Biden is doing that. The question is, will he be able to hold on to it? Here's what we know about the outstanding vote up to this point. Donald Trump, in the last several batches that have come out of Maricopa County, and why Donald Trump has started to close the margin, both on the top line and in the county, is he is overperforming. He has been hitting his target, and his target is essentially trying to hit 56 or 57% of every vote batch that's coming out. So far, last couple batches, he's done just that, and that is why his top line has dropped significantly over the course of the last 12 hours, from about 200,000 to 68,000. The big question on the outstanding vote is, has the majority of the Republican vote, or the Republican vote that would give Donald Trump that margin, essentially come in? Is everything else in Maricopa even or somewhere with Joe Biden having a lead like this. If Joe Biden hangs on to these margins, he's fine. He will win the state of Arizona. That's the outstanding question. Now, people on the ground, Democrats in particular, believe Biden will be okay. They believe that the remaining vote is not as heavy Republican as we've seen the last couple batches. We will have to wait and see if that's the case. This is still very much a live ball. Kyung Tho reported, great reporting throughout the course of the night, no more information over the course of the next several hours. So we're going to have to wait and see here, but we just got the new data, and that new data has made very clear that Arizona is still very tight.
Absolutely. We understand why the president's team didn't like that it had been called by another organization. Now, why would the campaign know better than we do? Because they have better information about who the person was that asked for the mail-in ballot based on party registration. So they have more ease of tracking things. Is it absolute? No. The key point, we're not going to learn more tonight. And in the size of batches we've been getting, in the tens of thousands, 60, 70, it's going to take a few cycles of them getting through it. Let them take their time. They're doing God's work for our democracy. Good for them. All right, so state of play, my friend. Brilliantly explained, and thank you. How does it play into a theory of what needs to happen and for whom?
Well, can we go into Georgia real quick and just kind of, because we're still getting some vote into Georgia, and I want to, true, just hasn't moved a ton, but right now, look at the margin right here, because this all plays into what I'm about to show you.
Okay.
Donald Trump right now up 23,000 votes, 95% reporting. This has been somewhat static, but you've seen over the course of the last several hours, it went from 31,000 to 29,000 to 25,000 to 23,000. Why is that happening? Well, it's primarily been driven by Fulton County, largest county in the state, and the vote that has been coming in is vote by mail in a Democratic county. You see the margin right here. You understand this is a Democratic county. And instead of 72-26, the vote by mail that's been coming in for Biden has been coming in 80-20. 80-20, which means everything that's coming in is going heavily in his direction, something that we've seen over the course of the night. So the big question for the Biden campaign, and the big question for the Trump campaign, which needs to hang on to this, is what's outstanding and can they hang on? I think the bigger question now is, when is what's outstanding going to be reported? That's the question we need the biggest answer to. But it underscores, as we've gone through this, Donald Trump's whittling away the margins in Arizona. Joe Biden is whittling away the margins in Georgia. So where does that leave us? This is the map as it currently stands. Everything that's blue has been called for Vice President Biden. Everything that's red has been called for President Trump. That puts you at 253 electoral votes for Biden, 213 electoral votes for President Trump. Let's take what we have here and go ahead and add the state of North Carolina to President Trump. We're not calling this race right now. What we're doing is trying to game out possibilities, show pathways right now.
And Alaska.
And Alaska. Give him Alaska as well. So what does that leave you with? What have we been talking about? Let's say President Trump wins Arizona, takes it back from Joe Biden. Let's say President Trump wins Nevada, right now down by 7,000 votes. We don't know what's going to happen. Tomorrow, Clark County will report. We'll have some better idea of where that stands. Right now, Biden's up by 7,000 votes. What I'm demonstrating here is the difficulty that President Trump has at this moment. You give him Arizona, you give him Nevada, you give him North Carolina, which we expect to go his way. Heck, give him Georgia. Give him Georgia. If Joe Biden wins the state of Pennsylvania, the race is over. Joe Biden at 270 electoral votes. It's why we've been talking about Pennsylvania so much throughout the course of the night. We're still waiting on Pennsylvania. President Trump has a lead right now, 164,000. But you talk about margins getting narrowed down. It was at 700,000 about 12 hours ago. Now it's about 164,000 with a lot of Democratic vote heading out there. So that's kind of the pathway right now. If Pennsylvania goes to Vice President Biden, that's it. President Trump wins Pennsylvania and wins everything else, he should be good to go. President Trump can afford to lose Arizona if he wins Pennsylvania and Georgia and Nevada. What we're laying out here is that President Trump needs a lot of things to fall in line over the course of the next couple of days to be able to win here. And the biggest by far is the state of Pennsylvania.
And look, I understand why people are tired, you're getting fatigued, but one of the common questions that keeps coming up is, well, what changed? You know, Trump was doing so well. He lost Wisconsin and he lost Michigan. Those have been projected. Those are a huge difference there. And everybody was always drawing these two lines for you down this corridor of Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, and that held true. Two of them have been given to Biden. That's the big change. And, of course, when you hadn't counted all the votes, it was going to look lopsided. Now that you have counted the votes, we're starting to get a different picture, but the president's still very much in it. I'm going to go talk to the panel a little bit there. So, Harry, let me start with you. in terms of the president having a harder pathway. Give me a sense of how true that is, given him overperforming to date in Arizona and making a comeback.
I mean, look, even if he won in Arizona, right, and let's say he win in Nevada, and then you go up and he wins in Alaska, let's say you give him Georgia, let's say you give him North Carolina. If Joe Biden wins in Pennsylvania, that gets him over the top, right? And that, I think, sort of just gives you an idea of how narrow the pathway is for the president at this point, because even if he nearly sweeps the board but loses in Pennsylvania, he still loses. Simply put, Joe Biden has many more past the 270 electoral votes than Donald Trump does at this point.
Nia, you made a great point earlier on about what might have been driving this biggest popular vote we may have ever seen for Joe Biden, what that means about systemic inequality and people's passions and pain being sent to purpose. Let's flip it.
Yep.
What does it mean that the Democrats thought they were going to get one kind of result? Let's put the popular vote aside. And they lost House seats. The Senate doesn't seem to be going the way they wanted. And the president seems to be much stronger. What is the reciprocal realization?
You know, Donald Trump has a very powerful message to particularly white Americans who are dealing with all sorts of anxiety, one of which is economic anxiety. Some of that is anxiety about the changing demographics of America. America will be a majority country by 2050 or so. And you saw Donald Trump really play into that much more so than he did in many ways in 2016. It was sort of on steroids, the kind of culture war that we're used to hearing from this president. So that was very effective for him. I think it was in some ways a surprise, a disappointment to some Democrats to see that it worked so well. They thought it would turn off many more white voters, particularly college-educated white voters, than it did. But yeah, I mean, that's sort of the reality of where Republican Party politics are under Trump. We'll see if that changes, if there is a post-Trump era. But I think the lesson, if you're a Republican, is these kind of culture wars work with a wide swath of the American public. And if you're a Democrat, you have to do something different. It's a very different, more diverse coalition. You have to think about the sort of complaints of African Americans and the issues of a wider swath of America. But I think it is a real surprise to a lot of Americans that this is who the Republican Party is, and it works so effectively.
You want to talk about Pennsylvania, we will. But Mark, the idea of the House seats, okay? Did the Democrats lose House seats in places where Trump was strong? So it's really that Trump effect? Is that why they got him?
Yeah, it is. And it's, you know, I had a lot of conversations today with folks within the party trying to figure out how they're sussing it out and what's their next step forward. And I know I'm all doom and gloom at this hour of the morning, but I like to look over the hill and see what's going to happen afterwards. Because as you know, as Phil is so aptly counting with Harry here, like, we'll get to the finish line. The question is, what happens on the other side of the finish line? I will tell you a couple takeaways. There was an incredible amount of money that was put into Senate races and into some House races that donors right now, I'm being told, are saying, what did we do? We flushed tens of millions of dollars down the toilet when, in fact, like, for instance, I'll use an example. Money was spent in a Kentucky Senate race that seemed to be like a great idea. Let's go in. She's, you know, Amy McGrath had a great profile. She was a veteran. But guess what? She lived in Kentucky, and she was running against the Senate Majority Leader, who we all know is really one of the craftiest politicos of our time. Why wasn't that money put into Georgia, for instance, where we're now going to go into a runoff, where we could actually have the Reverend of the Ebenezer Baptist Church? Just imagine him running in January now. This is going to be a huge race for Democrats and Republicans. But had they had an extra 10 or 15, $20 million, could have Democrats crossed that threshold?
But what is the issue? Isn't it the was a good idea at the time kind of analysis? I mean,
so a couple things. One is, I think you're right. Like, listen, Donald Trump had coattails in some places, even though he's going to lose. But I also do think that there really is this inward look at how we run campaigns. And look, you grew up in the business. You know how campaigns have evolved over time and over time. I do think that that the way campaigns are run now is over with. It's absolutely over with. We're going to see an entirely different way of how money is being spent. I'm not saying that it's necessarily going to work, but we are going to see a transformation. And I do think that the COVID situation that we've run into accelerated where we're going to be, in the next couple
Nia,
of
you had a
months.
point you want to
No,
make?
I was going to say, I mean, you think we were talking about the South Carolina race with Jamie Harrison. He raised, like $56 million. I'm from South Carolina. I never thought that Jamie Harrison was ever going to win that race. Nobody in South Carolina who I would talk to on the ground thought that was a competitive race. The polls juiced that race up, and you had all of this outside money flowing in, thinking that white South Carolinians might pull the lever.
He's the Beto of this round.
Well, Beto did much better, I think, right? I mean,
Beto lost by less than 3 points.
Yeah,
Jamie Harrison.
Jamie
You're talking Beto for the presidential or Beto for the Senate?
No, I'm saying the key word is lost. You guys have this fascination with getting close, which I've never understood. It's only horseshoes and hand grenades. If you lose, all that money is gone, and you have not made Mitch McConnell or Senator Graham any more vulnerable because you came close.
Right. I don't think anybody. I think everybody agrees with you.
Solace in it. These guys. He came
We
close.
deal
Beto
in
almost did
margins.
it.
We don't deal in binaries. We deal in margins, continuous linear regressions. Look, here's the thing as far as I'm concerned, just broadening it out a little bit. We have a global pandemic right now. We have a president of the United States whose disapproval on handling the coronavirus was approaching, if not over 60% of the vote. And as we stand at this hour, he still has a shot to get re-elected.
Yes.
How powerful is his message beyond that he's still in the ball game even at this late hour, despite the supposed or the belief that he mishandled the pandemic?
You know what? I don't think it's his message at all. I think it's the fact that, let's go back to what we talked about a half hour ago. Racism, is dividing our country right now, and people just don't care. They have license now to have no morals and to just speak without thinking, and that's where our problem is right now.
All right, let's take a break. A state that is being discussed a lot, but we're not really flying through understanding of it with new data, is Pennsylvania. 20 electoral votes. You're going to start to hear more and more about how, for the former VP, this may be the best path, even though it has the biggest gap between him and the president. Why? When? How? Next. All right, if we tick through what matters and is still open issues, obviously we're waiting to see what the tally is that gets us to our next president. There is also a problem with potential litigation on two fronts. One you're hearing a lot of, I believe unnecessarily, which is questioning the way states are counting. I think that's noise. A real issue that's not getting enough attention is what's happening with the United States Postal Service. Okay, we know a federal judge is involved. We know they believe that there's been inefficiencies, and some of those inefficiencies are in the states that matter now. But what about that potential litigation or a cure for that? How many ballots that should be counted that are legitimate may not be because of our Postal Service, and what is the reason for that? What else are we looking at? The Senate. It turned out so bizarrely different than certainly Democrats and their supporters believed. So let's check on that. Boris Sanchez has the state of the Senate. Good to see you.
Good to see you as well, Chris. Yeah, look, Democrats had a real opportunity here in about a dozen different races that they felt were competitive that would have allowed them to take control of the U.S. Senate. It's not really trending in that direction, but there is one small, very narrow path, purely hypothetical, that we'll get into in a second. First, let's take a look at the balance of power, where things stand right now in terms of the real numbers. It's effectively a stalemate. Democrats with 47 seats, one pickup in the state of Colorado. Republicans with 47 seats, one pickup for them in the state of Alabama. 6 seats that remain undecided. Let's dig a little bit deeper with some key race alerts. First, let's look at Arizona. Right now, the former astronaut Mark Kelly, the husband of Gabby Giffords, he's comfortably ahead of Martha McSally. She has refused to concede in this race. We're still getting votes in from Arizona. Other outlets have already called this race. We're still hanging on. We're getting very close to calling Arizona for Mark Kelly, but we're not there just yet. Let's go ahead and pivot to Maine. Republican incumbent Susan Collins, about 52,000 votes of Sarah Gideon, the Speaker of the Maine House of Representatives. Gideon has conceded, but if you look at where Collins is, 0.3% above 50%, There's still some votes to come in. There's a chance that the ranked choice tabulation, that ranked choice voting in Maine, may change the calculus here, so we're not calling this race yet. But Democrats aren't really optimistic that this one is going to flip. So let's look at North Carolina. This was the most expensive race in Senate history, and right now Thom Tillis, 96,000 votes ahead of Cal Cunningham, 94% of the vote in. Again, not really a pathway here for Democrats. They're not confident that this seat will flip where things are in this race, but it's still just close enough that we're not ready to call it despite Thom Tillis's lead. Now, this is where the hypothetical comes into play. Right now, in the Senate election in Georgia, David Perdue, well ahead of former journalist Jon Ossoff. He's got about almost 3 points on him, but here's the key. With 95% of the vote in, he only has about 0.1% above that 50% threshold needed to avoid a runoff. Georgia has that runoff rule. If you don't get above 50%, they'll see you on January 5th. There's essentially a new election. We're still getting votes in. There are tens of thousands of votes outstanding in Georgia, so he may dip below that 50% mark. Let's look at the special Senate election in Georgia. That one definitely going to a runoff on January 5th. Right now, the Reverend Raphael Warnock, 314,000 votes ahead of incumbent Republican Kelly Loeffler. Those two will square off on January 5th, almost assuredly. Very low chance that anybody's going to cross 50% there. A lot of information. I just gave you a lot of numbers. Let's look at the two most important ones. As we talk about control of the Senate, Democrats will need at least 4 pickups to take control of the U.S. Senate. And currently, with that race in Arizona, they only are leading in one race where a Republican holds the seat. But here's where things get interesting, Chris. If Joe Biden is elected president, that magic number goes from 4 to 3, because then potentially Vice President Kamala Harris holds the tie-breaking vote in the Senate. And then if David Perdue slips below 50%, then you're talking about 2 special elections coming up in Georgia at the beginning of January that could decide the fate of the U.S. Senate. Again, a lot of hypotheticals there, but it is really the biggest likelihood that Democrats have at this point to take control of the Senate, Chris.
Boris Sanchez, that was a lot of information and a lot of maybes. Thank you for taking us through it. Long way to go. Long way to go. We have to take our time on that narrow path for the Democrats. Let's take it to the panel. Mark Preston. I wear New Balance sneakers to avoid a narrow path. Who said it? What rap?
My brother would be very happy because he's the president of New Balance. Isn't that interesting?
Tribe Called Quest, Fife Dog. Now, the idea of how they got it so wrong. That was a good pitch, though, for your family. I respect that.
I don't even like him.
The idea of why they got it so wrong. Is this a discussion about one side rejecting the pain of another, or is this about priorities and pain taking different manifestations across the country, and the Democrats getting wrong how real the pain is, that it's not tied to Trump? And you had to do better for us. You have to recognize us. And you have to stop representing what scares us and causes our pain, and you didn't, so you're going to lose all these races.
You know, it's unclear. I think Susan Collins was a much tougher candidate than people thought she would be. They thought she was going to. Yeah, I mean, the polls. Exactly. She was getting beat up in the polls. Cunningham in North Carolina was up by 10 in some of these polls.
Collins never led in a poll.
Yeah, forecasters like Harry there were sort of embracing those numbers.
Love those numbers.
Yeah, and it
you
ended
with your
up
linear regressions. How about that regression of those polls and their value in those races? How's that feeling, my friend?
It's 3:25 in the morning. My goodness gracious. Look, I think, though, the real story in the Senate, beyond the Collins race, which is its own unique thing, and I think she had a unique brand in Maine and just a good politician who fit the state well, is in every state, I believe, in which Donald Trump is leading, the Republican candidate for Senate is leading, and in every state in which the Democratic Senate candidate is leading, Joe Biden is leading in that state. And that's what we're talking about here, is people came out in support or opposition to Donald Trump, and they voted that way up and down the ballot, with the exception of Maine.
Somebody missed something. I know it all makes sense now, but, somebody missed something, Mark, because there was a very different set of assumptions going into this. I agree with you about your point. I'm sure everybody does. It's not just the man with Trump. People forgive him a lot of things because he represents something to them that they want to change. I don't even think it's his message. I don't even know that he has one. to be honest. But their pain is real. Their anxiety is real, real enough that they'll look past his weaknesses and flaws and that he doesn't articulate what they're upset about well, but he does project that animus and he hates the same things in people they do.
You know what's interesting about the Trump coalition is that he has brought together the aggrieved, the angry, and the rightfully so aggrieved middle class in America, which has been absolutely left behind by corporate America. And by the way, he's brought along corporate America as well, who is just loving what's happening by and large with the stock exchange right now and what's going on with the stock market. You know, I think when we look at the Senate and we look back at what happened, I think that we're going to see that not only are people angry and they use Trump as the vessel to deliver that anger, but the fact of the matter is that we are different. You know, people that live in Virginia are going to be different than folks that live down in Mississippi. And I just think that as much as that we look at polls and we think, oh, well, Democrats might be able to get back, you know, this state or that state, it's really not that easy. It's not that easy. And as much as I'm talking about how demographics are changing, and I do think that in Georgia they have changed very quickly, I also think that we are, again, a very divided nation, that it's hard to move people off of their positions.
All right, let's get some a little bit of break time in here, get some new perspective and numbers. I think we're going to have a little bit of a nugget of insight. We're getting new information from our correspondent, Alexandra Field, who is on the count in Pennsylvania. We will zero in on Allegheny County. Next. All right, CNN's Alexandra Field is in Pittsburgh. Alex, you've been digging into what votes are yet to come in. You got a little information for us?
Sure. Look, Chris, I've been watching you and Phil try to tease out how many more votes there could be left to find, to chase in the state of Pennsylvania. What we're seeing right now is that Allegheny County is saying that they have finished that long and arduous process that some have complained about concerning counting of those mail-in ballots. You've seen some of the video of this, these ballots that have to be taken out of the envelope, out of the secrecy envelope, loaded into the machine. Some people are saying, why is this taking so long? That's exactly why it's taken so long. But Allegheny County, home to Pittsburgh, is saying that part of the process is done. They've opened up all of those ballots, they've loaded them, and they have now counted some 313,000 mail-in ballots to the county's current total number of votes. There's still some in-person votes that need to be tallied up. We're expecting to get more of those tomorrow. What are we learning from these mail-in ballots? Well, what we're seeing here in Pittsburgh is a trend that you guys have been tracking across the state. The in-person votes tended to err toward Donald Trump in Allegheny County. The mail-in ballots that have been received have overwhelmingly gone to former Vice President Joe Biden. That's the trend here. The number that I just told you about, Chris, that 313,000, that is what is currently being factored into the total number of votes in the county. But the county has also let us know that there's another pool of ballots that they received in the mail, about 35,000, and those need to be subject to hand review. They believe that the bulk of those ballots may have been some of the 29,000 ballots that the county incorrectly sent out. The county sent them out with errors. The county then went about working weeks before the election to give voters new ballots, but they believe that they may have potentially received some of those old ballots as well as the new and updated ballots. So that's something they've got to sort out. They've also got to look at a few thousand ballots that they weren't able to put through the machines that do need to be reviewed by hand because of certain areas. How do we look at this in total? Well, it's showing us a trend, again, that you see across the state, that the large metro areas were expected to go for Biden, and that seems to be exactly what is shaping up here. But more importantly, it should get us closer to understanding exactly how much vote there is left to chase in Pennsylvania. Chris?
Appreciate it. Thank you for the download, Alexandra. So let's go over the magic wall with Phil Mattingly. 313,000. And then there's some maybes, right, that they're looking into. Did we send it twice? Obviously, you can't vote twice. And they'll go through all of that. We don't know when, maybe sometime tomorrow. How does this fit into your reckoning?
It's what, the best way to describe it is, you look at the margin right now, okay? So Alex did a great job describing Allegheny and what this vote actually means. We expected it to go Biden, obviously the home to Pittsburgh. If you flip back to 2016, it went Clinton. But look at two top-line numbers here. Look at the percentage, 56%, and look at 367,000. Now look at what's going on right now. Biden has a higher margin, and he's got about 30,000 more votes with still about 11% reporting. So what does that mean? this is what you, Harry, and me have been talking about a lot of times during commercial breaks over the course of the last several hours, which is what Joe Biden is doing in Pennsylvania as we wait, again, for Philadelphia County to come in, some of the collar counties to come in as well, and Donald Trump holds a 164,000 vote lead, is he is beating margins from 2016. He's beating margins from 2016. The turnout is higher than 2016. That's 30,000 more votes in the Democratic column. That is a 2-3 point margin increase right there. And so we try and extrapolate that out a little bit, right? What are we waiting for most? We're waiting for Philadelphia County. We're waiting for the city of Philadelphia to come in. There's 30% vote outstanding right now. There's 457,000 votes in the Democratic column as it currently stands. What was the turnout for Democrats back in 2016? 584,000. My point is this. With 30% outstanding right now, if you're looking across the Democratic strongholds in the state, of which Allegheny is one, and Alex kind of gave us the rundown, and Joe Biden, the turnout for Democrats is 30, 40,000 plus in Allegheny, and we're still waiting for Philadelphia County, and they're right now currently about 130,000 down from what they were in 2016. You've seen the turnout surge in Democratic strongholds throughout the state. You know what happened in Allegheny. You expect something like that or akin to that to happen in Philadelphia County and the city of Philadelphia. We've been trying to nail down how much vote is outstanding here. 100, 120, maybe something around that, 1,000. It gives you an indication, if you extrapolate out and you try and look at the trends in this state, of what we're missing right now and what kind of turnout Democrats have been getting. You can look at the margins. You can look at the margins in the strongholds. Joe Biden's matching or doing better than Hillary Clinton in Democratic strongholds. You can look at the margins for Republicans. There's a huge Republican vote here for President Trump back in 2016. It was big again, and there's still some vote outstanding. However, it's down. It's down a little bit, just 0.2 points, 0.1 points, and you see that consistently throughout the state. So that's kind of, it's what we're doing to identify what's outstanding, what's left, and is Joe Biden either overperforming or is President Trump underperforming? Here's one thing I want to show you because I think this is actually pretty good. Where's Biden overperforming Clinton by 5% or more? Not a lot. Where's Donald Trump overperforming where he was in 2016? A couple counties right now, a couple counties. Where's he underperforming? Not a lot. So it's interesting. Where's Biden underperforming? A couple counties here. Now look at these counties. What's left? A lot of vote. A lot of vote is left. What have we been talking about over the course of the night? These Republican counties, remember I ticked through hour by hour by hour as mail-in votes started to come in. Alex was talking about this in Allegheny County. Mail-in vote leaning heavily Democrat. It's the same thing in Republican counties as well. Watch how this margin changes when 79% goes up to 100%. The margin will still be big for Donald Trump. There's no question about it. But it will start narrowing a little bit. And that is where Joe Biden is picking up vote as you wait for the big urban centers as well.
How many outstanding votes do we believe there are in Pennsylvania?
So this is a topic of discussion Harry and I have been in over the course of the last several hours. Harry, do you want to, what's your sense right now?
We're getting different reports, right?
Yeah.
The Secretary of State or the election officials there think that there's north of 700,000. That was the last posting. But Phil and I actually think it's somewhat less than that. It's closer to perhaps a little less than 500,000. That, to me, doesn't necessarily change the bottom line, which is I do think that there are enough votes out there for Joe Biden to overcome his deficit. But there is some discussion about that, and that's something that obviously will have to be resolved.
All right, and look, the best cure, more information. So as it comes in, but again, you know, thematically consistent, it takes the time it takes, okay? Human beings are doing this with the addition of machines. Let them take the time. The only premise was always to count all the votes. We got off on the wrong foot with that idea for bad reason. But now we're all on the same page. As the information comes in, we're counting it. Hashtag keep counting, because that's what democracy demands. Let's take a break. We'll be right back. Find out why he's coughing.
I like to say that we're up so that you won't have to be up, but we're up because you're up and you're watching us, and we know that you want to know what's going on with this election. So let's bring in some folks who are up because they want to inform you, and that is Bakari Sellers, Ryan Lizza, and Alice Stewart. Right? You guys still awake? You good?
We're still awake.
Absolutely.
Lots of coffee.
100% on.
So, Alice, I'm a Fulton County guy. Wasn't born and
Right.
raised, but I lived there for a long time. You were born and raised in DeKalb County. Talking about Georgia, okay? So what do you, I'm sure you've been talking to Republicans there. What are they saying to you?
The numbers are certainly closing in, and it's a long shot, but it's a slight possibility that Vice President Joe Biden could pull this off because the numbers of Democratic voters in Fulton County and DeKalb County are so large. And it's interesting, if you look at the state map of Georgia, it is mostly red, except where you look at Atlanta, Savannah, Macon, and Albany, the bigger cities across the state, and those are typically more Democrat. And the key here is that, you know, the president won Georgia by 6 points back in 2016, and right now it is less than 1 percentage point that he has the lead. And I think it's also important to note all eyes are on this presidential race, and it's key to keep an eye on that. We are counting all the ballots. The Secretary of State has assured voters every legitimate, every legal vote will be counted, and it will be added to the total. And that is important to reassure voters that they are following the process and they're encouraging people to be patient. But I also do.
Are your friends nervous? Are the Republicans in Georgia and DeKalb County, where you're from, born and raised, are they nervous or are they optimistic?
I will be honest with you, Don. The Republicans I'm talking to in DeKalb County and Fulton County, they're nervous and they're concerned, not just so much the presidential. That is important because that could certainly help Joe Biden get to the 270. They're also concerned about that Senate race. And Boris outlined it very well earlier in the hour, talking about the 2 Senate races. We already have one that is going to go to a runoff in January. We have the Republican didn't get the 50% threshold. We now have Senator David Perdue potentially could not stay at the 50% threshold. He would also go into a runoff with Jon Ossoff in January. That would lead to potentially 2 Republican-held Senate seats in Georgia. Both of them could potentially go Democrat.
Yeah.
And I will tell you what, they're concerned about the president, but the Senate as well.
Yeah, and so Reverend Ralph Warnock is in one of those races. Ryan, I got to ask you, and we got to move it along because they're maybe getting some more vote totals coming in here. Well, there's a major election headline here, and that is Democrats did not bring it for the House and the Senate, as Alice was just talking about, the Senate races. But you say even Biden, if Biden can pull this off, that he's screwed? Why do you say that?
Well, I don't write the headlines, but no. Look, if Biden wins and they're going to have a reduced, Democrats will have reduced numbers in the House. That's not as meaningful. They'll still be able to pass stuff through the House. But in the Senate, the only case for the Senate right now is those 2 seats in Georgia, right? Or that's the best case for the Senate right now is those 2 seats in Georgia go to a runoff, and in January, the Democrats win them both. You'll have a tie Senate with Kamala Harris breaking the ties. In the more likely scenario, where you have a Biden presidency and Mitch McConnell and Republicans running the Senate, we're going to be back to the situation that Obama experienced for a good chunk of his term. Mitch McConnell will have to make a decision based on his members and how much they want to cut deals with Biden. I think Biden personally will be interested in cutting deals. A lot of liberal Democrats will not be, and you're going to have. You're going to have half a dozen Republican senators running for president in 2024 under that scenario, and they're going to have no incentive to give Joe Biden any victories. And I hate to be, grim. I know you're going to have deadlock in Washington under that scenario.
Bakari, you remember it. I'm going to make Barack Obama a one-term president. That's my job. That's what Mitch McConnell said. Do you think Mitch McConnell might be more open to working with a Joe Biden who he knows in years past and doesn't happen to be the first black president? Do you think he may be more open and he's going to want to make Joe Biden a one-term president and not work with him?
I think that Joe Biden is going to come in and be able to do more things than Barack Obama was able to do, but I agree with Ryan. I mean, it's a pretty dead-end situation having to go through a Republican Senate, because not only do the Republicans, sparing what may happen in Georgia, not only do the Republicans control the Senate, but they also control the courts, which is also very important. I want to piggyback on one thing that was said earlier, though, and I want to remind people that we still have yet a ways to go, and Democrats are going to have to hold out hope. Last night, Democrats went through this spiral where we were going downhill. Now we're all worn out. We're tired. We're looking at the screen. We're trying to figure out what's going on in Arizona and Nevada. But Democrats still can actually win the Senate. It's tough, but we will get the golden ticket, which is the White House.
All right, Bakari. Bakari, you're glass half full, and you're right. It's so hard. It just started hitting me. It's so hard to keep a train of thought when we have been up for
4 o'clock in the morning. I'm trying. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm trying to run some things together here, and I'm doing the best I can do.
I'm with you, my brother. The same thing. I'm like, where am I? What? Read what? Okay. Thank you all. I'll see you soon. Get some rest. All right.
Thanks, Don.
Thanks, Don.
We're watching the votes come in. Don't go anywhere.
All right, CNN is ready with a key race alert. We're looking at it right now. Pennsylvania, numbers will be coming in. We're not sure when, but we know that there are a lot of votes out there ready to be counted. 20 electoral votes up for grabs. 89% of that vote estimated to be in. But remember, that's an estimate. There are hundreds of thousands of votes still to come in. Mathematically, Joe Biden could meet or even beat Donald Trump in the state of Pennsylvania. We're watching it very closely overnight. Georgia, 16 electoral votes, 95% of the estimate. Again, where the vote hasn't come in are big, potentially blue areas. And we're looking at that in Georgia. The president holding on to a lead of 23,009 votes. 49.6% to 49.1. Just on our watch, it has narrowed almost 10,000 votes. So as it comes in, we'll give it to you. So please stay with CNN. Great to be with you here at 4 a.m. Eastern. Election night in America continues. I'm Chris Cuomo with the man, Don Lemon. Winner yet? Nope. But people are counting all over the country, and we're getting closer, my brother.
We certainly are. And you know things are serious, Chris. When you hear that theme music, it means it's going down. And we have new results that come in from the battleground of Arizona, from the most populous county there, with Maricopa County we're talking about. Biden's lead has narrowed by just over 10,000 votes. Trump making gains, though, but Biden still holding on. So, Chris, you never know what can happen.
It all matters so much, but we have to enjoy the process. We had beautiful turnout. Congratulations to us for wanting a hand in our future. You remember the XTC song, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5?
No.
Census working overtime?
No,
oh, you missed a good one.
I
We're
know
watching
1, 2, 3, 4.
states.
Come on, baby, say you love me. That's about as much as I know.
But that song's in your head 24/7. You don't even know who sang it. So look, we're watching 5 states here, okay? And some of them we're looking at specific action. Georgia and Arizona, we've gotten some number changes for. We'll take you through it. So let's do the key race alerts and show where the 5 key races stand right now, okay? So let's take a look as they come up. Got a little electoral map action there. Now we'll go. Pennsylvania, 20 electoral votes. Very important. We were just told before the break, hundreds of thousands of votes in some key counties that could play to Biden's advantage still to come in. The tale of this tape here is there are the votes outstanding for Joe Biden to meet or beat Donald Trump in Pennsylvania, despite the yawning lead that he once had there. Remember, Trump used Pennsylvania as proof positive that this election should be over. Imagine if he were to get caught there. 50.7 to 48.1 right now. 164,000 votes is the margin. 89% of the estimated vote. Just an estimate, often a misleading number, because it's also about where that vote comes from. Okay, next state. Georgia, 16 electoral votes. 95% of the vote estimated in there. Same caveat. 23,009 votes is the spread, 49.6 to 49.1. One thing you may look forward to here, depending on what happens with the overall election, is a recount request there because of the small margin. Still vote outstanding in places that could play for Biden, a little bit different picture than Pennsylvania. Next, Arizona, very big. Watching tonight, new numbers. Trump is chasing down Joe Biden here. He is overperforming Donald Trump in a way that he needs to in the all-important Maricopa County. That lead now, 68,390. We've watched it get cut on our watch. 11 big electoral votes. If Donald Trump is able to win Arizona, things start to change for him, and quickly. Next, Nevada, 6 electoral votes, 7,647 votes. This is the easiest part of my job. Why? No information coming until tomorrow morning. Why? Because they're counting, and this is the way they do it in Nevada. Every state gets to pick its own rules. That's why legal challenges are tricky. As long as the state legislated its own rule, you don't just get to jump to federal court and say you don't like it. They want all the results in before they offer any of them. So we're supposed to get them later this morning. That's Nevada. Next, North Carolina. Now, 15 electoral votes, 50.1 to 48.6. Again, 5 to 7% of the votes still to come in there. Where? We're not exactly sure. The margin, 76,000, has held steady for President Trump. That race will probably be called as one of the sooner ones. Now, what is outstanding in these places? How does it play to each candidate's advantage? That's a tricky analysis. We have someone dedicated exactly to it. Kristen Holmes at the voting desk. You're looking at outstanding vote in these key states and mapping out what each needs to do to get the math to make it home. What do you see?
That's right, Chris. So let's start in Arizona here. And this is one of the most interesting cases because it is done a little bit differently when it comes to voting. What we've been watching this entire time is mail-in versus in-person voting. And the reason being that because we saw unprecedented amounts of mail-in voting, it really impacted how the election results came in. It also impacted who was voting for what and how we could actually see that. And what I mean by that is that we have learned since the beginning of the pandemic that majority of Biden supporters, they like mail-in voting, whereas Trump supporters like voting in person on Election Day. So comes to Arizona. What's left for mail-in ballots? About 450,000 uncounted mail-in ballots. How do these candidates need to fare within these ballots in order to win the state? Joe Biden would have to have 40 to 42% of those ballots to take the state. Tougher climb here for President Trump. He'd have to have 56 to 58%. Now, if this was yesterday, I would tell you that this would be smooth sailing for Joe Biden. But as we have seen, those margins have gotten tighter. Now, Harry told you that he believes the next batch that's coming in is going to be more Biden Democratic friendly than what we've seen in the last 2 batches, which have skewed more Republican. We'll have to wait and see, and we'll hold his feet to the fire on that. Now, let's talk about Georgia. This is an interesting case because we have 90,000 outstanding mail-in ballots. But this number here came from the Secretary of State and hasn't really moved in about a day. And we know that they are counting ballots there. We've seen Nick Valencia in Georgia. They've been going ballot by ballot. Hundreds of ballots have been counted. But yet they haven't really updated this number for us. So we're kind of working off this number from the Secretary of State, but unsure if it's gone down from there. How much would each candidate need to win of that to win the state in general? Okay, so Biden, you have 60 to 63%. Trump, 35 to 37. So obviously in Georgia, it's a heavier lift for Joe Biden. But as we have talked about, a lot of these ballots are coming in from Democratic strongholds. And again, these are mail-in ballots in a traditional state that we've been looking at in the sense that it skews Democratic. We know that mostly Biden supporters have been voting mail-in ballot here. So that is something we are watching very carefully. It's why we haven't called the race, and we have seen that margin tightening. Last one, Nevada, you said this yourself. No answers until tomorrow. But here's where it stands right now. 200,000 uncounted mail-in ballots. Who needs what to win? Biden, he would have to get 46 to 48% of that vote in order to take the state. Trump, heavier lift, 50% to 52%. And as you said, we saw this tightening margin there, and Trump has been doing better. So it's not out of the realm of possibility. This is a state that Democrats had counted on. They thought it would have been called last night. But of course, here we are today in this tight state. Now, the last one, of course, it's not on my tablet, but we are talking a lot about it, is Pennsylvania. And the interesting thing there is that we also have questions about the number of outstanding ballots. They have not been updating their website on Pennsylvania. So they've been telling us basically for a day that there are 760 some odd mail-in ballots that haven't been counted. But we know several counties have come in. So we're trying to get those answers for you so we can get a more accurate read of what this vote is going to look like coming in. Chris?
Very well laid out. And thank you, Ms. Holmes. We'll be back to you. If you have anything that you're hearing us do there's a calculation could be helpful, let me know. We'll come right back to you. So how does that help?
So let's go through the states, and I'll try and work through Kristen's numbers and tell you what you're looking for. So we'll start with Nevada. We haven't talked a ton about it tonight. You laid out why. We're not going to get new information until this morning in a couple of hours. what we're looking for, Kristen said there's about 200,000 votes outstanding. They are mostly vote by mail, if not all. And Donald Trump needs to win between 50 and 52% of what comes in. This has narrowed. It narrowed over the course of the day down to 7,647 votes, threatening a Democratic stronghold, or at least a Democratic hold. Hillary Clinton won this state. Here's what we're watching when the data comes in tomorrow morning. We are watching Clark County. It is the crucial county in the state. 72% of the population is here. This is traditionally a Democratic stronghold. And if you're a Democrat, you look right now at this margin and you say, that's not good. Right now, Democrats usually want this to be somewhere around 10 or 11%. As you see, it has shrunk down. And so that's the question of the 200,000 ballots that are coming in. If Clark County is a Democratic stronghold, if Clark County is leaning Biden, does President Trump, in those 200,000 votes, actually even have an opportunity to hit 50 or 52%, that threshold?
That seemed to be his magic number almost everywhere, that the president needs to split, he has to get 50% or better everywhere that she just went through to make a
little bit north, right? Like I would think, given the makeup of the outstanding mail-in ballots kind of across the country, and given the makeup of Clark, 52% is probably a little bit more likely than 50 in terms of what he's going to have to hit. So we'll have to see what he does there. But this is what we're going to be watching. We're going to be watching Clark County tomorrow morning when those results come in. I want to tick down to Arizona. Kristen was laying out that here, President Trump needs to do somewhere between 56 and 58%. So do even better. But we've seen over the course of the last couple of batches that margin narrow down to 68,000 votes. We're obviously keeping the closest eye. Maricopa County, largest county in the state, 60% of the population. And you have seen this narrow a little bit over the course of the last several hours. However, keep in mind, back in 2016, this was a county that Donald Trump won. Why is it narrowing? Just because Democrats are leading this county right now does not mean it is a purely Democratic county. It is pretty evenly split right now. It is moved towards Democrats. There are Republican voters in here. What we have been trying to figure out is what the actual makeup of this outstanding vote is in this state. Can President Trump hit 56 to 58%? He has hit that the last two batches. There is some thought right now that what's going to be coming in because of how it was submitted, or because of how it was cast, is going to be a little bit more favorable to Biden. Not that he's going to win the vote, but it'll at least be even, and we'll be able to hold on to the margin both in Maricopa and overall. But now we know President Trump needs somewhere between 56 and 58% in the 400,000 votes that are still outstanding. Let's move over to Georgia, because this is fascinating because of how little vote is still out there and how close this is right now. 95% reporting. We've been talking about Fulton County. Nick Valencia has been giving us great reports from there all night. I think right now down to about 13,000 ballots here. This is going to break 80-20. What did Joe Biden need? 62%. He's going to get it with what's left in Fulton County. The question is, when you look at the top line margin right now at 23,000 votes ahead, so maybe that nets him 10, 11,000 votes. What does he get from what's left outstanding in DeKalb? Only 5% left. What does he get if you move up here to Gwinnett? Only 5% left. What does he get if you even come down here into Savannah? There's a lot left in Savannah right now, a little bit closer margins than we're seeing in the Atlanta metro area. What does he get with what's outstanding there? Not can he hit 80%? That would be great. I think the Biden campaign would be thrilled if he could hit 80 across the board. But can, on net, he hit 62, 63% in what's outstanding? The answer, based on where the vote is outstanding, is there's a pathway there. The question is how much Republican vote is outstanding to try and weigh that out as we look at what's coming in. And I think the final question, Kristen made clear, we're trying to get a better sense. You, Harry, me, have been trying to talk through what's outstanding in Pennsylvania right now. We know it's hundreds of thousands of votes. We know there is plenty of vote out there for Joe Biden to make up the 164,000 votes that he's trailing President Trump by right now. We know that Democratic strongholds like Philadelphia County, over here, Philadelphia County, still 30% outstanding, huge margin, huge vote left outstanding right now. That's going to come in, and it's going to come in heavily Democrat. The question is, when is it going to come in? What's the composition of it? And how much more beyond Philadelphia County are we waiting for? We had Alexander Field walk through Pittsburgh area, Allegheny County, another Democratic stronghold.
She said there were 300 plus thousand.
That are in.
Yeah.
They're in. And so that's what we're waiting for right now. And so I think we've gone through this for the last couple of hours. There's a lot of outstanding questions right now, but I think the value of what Kristen just gave us is you know what the targets are. You know what the targets are. She didn't give us a target for Pennsylvania. I think for a lot of the day, we're thinking probably 62, 63% is what Joe Biden is going to hit. He's been hitting that. We haven't gotten any new vote in a while. He's been hitting that, and there's every possibility he will certainly hit it here in Philadelphia County, which will be a couple 100,000, maybe 100,000 votes, 120,000 votes. So the opportunity is there. The pathway is there. We'll see if they hit those margins when the vote actually starts to come in.
Now, let's offer our hourly public service announcement. We started off on the wrong foot with our collective, well, not our, but the audience understanding of why the flow of votes was going the way it has been going in this race. Now, a big reason for that was the president, at a minimum, was misleading and wanted to paint the picture that I was winning. I'm up 600,000, and they just stopped. That is not true, okay? There is nothing going wrong. We have had no reports of any type of material problems with processes anywhere. There are monitors all over the place. There are legal teams all over the place, okay? And any legit challenges will be put in, measured by the court, and covered by us for your consumption. Here's what you have to understand. The way it worked was all of these states that are in play counted day of votes first, correct?
For the most part, yeah.
So you saw those votes come in. Donald Trump did very well. Mail-in votes or drop-off votes are every bit as legal and legitimate. We have a lot more of them than we ever anticipated. Why? It was a formative method of activism. It was pushed very hard by the Democrats. It was actually discounted very heavily by President Trump. He discouraged people from doing it. And we're in the middle of a pandemic. I know we don't like to talk about it. I know we want to pitch the idea that it's going away if you're a Trump supporter, but that's a lie. And that's what this has been. So yes, he wanted to end the race when it looked good for him, but that was about convenience, not conscience. It wasn't about any certitude. This was always going to happen in terms of the process of vote counting. Now the question is, and in not really a lot of time, I mean, this count's going pretty quickly, to be honest. Even by 2016 standards, we had problems in Arizona, not problems, it took time. Michigan took weeks for the Senate race when we were there in 2018. And in 2016, it took us days to deliver Michigan for President Trump. So here, it's not wrong that this count is going the way it is. It's not wrong that he started off high. It was a different metric. They did day of voting first. So the question is, are there enough votes for Joe Biden to catch Donald Trump if it breaks in his own range of vote of somewhere around, what, 70%?
You could go lower, probably 62%, somewhere around there. 60%.
And the answer to that question is yes.
Without question.
There are enough votes.
Yes.
Can he win at that percentage? And that brings in different variables. Yep. All right? We just want to present this to you every hour because this misconception that there's something wrong about this. Like, why don't they know yet? Nothing wrong with that. It always goes this way. We've never had these kinds of ballots. And by the way, it's a blessing because it showed a rate of participation that we never imagined, or at least I didn't. I never thought people would step up the way they did in this election. I thought there was too much disillusionment, too much disenfranchisement, and a pandemic. But you know what? We met and beat our own expectations. And now we got to count them. That's what we're doing. Thank you for listening. Thank you for listening. Let's take a break. But now you understand, this is not a problem. This is part of our democracy. We'll be right back.
What brings us together as Americans is so much stronger than anything that can tear us apart. So let me be clear. We are campaigning as Democrats, but I will govern as an American president. The presidency itself is not a partisan institution. It's the one office in this nation that represents everyone. And it demands a duty of care for all Americans. And that is precisely what I will do. I will work as hard for those who didn't vote for me as I will for those who did vote for me. Now, every vote must be counted. No one's going to take our democracy away from us. Not now, not ever. America's come too far. America's fought too many battles. America's endured too much to ever let that happen. We, the people, will not be silenced. We, the people, will not be bullied. We, the people, will not surrender. My friends, I'm confident we'll emerge victorious. But this will not be my victory alone or our victory alone. It'll be a victory for the American people, for our democracy, for America. And there will be no blue states and red states when we win. Just the United States of America.
Joe Biden today or yesterday giving those words in a time of uncertainty as we watch the votes getting counted here. We the people, that's where we are on one hand. And then you have Donald Trump's message of us versus them. Let me be your champion in the great fight. Let's put the state of play to some better minds. Nia Malika Henderson, Harry and us for joining the panel. Nia Malika, so in terms of how this period of uncertainty as democracy grinds along, how's it being handled by both?
Well, I think you described it there. There is one campaign and one candidate, the president, Donald Trump, stoking ideas about conspiracy theories, stoking this idea that somehow ballots are being tossed out or planted in certain precincts, stoking this idea that certain precincts, particularly in urban areas like Philly, maybe Detroit, should not be trusted and should not be counted. There's that side. And then there is Joe Biden, who is making that call for unity and using the language of Barack Obama, this idea that there's no blue or red America, they're the United States of America. I am skeptical of Biden's, ability to actually do that. I think Obama thought he could do that, and Obama was in many more ways, much more eloquent, and in some ways had a bigger base of support than Joe Biden does. So we'll see what he's able to do. But it is true that people who voted for him thought that bringing the country together in unity was something that they wanted to see, working across the aisle. How that's going to work practically in a divided government, in a divided country, it's hard to see him making much progress. I hate to sound so pessimistic, but I think it's just the reality. We're a divided country. There are policy differences that are real and can't necessarily be bridged by rhetoric or a person.
Well, your perspective is defensible from the context of the challenge. Biden has a tougher challenge because, Harry, Donald Trump's game is tear it down. It all stinks. They all cheat. They're all bad. The institutions suck. They should all go. Let's fight them together. Doing that, the tear it down strategy, is an easier challenge for him than Joe Biden's of, hey, I'm going to bring everybody back together. The president's not looking to do that. He wants to win. And to the extent that he's not winning right now, it's because he's being cheated and it's a fraud. And so it's easier for him right now to negotiate this period, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it is. I mean, look, I should point out, though, that Joe Biden at this point has more votes than Donald Trump nationally. So there is certainly a majority of folks who do agree with him in the country, but it's a narrow majority. And it's a narrow majority, and you can see that in the Electoral College, right? No man has hit 270 electoral votes even at this late hour. We're already Thursday. The election was held on Tuesday. We might not have a winner maybe till the end of the day. Maybe it's Friday. We don't even know yet. So to me, Joe Biden does have a challenge with him. He has a Republican Senate that he's likely going to face. We don't know that for sure yet. His Democratic House, that majority looks like it's going to be slimmed. So the message that Biden brought and the message that the Democrats brought, while it had a majority of support, at least on the presidential level in terms of votes, it was a very narrow majority.
Hey, John, tough question for you. You've been part of a lot of this coverage. You've been listening to a lot of it. It gets the sense of sameness. What do you think is being missed right now that should matter to the American people who are watching this go on really in their place?
Well, a couple of things, Chris. One of them is the strength and resilience of Joe Biden. As Harry indicated, it's a narrow majority, but he's getting more than 50% of the vote. He's actually on track to get a larger share of the national vote than Ronald Reagan got in 1980 when he turned out Jimmy Carter from the White House in a landslide. Now, obviously, it's not a landslide. Ronald Reagan won 44 states. He had the benefit of, or the detriment, perhaps, of John Anderson taking away a chunk of vote. Nevertheless, Joe Biden's going to get more votes. Secondly, I think Nia's exactly right to be skeptical. On the other hand, if you're Joe Biden and you're looking at the probability at this point of a Republican Senate, you don't have any choice but to offer a unifying message. That's his instinct anyway.
But that's what you've got to do, because he's only going to get anything done with some measure of acquiescence from some share of the Republican Party. The third thing I think that is being overlooked is the dog that's not barking right now. We had all been concerned, and that concern was made manifest if you looked at any American city and saw people boarding up storefronts, of the idea of civil unrest. We're not done with this process, but this has been an orderly process, generally speaking. There are people with very strong feelings on both sides. There have been some protests, but none of it has been of terrific consequence, notwithstanding what the president has said. That is something to celebrate for democracy. You know, we've talked for a long time about the centrality of peaceful transfer of power in the American experiment. And so far, we have seen that play out now. We haven't had a transfer of power, but people have been observing this process with a measure of calmness that I think some people did not expect.
No, those are good points, John. Thank you very much. So, Nia, let's play on the heels of that. You think the hardest days are to come?
That's the big question, because there hasn't been a winner who's declared at this point. The president has been tweeting. His folks have been dispatched to Pennsylvania. I think Corey Lewandowski's there, and Rudy Giuliani. I think Lara Trump was there as well. So I think there possibly some tougher days to come if this doesn't go Donald Trump's way, because he has so sown this idea that if he doesn't win, it's been stolen by the left, stolen by Democrats, stolen by folks in cities. And we saw some of this flare up already in Arizona with those armed folks who were outside the facility where people were counting ballots. And we just don't know what Donald Trump is going to do. He's very unpredictable. We don't know what he's going to do if he loses in a lame duck. So I like John's optimism that nothing's happened in these 2 days, and that's great.
He's right. The only thing we've seen is the Trump folk at the Maricopa County place, which just doesn't make, I don't know why they were there. They need Arizona. They may win Arizona. They need the count to go as well as it can. Why intimidate the people who are inside doing what you want them to be doing? Harry, the idea of, well, it'll be okay because the result will stand for itself. It's hard for a thin margin to stand in an environment of uncertainty, right? People have a lot of misgivings about the way our elections work to start with.
Sure, although I will point out that 4 years ago you had a thin margin, even thinner margin it may end up being than the one we have this year, and the country did stand, right? There were obviously protests that took place after Donald Trump was inaugurated as the President of the United States, but there wasn't like civil unrest to such a great degree that there was violence in the streets and stuff like that. Although I will point out that now we have the background of a global pandemic, right? That adds an extra variable to this. And now we have Donald Trump, who is obviously prone to volatile statements on Twitter, to say the least, who may be flaming or burning the flames a little bit. So we're going to have to wait and see on that, wait and see what the ultimate result is. If it goes in the direction it looks like it's going in, let's see how the current president reacts to potentially losing an election. I don't know how it's necessarily going to go, but at this point, at least, as John was pointing out, it's been mostly peaceful since the votes have been cast.
John Horwood had a good phrase there. He said, the dog that's not barking. You know, now part of that is also how much attention do you give the dog when they do bark. Right now, I, as one of the anchors in the mix, I'm making a definite choice to ignore the noise. And yes, you can all come at me and say you should have been doing this all along. I don't agree with that. I think that this is a dynamic that you have to engage. But right now, idle threats and attacks on a system that are baseless in proof, they'll be made manifest by litigation. And when that happens, we'll cover it. What will change, though, is you won't be able to silence the president. What he will say about this process is going to wind up having a heavy hand in how his followers judge it. So we will wait and see, just like every other level of this. Right now, I want to take a break. But first, I thank John Harwood. I thank Harry Enten and Nia Malika Henderson. Thank you for helping us talk through what we're all living together. More results, more context, and one step closer to some type of conclusion about where our country is headed next.
I want you guys to pay attention to this because it's very telling. It's very illustrative. One of the ironies about the vote fallout is Trump is trying to get states to stop counting where he's winning and keep counting where he's losing. And there's video of his supporters chanting, "Stop the vote." This is in Michigan as Biden was gaining more votes. Listen to this.
Stop the vote. Stop the vote. Stop the vote. Stop the vote.
Okay, but then there's Arizona. In Arizona, where new votes were coming in for Trump, cutting into Biden's lead. We heard Trump supporters protesting, shouting, "Count that vote."
Count their votes. Count their votes. Count their votes. Count their votes.
So let's talk about all this. With us now, former presidential candidate Andrew Yang, also S.C. Cupp with us here, obviously from CNN, and John Avalon as well. Hello to both of you. Good morning, evening. It's good to see you both. Whatever it is. S.C., I'm coming for you because I want to know how Republicans are feeling right now. Well, there's sort of a whiplash kind of like, what do we do? It depends on what's favoring us, stop or go, keep counting.
Well, yeah, I mean, a lack of intellectual consistency has marked this entire 4 years. That's not new. But what is remarkable is this feat that Trump has managed to pull off. It's tragic, but it's also really remarkable. He has so distorted the idea of what democracy means. He has gotten a not insignificant number of Americans to believe that stopping the vote count is democracy. I am old enough to remember when Republicans believed that America was the greatest country on earth. It was the Toby Keith era of American exceptionalism. And
wow, that was
Sean Hannity last night on Fox News was asking if you believe in free and fair elections anymore. He was asking if you will support this sham election. I mean, it's not just whiplash. It is a total repackaging of what democracy means, and a lot of people have bought it. My question is, what next? We don't know who's going to win tonight, today, tomorrow, this week. We don't yet know.
This year.
But, right, we hope this year. But if Donald Trump is out, well, you have walked a lot of people, his supporters, to the precipice of a cliff off of which democracy doesn't exist anymore.
Or true.
When he is gone to tell you what to do next, where do you go with that? What becomes of our ideas of what democracy means? They used to be steadfast. Now they're whatever Trump said last.
Look, we're going to need to rebuild and reunite as a nation and restore a sense of democracy as a bedrock that isn't about situational ethics and lying loudly, which is what we've seen. I mean, last night, in addition to these crowds yelling discordant things, and the only flow through is whatever's better for my team at this moment, which is the opposite idea of democracy and bedrock principles in a democratic republic. I was stunned when all the different minions in the Trump orbit started bleeding at the same time via social media. Trump won Pennsylvania with exclamation points, based on nothing. But it was clearly the diktat they'd gotten from top down. And it reflected kind of the approach of this administration. Lie loudly and get enough people to believe you.
Because
based on nothing.
He hereby claimed,
yes,
John, that he had won a number of states last night on Twitter.
But the thing is, there could be 4 more years of this. And you know, as she says, we're on the precipice of going over the cliff, right, of our democracy. But what if can we stand 4 more years of non-reality, sort of, you know, what is a democracy? What is a real republic? Can we take 4 more years of that? What happens?
Well, polarization is here to stay, but I remember running against Joe in Iowa and New Hampshire, and the question on everyone's mind was, who can defeat Donald Trump? And it turns out that Joe Biden can defeat Donald Trump. That's the way the numbers are heading. I feel a world better today than I did.
You're a lot happier than you were last night. My first question was, you look worried, you look nervous. But you're in a much better spirits.
The math has trended up, Don. Let's put it that way.
But it's not over yet.
And I agree that Trumpism is going to be here for quite some time. He got 5 million more votes this time than he did in 2016. So on an absolute scale, it's actually grown. And you have QAnon-friendly new members of Congress who are going to be getting sworn in January.
That's the detritus that he's left. When and if Trump is gone, the ideas he left behind and the mechanisms for dealing with polarization, tribalism, and angst and anger, those remain.
Yeah.
And he's left these, white elephants, and the Republican Party will have to decide, do we demolish them or do we try to find a new Trump to sort of take his place?
I think the latter. I think the latter is.
We'll see,
And I'll tell you why in a second.
But look, Gollum always turns on its creator, and that's the problem that we're dealing with. But let's not lose sight of two things. First of all, Joe Biden, and the numbers are trending in his direction, is if you take out the expectations game that Democrats feel bad about, right? Because they looked at the map and they said, this is going to be a landslide. And instead, he's likely to win more votes than anyone who's ever run for president.
Biden.
He's like Biden. Yeah. He's likely to flip a couple of considerable states in his realm, and we're still counting. We should commit to the counting and not have any outcomes, with the message of national unity. You've heard it again last night. I mean, the core campaign speech is, I'm running as a proud Democrat, but I'll be an American president because you have a duty to care. It's a nonpartisan office. That's a repudiation of Trumpism.
Well, this is a generalization, but for the most part, here's what I'm hearing. I'm hearing Democrats saying, I'm glad that this is turning out the way, let's hope it is Joe Biden, obviously. But what they're saying is, because Joe Biden knows these people in Washington, and he wants to work together. He's going to try to get them to work together. But then you hear, especially on other channels and conservative media, the elites, and they're making fun of the folks on CNN and making fun of it. And I hear Democrats saying, we got to come together. It's time to come together, and somehow I wish the other side would work with us. Not everyone, but that's the general consensus that I'm getting. So something's got to give, and something has to change in this country, because otherwise we're going to just blow each other up.
Well, it's one reason why many people were hoping for a mandate. There were many folks in the House who thought that the Democratic majority was going to grow, and instead they lost 6 incumbent seats in the House. They thought that they could get the Senate, and it looks like they're going to fall a little bit short. So you're going to have a divided government no matter what. And that's not what you need when you're trying to recover from an historic pandemic, a loss of millions of jobs because of the recession. So the disappointment is very, very real among Democrats. And the fact that 68 million Americans decided to re-up with Trump, deeply disappointing for many people.
Don't you think Democrats know? Because, listen, there are Republicans who are opposed to how this particular president has divided the nation. Most of the ones in power are not saying anything about it. Don't you think Democrats will be more open to, okay, listen, people, this must stop. We've got to work together somehow, more so than the people who have just sort of sold their soul to the metaphorical.
Democrats rightfully believe we need a very robust agenda. And the problem is that you're going to have Mitch McConnell, the Senate Majority Leader, playing the obstructionist role that we're all familiar with from the Obama years. One thing that I do think we need in the worst way is a stimulus package. It's a second relief bill. Mitch said yesterday that he thinks it should pass before year end. I think this might have helped Democrats nationwide, because everyone knows that Democrats are the party of government helping you out. And many people around the country have been very upset about the fact that there has not been a relief bill
known
in months.
to many Republicans now as socialism. It's not really, but...
But I think
that's the irony.
It's socialism.
The disappointment.
Hang on. Roads and libraries and whatever. That's somehow socialism, but we all need them. But anyway.
That's a robust American government. I mean, just to pick up on your point, and then I'll pass the ball to SC. Look, Trump won on the economy, but this has not been a fiscal conservative approach. Yeah, he cut taxes, but he's increased spending dramatically, and the deficit and the debt with it. And if a Democrat did it, they'd actually be called a socialist. Instead, Donald Trump's seen as some, defender of economic freedom.
Well, the anger and the disappointment that Andrew talks about in the Democratic Party is real. And I think that the message that Joe Biden had about looking at our opponents politically, not as enemies, is just as much for Republicans as it is for Democrats. I think he truly does want to unify the country. And I think we saw over the course of the Democratic primary, some Democrats did. Other Democrats running for president wanted to make people pay. And that divide between wanting to make people, punish people, and wanting to bring the country together will be under a potential Joe Biden administration, I think, a struggle.
Yep.
You guys are here for a lot longer.
We're hanging.
So we'll continue this conversation. The numbers are changing, and we are watching all of it, so don't go anywhere. We got you covered.
One of the big pieces in the what happens next puzzle is any potential litigation. Kristen Holmes at the voting desk. What do we see on the potential horizon?
Well, look, Chris, the Trump campaign and the RNC has continued to try to bring litigation before the election, and we knew there was going to be litigation post-election. And one thing to note before we even go through the cases is that we've spoken to numerous legal experts about these cases that have been brought or filed or are pending, and all of them say that it is too thin amount of evidence and does not affect that many ballots to decide a presidential election. So just keep that in mind when we go through this. So starting in Pennsylvania, this is about that ballot extension we saw in the Supreme Court before the election. Pennsylvania officials had put in place a 3-day extension on ballots to allow for those mail-in ballots to come in and still be counted because of all the issues with the coronavirus pandemic mail system. Now, those conservative judges had left the door open. The Trump campaign is going back to the Supreme Court to see if there is any way to deal with these ballots. Now, if the margin in Pennsylvania gets so slim that this amount of ballots that comes after the election is in play, this might be an issue. But right now, the Supreme Court is just deciding whether or not to take this up. And there's no indication that the margin will be that narrow. So take a look in Michigan. Now, the Trump campaign, the RNC, Republican officials filed a suit to halt the counting of votes statewide. Of course, we know that part of this was because we saw Biden's lead growing because of those mail-in ballots. They wanted access to observe the mail-in ballot processing. They said that they wanted to be there to be able to challenge anything that was going on as these votes were being counted. Another one in Nevada. Okay, this one's interesting because it's actually been shot down twice, but they're bringing it again. They sued Clark County, that is Las Vegas, the big Democratic stronghold here, to stop counting because they wanted to look at the software that they were using to match signatures. Now, a judge already shot this down, and then another judge shot this down. Now they're having a hearing on this on Thursday, but again, they're just trying to stop the counting here. And then in Georgia, now this one was brought by 2 Republican officials and some poll watchers there. They say they're filing a suit over a small amount of ballots that they were trying to process, but apparently were slipped into a pile that was already ready to be scanned before they were processed. But again, please let me be very clear. Every legal expert that we talk to says that these are not enough to actually impact the election in any way. They could stop voting temporarily or cause chaos or sow distrust. All of those things are real. But in terms of actually deciding the election, there's no indication that any of these could do that. Chris?
Well, that is a very good analysis. You know, one of the problems here is that unlike with other litigation in general, you don't have to worry about frivolous lawsuits. You know, when you file federal lawsuits, if it's an unsubstantiated thing and it seems to have been done with not really malice, but knowledge that there was no basis, sometimes you're vulnerable to sanctions, you know, and other financial penalties. That won't be a problem here for the president. And look, this is his strategy. This is somebody who sues as a tactic. And it sends a great political message for him, great defined as a good step towards more chaos. However, we're going to have to evaluate them. I think the best instruction is to ignore the noise going on around them. Let's see what the lawsuits actually are when they get filed. That was a really nice summary. Thank you very much. Let's take a little break. When we come back, we're going to look at the paths to victory. All right? There aren't as many as there were. What are the variables? We have them next. A reminder here of our key race alert, what we are tracking right now in real time. Pennsylvania, 20 electoral votes. The margin, 164,000 votes between Donald Trump and Joe Biden. This number has been moving down. There are enough votes outstanding for Biden to meet or beat the president in this all-important state. One of the reasons the president has been targeting it. We'll stay on it. Still about 10% of the vote out to be counted. Georgia, 16 electoral votes, about 5% of the vote still outstanding. The president holding a 23,009 vote lead. This race, a likely candidate for recount, depending on the outcome of the election. So we will keep counting in real time and giving you context of what is shaping this race in real time. You see there, electoral votes, 253 to 213. No man is really that close yet, at least a couple moves away. Stay with CNN. We'll get you through. Welcome to 5 a.m. in the East, 2 a.m. in the West. Maybe you're waking up. Maybe you're thinking about whether or not to go to sleep. Either way, Chris Cuomo and Don Lemon got you. Welcome to our special live coverage. Election night in America continue.
You may as well just hang with us. It is a good time. We always will show you a good time. Because you know what? We're on Count Watch here on CNN in the wee hours in the morning. New numbers, Chris, coming in overnight, and we're expecting even more from those very key battleground states that are still out and still in question. Arizona shifted just a little bit. Biden's lead in the biggest county there, narrowing by just over, what, 10,000 votes? That's getting close.
Just on our watch, just less than 10,000 votes traded hands in Arizona. And look, there are a lot of different states going through a lot of different permutations. There are a lot of ballots out there, and it really is all good because it's all a reflection of tremendous turnout at the polls for people to have a hand in their own political destiny. So it's a blessing, but you got to deal with it now. So let's give you the latest results for you in a key race alert. All right, here are the main races that we've been watching. You have Pennsylvania, of course, 20 electoral votes. Right now, you have a 164,000 vote margin. This is the big number in play. There's no question about it, but it keeps getting smaller. And the latest calculations suggest that there are enough votes outstanding for former VP Joe Biden to meet or beat Donald Trump in this all-important state. The president was right to pick this one to say is a potential problem and potential for all these bad things that he has no proof about. He was right that it would come down to this state, and it may well do that. About 10% of the vote still outstanding. A lot happening there as well in Georgia. 16 electoral votes, 5% of the vote outstanding there. 23,009 votes separate the two gentlemen. Are there enough outstanding votes to make a difference? Yes, with a couple of caveats. We'll take you through it. One big thing to know about Georgia is it could be a candidate for a recount depending on the outcome of the overall election. Arizona, Joe Biden still ahead. His number has been going down wide. Donald Trump has been overperforming in all important Maricopa County. This state is a little bit of an inverse effect from what we're seeing in the other four of the other 5 states that we're following, which is that Donald Trump is the one overperforming. Donald Trump is the one who likely has enough votes to meet or beat Biden if he keeps overperforming. Will he? We don't know. Those are going to be a very important 11 electoral votes. Nevada, 6 electoral votes, still a chunk of vote to come in. This is a short story. Why? We're not getting nothing until later this morning. That's what they told us there. They count all the votes before they release any of the next batch of results. A thin margin there. Now, North Carolina, another quick tell. The president's ahead by 76,000. He has been for a while. There is a little bit of an opportunity for more vote to come in that could change the state of play here, but this is where it is. It may be a likely candidate for the first of these 5 to get projected. 15 electoral votes there. Let's look at the big map. Big map, 253 to 213. Joe Biden a couple of moves away from getting to 270. Donald Trump a more narrow path, but still there. So let's discuss what it means. There's a lot that's happened since Tuesday night. Let's go to Stephanie Elam right now for a sense of the big picture out there doing what she does best, bringing us a good understanding of what's happening in our country. Good morning. Very nice to be sharing a moment in history with you.
Very nice to hear you at this hour of the night, morning, day, wherever we are right now. Chris, I know there's a lot of people who are insomniacs right now because of the fact that you're looking at these races tightening around the country. And we knew that it was going to take a long time to get to the counts being done. Still, it doesn't make it any less tedious for everyone watching all of these races.
With the race for the White House still too close to call, the focus is now on a handful of battleground states still counting hundreds of thousands of mail-in ballots that will decide whether President Trump or former Vice President Joe Biden win the election.
I'm not here to declare that we've won, but I am here to report when the count is finished, we believe we will be the winners.
Biden asking his supporters to be patient, saying his campaign sees a clear path to 270 electoral votes.
Every vote must be counted. No one's going to take our democracy away from us. Not now, not ever. We, the people, will not be silenced. We, the people, will not be bullied. We, the people, will not surrender.
The former vice president making this address before adding projected victories in Michigan and Wisconsin, the states crucial to help rebuild the blue wall Trump painted red in 2016. Now the Trump campaign is trying to sow unfounded doubt over the election results after the president falsely declared victory early Wednesday morning.
As far as I'm concerned, we already have won it.
The president's team is also taking legal action in Michigan and Georgia and saying they will request a recount in Wisconsin, which CNN projects Biden has narrowly won by less than 1%. The Trump campaign is planning to sue in Pennsylvania, where Biden could narrow the president's lead.
It's a shame that we have to do that. It's the last thing that we wanted to do.
State officials condemning Trump's baseless allegations that the Biden campaign is adding votes to their tally.
Representatives watching every step of that process, it's just not happening. There's no evidence of anything like what was alleged.
Meanwhile, in Nevada and Arizona, where the president believes he can catch up with Biden, they want ballot counting to continue.
Count the votes! Count the votes!
Trump supporters protesting just that in Phoenix, with dozens surrounding the Maricopa County Elections Department as poll workers tallied votes inside. But in Detroit, they stormed into this ballot counting center demanding them to stop.
Count your vote! Count your vote!
With tension growing, protests emerging across the country, many calling for a fair tally of all votes. One state official defending the process despite expected efforts like the president's to call into question the integrity of elections.
We always knew we'd be here from when the polls closed as we went through that tabulation. We've always had a lot of faith in the truth underneath our work, which everyone can see for itself as one that has been meticulous, it has been accurate, it has been secure, and it's been something that we're quite proud of here in our state.
And you take a look at the electoral votes where we stand right now, and you see Joe Biden is just 17 electoral votes away. Arizona carries 11 electoral votes. So that's why everyone cares so much about what is happening here. Maricopa County, where I'm standing, the most populous county in this state. We are now looking after the numbers that we got in last night, that here in the county, there's some 300,000 more than that, just over that in Maricopa County that still need to be counted. And we're likely not going to hear anything about those numbers until later in the day. So more waiting for everyone all around. Chris?
Hey, better to wait than to get it wrong. Stephanie, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Phil Mattingly here at the Magic Wall holding forth. Paths to 270. Let's start with Joe Biden.
Let's stipulate something out front, which is both candidates still have pathways to 270.
Absolutely.
Right? We've been talking about this all night, but if you're just waking up, this race is not over. There are still pathways for both Joe Biden and President Trump. And let's walk through. What you see here on the map, if it's red, we've called it for President Trump. If it's blue, we have called it for Vice President Biden. We'll go ahead and fill in. Chris, you were just going through North Carolina, pretty solid lead for the president there. We'll go ahead and make that red. Alaska as well, still waiting for some count there, but the expectation is that will go red. So what does that leave? That leaves Pennsylvania, Georgia, Nevada, or Arizona, and Nevada. All right, well, here's some pathways. Right now, the vice president is leading here in Arizona, and he's leading here in Nevada. He wins those two.
It's over.
It's over. However, and this is key, right now, as Stephanie was just laying out, Arizona has tightened.
Very
a lot.
competitive.
Very competitive. And we're going to have to wait a little bit for the results to come in.
This was his one flip.
This was his one flip. This was his one flip until he moved through the blue wall. Also, Nevada, only 7,000 votes separate the president and Donald Trump. We expect Clark County, the most populous county there, to report at some point this morning. So what happens if the president catches up and flips Arizona? What happens if the president catches up and flips Nevada? Here is the reality no matter what you're looking at on the map right now. If Joe Biden wins the state of Pennsylvania, he is at 270. He's at 270 with Arizona, with Nevada, without Arizona, without Nevada, without Georgia. Pennsylvania, for the Biden campaign, is everything. It is the ball game. Now, they can get to 270 without Pennsylvania, but with Pennsylvania, particularly given that Pennsylvania is probably going to start picking up their count pretty soon, Pennsylvania ends it. No matter what else happens in the rest of the race. Now,
so play it through if he doesn't win Pennsylvania.
So if you give President Trump Pennsylvania, right now he's leading by 160,000 votes. Perhaps it holds. Perhaps they find other vote as they continue to count. Right now, President Trump, if he leads in Pennsylvania, what you have to have is a combination of things. Say Joe Biden ends up holding on. Clark County comes in, most populous county, leans Democrat, and Joe Biden holds on to Nevada. President Trump would have to win Arizona. President Trump would have to win North Carolina. And President Trump would have to win Georgia to go above 270 electoral votes. So it's some combination of Pennsylvania and 3 other states is President Trump's pathway right now. Here's the problem for the Trump campaign. Arizona right now narrowed the margin in terms of the 400,000 votes that are outstanding. The expectation is he's going to have to get somewhere between 55 and 57% of those votes in order to overtake Joe Biden. Right now, the expectation is he may fall a little bit shy of that. We'll see. Georgia, right now, the outstanding vote, there's not a ton of it, about 5% left. The outstanding vote is mostly in Democratic strongholds. Fulton County, DeKalb County. There's an Atlanta metro area that has been trending heavily Democrat over the course of the night. It's also mail-in ballots. We'll probably hear from Nick Valencia shortly with more about that. Pennsylvania is the biggest problem.
Let's bring in Nick and get some context. Yeah. And believe it or not, I actually have a question for you that I have not asked you yet.
Okay. Now I'm nervous.
I wouldn't believe it either, but it's true. Nick Valencia, thank you so much for holding forth from there tonight. Thank you for giving our audience and us, frankly, such a great window
Chris.
into our fellow citizens who have volunteered to do such an important job, such a grind, so meticulous, so tedious. So thank you for showing this democracy in action. What's the latest word you have about when that county will bring in the rest of its count?
So just to give you an estimate here and just to give you a sense of what we've been dealing with since this morning, at midnight here in Fulton County, the state's largest county, we had 20,000 absentee ballots, mail-in ballots that still were outstanding, that had not been counted. An hour later, that figure went down to 17,000, and the last update we got from the Secretary of State's office came at 2 a.m., showing a 23,000 vote lead for President Trump. Now, here's where it gets complicated. Here in Fulton County, although you could see the work behind me here, let me step out of the way so you could see it happen live in front of your eyes. They are continuing to count ballots. They are continuing to process them, continuing to adjudicate them. I mentioned that 20,000 number, Chris, at midnight. That number is now down to 7,500, around 7,500 absentee ballots remaining to be counted. What we don't know, though, is the raw data. Who those ballots are helping. Are they benefiting Joe Biden? Are they benefiting President Trump? The reason we don't know is because the Secretary of State went home for the night in these overnight hours, and we won't see the figures that are happening here, the work that is being done here, reflected in the overall numbers until the Secretary of State gets back into his office later this morning. We are expecting a gaggle to happen from the elections supervisor here, the elections director. We've been hearing from him throughout the morning. Rick Barron, he says he's waiting to see his team here at Fulton County if they will update the figures on their website. We might get some raw data there. But the Secretary of State, that's what really matters. That gives you an overall sense of what's going on in the state. Earlier, Chris, we were told that there was 90,000 absentee ballots across the state. So, you know, really, there's a lot of confusion still with the math, who these votes are benefiting. When we get those details, we will bring them to you. I mentioned Rick Barron. He's anticipating holding a gaggle in a little bit. Secretary of State's expected to give a press conference later this morning at 10:30 a.m. Eastern. So still a lot left to count. It's still too close to call here in Georgia. Chris?
So, for those who've been following along, or even if they haven't, we've been talking to you since midnight Eastern Time. The 2 women over your right-hand shoulder have been working at a fever pace every time we've seen them. It is so impressive that they have that level of dedication. I don't want to mess with them, but if you can just turn over your shoulder and just say to them, hey, everybody says thank you for what you've been doing. It is amazing. I watched them.
We don't want to interrupt your work, but America thanks you very much for everything you're doing. We see you guys. Give us a wave here. This is Democracy in Action. Chris Cuomo, our anchor here. Very impressed with all you guys that you're doing this. The spotlight's on you guys. We don't want to interrupt them too much more because they're working hard here, Chris. But you're right. They've been at it since very early. Some of them have been here since 8:30 yesterday morning.
I mean, it is just amazing. I remember you were speaking earlier to the supervisor there, and he said, yeah, a number of these people are going to stay with us overnight. Volunteering to do it all the time. I mean, I just think it's such a beautiful demonstration of who we are at our best. And the fact that they have such a long and hard job is more proof of us at our best. What amazing turnout we're seeing in this country. It may be the biggest vote total we've seen in 100 years.
Chris,
go ahead.
The atmosphere here is very optimistic. You know, they just brought in coffee and donuts about an hour ago. That lifted a lot of spirits. The crowd has thinned out a little bit here, the volunteers, some of them. We spoke to one a couple of hours ago that went home after her shift ended. She said she touched about 1,000 ballots. Just think about that. You know, you have about 20 people in this room here, all of them working at a feverish pace here. They are trying to get these numbers out. We are all waiting with bated breath. We are all really anxiously waiting these results here because we know that it could really mean a big difference in this presidential election in 2020. Chris.
All right, Nick, thank you very much. We're going to take a quick break. How amazing is it that even when you have the news guy talking to you, they're barely just like, oh, yeah, great. And they just keep going at it. I mean, the level of dedication, you can't ask for anything better than what we're getting. I mean, that really is us at our best. All right, we are on Count Watch, as Don said, and it's going to continue. We'll be with you all morning. There are shifts. They matter. We'll take you through them next.
Welcome back, everyone. Let's get some perspective on the battleground states. We're joined now by Michigan Democratic Congresswoman Debbie Dingell. Congresswoman, I appreciate you joining us. Thank you so much for being up early or late with us, whichever it is.
I really haven't been to bed in 3 days, so it's just great to be with all of you.
I was going to say, join the club. You're among a lot of folks who haven't been to sleep. We hear so much, Congresswoman, about the blue wall, the Democratic blue wall. The vice president, former Vice President Joe Biden, flipped Michigan. Dems have part of that blue wall back. How significant is this?
Well, I think it is very significant. You know, Michigan's always closer than everybody thinks it's going to be. I almost got killed by several people when I said Michigan had tightened last week. But we're a state that's a very diverse state. But we did deliver it in the end. I think it's women that delivered it. You know, when this election's done, we got to really look at what happened across the America.
Wait. I want to talk about that, but you said you think women really delivered it, and then we can talk about looking back. Why do you
women
say that?
delivered for Joe Biden. No question. You know, I've really started thinking about this more in the last few days when the Million Women's March, the weekend after the inauguration, I was there in the morning and came home to 20,000 women in the Diag in Ann Arbor. And in the end, women have been forced out of the workplace. They've got childcare issues. They're the ones on the front line. I hate using the word suburban women because at a canvass 2 weeks ago, these 3 women in their 70s, never done anything political, probably voted Republican all their life, passed out voter guides for me, but said they hate the word suburban housewife. They're not. They're women who care. Those are the example of the women that delivered me.
To me, I don't know if she's a suburban mom. I don't know where she is, but I do know that she is a mom, and she is nodding in agreement with everything you're saying. You think women, SE, help to carry this?
Well, it's the the white suburban woman, and I am one, so I say that with some affection, is the demographic I've been watching, not just this election, but over the past 4 years, because white suburban women really helped get Trump elected. But Congresswoman, I would love to know, and I'm so glad you're here with us right now. I lived in Oakland County, Michigan. I know that a lot of those women came out for Biden. I'm wondering, though, if you can tell me if other counties, less Democratic counties, also saw that kind of suburban woman drive for Biden. Is that something you're seeing reflected in exit polls yet?
You know, we're still looking at all of the data. There were Kent County, Grand Rapids. You certainly saw it there. And around, I mean, not all women who voted for Donald Trump 4 years ago came back, but enough did to deliver that vote, because I'll tell you who didn't deliver it. And this was sort of the point I was going to go to down before I was going so fast. Union workers did not come home in droves. They're the ones that helped elect Donald Trump 4 years ago, and many of them still voted for Donald Trump.
Why do you think that is?
Because we as Democrats do a terrible job talking to just working men and women. I had one of those little Trump caravans come in and surround me a couple of weeks ago, but as you know, my personality. I don't run away. I talk to them. And, we had an intense conversation for 20 minutes. They think Democrats look down their nose at them. They think promises were made that weren't kept, which actually isn't true. The steel plant was closed in my district, 1,500 jobs the week before Christmas. But I really think Democrats have got to do a better job of just connecting with building trades, UAW, steel workers. They don't think we really care about them, understand them, and they think, I could go on, but I won't. It's early, late, whatever.
Well, we also have John Avlon here with us and Andrew Yang. And I know, John, we often have this conversation about the Democrats and speaking to middle-class people, the working-class people, as we call them, Johnny Lunch Bucket or what have you. And she said Democrats didn't come home. I mean, the union folks didn't come home. Do you believe that, John?
Well, look, I think, Congresswoman Dingell would have the insight. I mean, 4 years ago, Congresswoman, I remember you were the one raising the warnings about Macomb County, which used to be the archetypal swing county in the country that Stan Greenberg wrote books about. And you were saying, watch it, don't take it for granted just because Clinton's on the ballot, and Bill Clinton famously flipped it last time. I'd be interested to know what happened in Macomb this time, and what other shifts did you see in those so-called pivot counties? Areas like Grand Rapids. What's the underlying data you're seeing in Michigan from this race?
Well, Macomb County still voted. I think Andy Levin, who represents it, thought that they might have a stronger Joe Biden vote. There were some changes, but there were some very strong Donald Trump areas. My downrivers are the Macomb County. Macomb County got some attention. We don't give attention to the downrivers or some of the other areas like Macomb County. There are areas like that throughout the state, and those are ones they still went for. My downrivers went for Donald Trump again.
Wow. I got to run, John. But listen, Congresswoman, I want to thank you. Andrew Yang didn't get to say anything, so he'll just say hello. Say hello to the Congresswoman.
Good morning.
Morning, and I could not agree more that we need to do a better job of talking to working men and women around the country. That there's a gap there that we need to bridge.
That was a little bit more than hello.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Hey, you guys, keep America awake while we watch all this.
Yeah, and we needed a little levity, but we have some serious business. We got to do the business of the American people so that they can get to figure out who actually is ahead and who's going to win this election. So thank you, Congresswoman. We appreciate it. You be safe. And we're going to be right back. We're watching the count, and we're also continuing the conversation. We're back now with Andrew Yang, S.E. Cupp, and John Avlon. Interesting conversation with Congresswoman Dingell.
Yeah.
You heard what she said. She said Democrats don't do a good job of speaking to working class people. What do you say to that? You're supposed to be fixing that.
I had that experience countless times on the trail, Don, where I would say, hey, I'm running for president, to a truck driver, retail worker, a waitress in a diner, and they would say, what party? And I'd say Democrat, and they would flinch, like I'd said something really negative, or I just I'd turned another color or something like that. And there's something deeply wrong when working class Americans have that response to a major party that theoretically is supposed to be fighting for them. So you have to ask yourself, what has the Democratic Party been standing for in their minds? And in their minds, the Democratic Party, unfortunately, has taken on this role of the coastal, urban elites who are more concerned about policing various cultural issues than improving their way of life that has been declining for years. And so if you're in that situation, this to me is a fundamental problem for the Democratic Party, because if they don't figure this out, then this polarization and division will get worse, not better.
Is that real, or messaging, or both?
It's real. I mean, Debbie just said they lost a plant that had 1,500 workers. And so if you're a laid off worker from that plant and you look up and say, what is the Democratic Party doing for me? It's unclear. And we can talk about a unifying message from Joe Biden. He's a naturally very unifying figure. But then there's the reality on the ground where their way of life has been disintegrating for years. And if we don't address that, then you're going to see a continued acceleration toward the institutional mistrust that animated the Trump vote and will continue to do so.
I've got a whole lot of questions for that. When we say the working class people, what are we really talking about? Because there are working class people who, when you talk about coastal elites, I always take umbrage to that, because I live in New York City, and I grew up in there. I was born in a red state. I've lived in many red states. And I take offense sometimes because I think it means that when you're talking about working class people, you're talking about white people who live in red states or live in the Midwest. There are working class people who live in New York City. There are working class people who live in Chicago of all different ethnicities. And the Democratic Party may be looking out for them, but they are also part of the electorate, and they deserve a party that's going to look out for them as well.
It's one of the many reasons that the way we stereotype our politics dumbs everybody down. There are no red states and blue states, right? Where the real divides in politics historically have been urban and rural. Those divides may be real, but it's like, you know, the idea that anyone's a real American. Everyone's a real American. And especially when you stereotype from the evangelical community to the quote-unquote working class, it doesn't just mean white people. And what I think the conversation that we need to have in a country, and I think Joe Biden, if he wins, could be very well positioned to lead this conversation. If you just look back at like his 1988 presidential campaign, was very focused on defending manufacturing. At that time, Japan seemed to be the big threat. But it's got to be speaking to people in Youngstown and Lordstown and Macomb County and saying, you know what, Democrats care about you.
That's true. That's true. But working class people who live in big cities often have it worse than working class people who live in rural areas. It is a hell of a lot more expensive to be a working class person and live in New York City and live in Chicago and live in Los Angeles. You often live in a small apartment, right, with a lot of people. And so I just think it's really unfair to think of working class people as only people who live in the Midwest.
The Democratic Party should be doing more for working class people in big cities, in rural communities.
Well, you saw this very conversation play out a lot during the Democratic primary. I interviewed candidates like Andrew. To your credit, you would talk about it. Tim Ryan of Ohio, Youngstown, would say, I want to speak to the people who shower after work, not before work. There were great messaging. There was great messaging we heard during the primary, and not great messaging. And I think the better messaging won out in Joe Biden's message. Although you did see him kind of toggle back and forth, right? Struggle a bit with, you know, the Hyde Amendment, issues like defunding the police, abolishing ICE, stuff like that, that he knew, I think, fundamentally would alienate a lot of these working class Democratic voters that we're talking about. The question is, if Joe Biden is elected, who does he listen to?
But if he's elected, SC,
or the people who elected him?
Is that a failure for Democrats? So if he's elected, I don't know if he's
his message clearly won. The lane he chose will have won if he is elected.
I want to question you on that, though, because when you think about everything, we're in the middle of a pandemic. We've had more than 200,000 people dead, millions of people who've become infected by COVID, the economy that's terrible,
jobs
unemployment,
lost,
all kinds of things. Is it really Joe Biden's message or the Democrats' message that won, or is it, or the circumstances that we're in right now that they said we have to choose the other thing? Because the messaging from Republicans about Democrats that's working is it's socialism. Somehow paying money so that kids can go to school and have an education. Right. That's socialism. Being able to have roads that aren't broken and bridges that don't cave in. That's socialism. Roads that everybody in the United States drive on. That is somehow socialism. It's not socialism. This is not socialism from Venezuela or a socialist country. But that message has been able to stick to Democrats, especially from Trump.
Well, look, Donald Trump blows up a lot of that. You know, you had Republicans running against socialism when Barack Obama was president, and you're absolutely right to point out that actually the basic American social contract is not socialism. We invest in our collective security and strength, and everybody benefits. The bogeyman that's been created by the right-wing ecosystem is not that, however, because Donald Trump spent more and raised deficits and debt more, and it's worked out politically for Republicans, and they haven't said a boo about it. It's about isolating cultural extremes and inflaming culture wars and making Democrats seem answerable to what some protester does that when things turn violent, or some college professor who says some insane thing, and saying that you're responsible for that wing of the party, as opposed to Republicans being on the hook for what the extremes in their party do, and they're in Congress.
Well, I think you're right to point out that hypocrisy and intellectual inconsistency. However, it's not just pointing to the protesters to try and make the Democratic Party look like them. It's pointing to presidential candidates like Bernie Sanders and certain Congress persons who do talk about socialism affectionately. Now, that's not the whole of the party, and Republicans mischaracterize the
Well,
party
democratic socialism,
often.
what Bernie
but
Sanders says, I think saying you're
it's
a
not
socialist,
invented.
it's not good messaging to say that to call yourself a democratic socialist, because then
Right.
people relate it to actual socialist countries.
The problem is that we're coding certain language to separate us into tribes. And I want to go back to what John said about Ohio. Ohio used to be the swing state, and now it's trending red. And you have to ask why. It's because their way of life's been heading the wrong direction. We have not done enough about it.
Yeah.
More to come. We're going to talk more. We're waiting a bunch of numbers to come in. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
$253 to $213. That is the state of play within the Electoral College, okay? We are a couple of moves away. Could be not right now, but probably sometime today on Thursday or tomorrow. The states will bring in enough votes where people will start making projections. And that would be a pretty economical process by historic standards, especially when you look at the volume of votes that we've had to deal with. You know, nobody's talking about the popular vote because it doesn't decide anything, but it does deliver a sense of mandate and reach within this country. And we may well see the most votes ever and the biggest stretch of win for somebody ever if things keep trending the same way, and that beneficiary would be Joe Biden. So as we continue our hunt, I am here with the man, Phil Mattingly, Magic Phil and his wall, here to find where the votes are that we're waiting for. Pennsylvania. I just got a letter from the president. I'm one of his trusted supporters, you know, and I get emails from him on a regular basis.
Personal.
And it said, breaking news, we won Pennsylvania. This isn't an opinion, it's a fact, because his campaign manager says he did. So there you have it. The rest of us are waiting for what we call data. And we're looking for votes right now. And in the current state of play, we have about 10% of the votes still outstanding. And what does that mean as a function of where they could be?
So let's top line it first. You talk about there may be a couple moves before things are actually decided, given the fact Joe Biden's at 253 electoral votes. If Pennsylvania goes towards Joe Biden, there's only one move. That's 20 electoral votes right here. That gets him to 273. However, you take a look at the margin right now. Donald Trump is leading in Pennsylvania by 164,000 votes. However,
the biggest margin in the mix.
Biggest margin in the mix. You go through all the 5 major states that are outstanding right now that are still too close to call. This is the biggest one by far. However, take a look at this. Take a look at what has happened since midnight, November 4th. Donald Trump at that point up by 548,000 votes. Let's move down to 2 a.m., moved up to 709,000 votes. Now start tracking and watch. Goes back down to 589,000 votes. Then 3 p.m. on the 4th, 435,000 votes. Then 276,000 votes. Then at 9 p.m., 195,000 votes. What am I trying to tell you here? Joe Biden has been, with regularity, progressively eating away in major chunks at Donald Trump's lead. Now, you made a key point when you were talking about the sheer volume of the vote that is coming in. Much of that vote has come in vote by mail. In the state of Pennsylvania, count vote by mail after you count the election day vote. That is why it's taking how long it has taken up to this point. And that is why this state initially was very red. It was leaning very heavily towards President Trump. You saw the margins, and why those margins are shrinking right now is the vote by mail is heavily Democratic. That has been the case almost across the entire country. So Joe Biden, via vote by mail, that has been skewed heavily Democratic, has been eating away at margins. So the big question now, with 11% outstanding, is does Joe Biden have enough vote outstanding to make up 164,000 votes? It doesn't mean is there 164,000 votes outstanding. Is there enough for him to make it up with margins? The short answer is yes, and I'm going to show you why. We will start with the biggest county in the state, the Commonwealth. Sorry, Jake Tapper would get mad at me. The Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. That's Philadelphia County, home, obviously, of Philadelphia. 12% of the voting population lives right here. You look at this margin right now, 79% to 19%. You say, all right, that's a big margin. Well, there's still 30% outstanding here. Take a look back at 2016 in this county. Look at two things. Look at the margin. Hillary Clinton had a better margin back in 2016. And look at the top line vote, 584,000 votes. What are you taking away from that? Flip back to 2020. Joe Biden's at 457,000 votes. There's record turnout in these states right now, and he's about 120,000 votes behind Hillary Clinton. That means there's a lot more vote to come in Philadelphia County, and that margin is likely to change. What we have seen in vote by mail as it has come in is it is skewed heavily towards Joe Biden in this state. So we expect this to come in big for Joe Biden. You can start moving around these.
Let's take a break.
Yeah.
Let's take a break, and then I want to keep doing this. And you think I forgot? An hour and a half ago, I told you there was a question I
I know.
hadn't
I've been
asked you
waiting
yet.
for that. I hoped
I
you
forgot it, but now I remembered. So we're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll keep going through where we're looking in this serious business of Pennsylvania, when we expect to get more information. Stay with CNN. You want to know what the question is? Yeah. And I'll tell you. There's a lot of talk of potential litigation. Let's talk about actual litigation. And this is not something that's coming from the president, but it is about the president. A federal judge is slamming the U.S. Postal Service for ignoring his federal order to search for undelivered mail-in ballots. Joining us now is Jessica Huseman, CNN contributor. First, give some context to this. What did the judge ask, and what is his suggestion in terms of inaction?
So the judge ordered several postal offices across the country and high population areas to do a sweep of their facilities towards the end of the day. The USPS declined to follow this order in what is, I think, a pretty stunning choice in front of a federal judge, saying that it was too onerous and that they did not have the staff to do that work. And then the judge extended that, forced them to do some sweeps. The USPS has reported that only a handful of ballots were discovered across the country. And that's sort of where we sit. I think that we're still waiting to see if the judge imposes any other remedies. So I think we just need to stay tuned.
Is there any third party or outside source that in any way substantiates what number of ballots could be in play? You said only a handful. That's from USPS. Is there any other indication?
Well, this is really hard to track. And, you know, yesterday, the number 300,000 made the rounds on social media as the number of ballots that have not been scanned in by the Postal Service. And so some people are saying that this number could be as high as 300,000. But truthfully, there are lots of reasons why ballots might not have been scanned into the system. Some county clerks, for example, pick those up themselves. And so it's just a hard number to know.
So next step, and what is potential implication on this?
So I think the next step is kind of just waiting as the count goes through and seeing what the post office does and the number of ballots that they continue to deliver. You know, if you look at the way that the delivery rates have gone, we're really not seeing that many complaints from county clerks that lots and lots of mail has yet to be delivered or is substantially delayed. We are certainly seeing that in some isolated places, but this doesn't appear to be a systemic problem. And so I think that while this certainly deserves scrutiny and while the USPS certainly has flouted a lot of its responsibility to do the work that it's assigned to do by the United States Constitution, it may not have that big of an impact on the overall count.
Jessica Huseman, thank you very much. Prepare yourself for a phone call to come on tonight to Cuomo Primetime to cover this, because we have to keep eyes on it, pending what happens with the election. Thank you very much, especially at these hours. And guess what?
Thanks so much.
Absolutely. We just had a change of the state of play in Georgia. Let's take a break, and we will take you through the new numbers. The race is closer. Stay with CNN.